from round 3 of the FAB-Racing Championship. We're live from Red Lodge Kart Circuit. My name is Adam Reid and I'm alongside Lewis Ray, and this is for Sunday's action. But first, let's get to the interviews from the paddock.
So we're here with Paul Haskins from LS2 Helmets. So Paul, why don't you tell everyone why you're here this weekend?
I've been invited down here. We've been helping a few of the young riders for a few years now. People like Ollie Hall, Ollie Sims, Clayton. There's a few that we've been helping. So I've been invited down a few times to come along, and this has been one of my first 3 weekends where I could actually get down here to come and see what happens at FAB-Racing. So it looks fantastic so far.
Yeah, I was about to say that. What is your first impressions of this paddock and this championship? Because obviously you help out quite a few riders here.
The main thing with the paddock, I can't believe how busy it is and how many riders there are here. It's it's fabulous. And obviously I work at the BSBs and I go to GPs and World Superbikes and everything. So it's great to see young kids like this starting off that are building up and stepping stone through to these sort of things. Next step after here, I know now we have a lot of the riders at the BSB. Brad Ray, for example, obviously not in our helmet, unfortunately, but you know, he's come through. He's won the BSB Championship now and the World Superbike Championship. Lots of the riders are starting here. It's just fantastic.
And on a normal day-to-day basis, away from the paddocks, what is your job at LS2 Helmets?
I'm the sales director of LS2 for the UK, so I run the UK arm of it. So, as a company, we've been... Well, the parent company has been going for 33 years. LS2 as a brand has been going for 16 years. We supply helmets in over 105 countries now around the world. So I'm very honoured to be part of that in the UK.
And now LS2 Helmets have sponsored the MiniGP 70 class, and now it's the LS2 Helmets MiniGP 70 British Championship. So what's it been like to have that involvement with a junior series and a real stepping stone to greater things?
Well, same as I said earlier, that is the point of it. We want to help these young riders, and as they progress through, hopefully they'll be wearing an LS2 helmet. And the winner of the championship this year is actually part of the prize. He will receive an LS2 helmet and sponsorship for the next year in the GP 70 class. So it's a stepping stone for them. So we're just helping as much as we can.
Well, Paul, it's great to see you here, and it's great for you to come along this weekend.
Fantastic. Hope we can catch up at another round again soon.
So we're here with Winner or Bin It Racing in the standard Moto team class. First of all, guys, how are you this weekend?
Yeah, good, mate. Got here at 25 past 10 last night, so just got through the gate before it shut down. Got all set up by 11 and good to go, ready to get out there.
And I believe this is your second weekend here at FAB. Why don't you explain to everyone what you've been doing before you came to this championship?
We've been racing CB 500s with Thundersport. Never done a full season, just like odd meets here and there, and just looking to have a bit of fun, really.
And what's the Moto team class like to race in?
Yeah, it's really good, actually. Yeah, we really enjoyed Lids. The bikes are easy to work on, they're cheap, no complaints. Yeah.
I'm having a little chat with your teammate at the moment. So how are you finding racing at Lid? What was your first and second round like?
First round started off really poor, kept on having carb problems and tank rust kept on going into the carb. So it was just a weekend full of fixing carbs really, but I managed to get good times and a few podiums, so it worked out well in the end. So I'm just hoping today, this weekend will be the same. So.
And what are you finding like moving to go-kart circuits on these pretty big motorcycles?
To be honest, it's a lot of hard work. There's no rest. But yeah, you just got to keep battling through it and getting your knee down and just trying to get faster, really. But yeah, they're just little short circuits, aren't they? So.
And what's this paddock been like? Has it been quite an inviting paddock, or what's the atmosphere like?
Yeah, it's brilliant atmosphere. I mean, we only turned up last night. We had a chaperone helping us, guide us in here and helping us unpack and talking and stuff. So yeah, it's so far it's brilliant.
And finally, to both of you, what are your hopes for this weekend? I'll start off.
Winning, at least the podium.
Is that a win overall or in the standard class?
Either or, I want to win. So my main aim is to win a championship because I missed out in Thundersport by a few places, but I'm going to redeem it
win it all.
And are you going for the race win this weekend, the championship even?
Well, yeah, I'm going to try my hardest, mate, but, you know, it's like there's a lot of fast lads here. I found that out at Lids, so, yeah, do my best, go out, have a good race and enjoy myself.
Well, good luck to both of you. I hope you have a good time this weekend.
Yeah, will do, mate, thank you.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Now then, we're here with Bailey Lawrence. So Bailey, how are you feeling going into the third round of the championship here at Red Lodge?
I think it's going quite alright so far. I prefer the pit bikes to the match kits a lot because I just gelled with them easier than I did with the match kits.
And what's been the biggest thing since moving from the Minigp 50 machine to the pit bike 140? What's been the biggest thing that you've had to change?
It's definitely a much bigger grid, so you have to be more wary of what your surroundings because there's so much more people. Because on the 50s there was like 8 people on the grid, but here there's like 20 odds, and it's like, oh god.
And has Taylor managed to give you any tips heading into this season? Of course, quite an experienced rider in the pit bike 140s himself.
Yeah, he's definitely been one of my harshest critics. He's here today actually. He's not racing, but he's just watching the racing. But he's definitely been giving me a lot of pointers.
And going back to last season, how do you think 2022 went for yourself?
It went all right. I mean, like I said, the match kits weren't that much. I didn't really gel with them, but I reckon this season will be a much better season.
And talking about this season, have you got any hopes or aims or anything going into it?
I just want to at least get a decent amount of points for my first year and have fun.
And now you've been to Red Lodge quite a few times in your racing career, so what is Red Lodge like as a circuit?
It's a very twisty circuit, a lot of tight bends and some bends where you have to like flip real quick, and it's a good track in general. It's a really good track.
Well, we wish you the best of luck for this weekend and we hope everything goes well for you.
Thank you.
So we're here now with Charlie Huntingford. So Charlie, how are you feeling going into this weekend, and why don't you tell everyone what bike you'll be racing on?
Yeah, so heading into this weekend, I'm just here to have a bit of fun and play around on the bikes. I'm riding a MetroKit 70 and a KTM 85.
And what's made you pick the Extreme 200 class and the Minigp 70 class to come here and race this weekend?
I picked the Extreme 200 class because there's a wider range of bikes you're able to ride and parts you're allowed to put on the bikes.
And of course, you're racing the British Talent Cup this season. The opening round of Silverstone has came and it's gone. So how did the first round go for yourself?
Yeah, the first round went really well. We got started off with really good qualifying ahead of we had a really good successful Spain test. In the first race, we were consistently in the front group, finishing 10th, and in the second race, had a little bit of an error, hit a false neutral and came 14th, but overall, a really good weekend.
And Donington Park is next weekend, of course, for the British Talent Cup Championship. So how are you feeling going into that? Do you feel prepared? Is it a circuit that you like?
Yeah, Donington Park's my favourite circuit on the calendar, and we've just been speaking to Tom Oliver, and he's been saying the new surface is absolutely awesome, so can't wait.
And what makes Donington such a great circuit for yourself?
The undulation of the track. I think that makes it so special compared to other tracks.
And Red Lodge here this weekend, is this a circuit that you like?
It's alright, I've grown to like it a lot more than I used to, but on the bigger bikes it's a little bit tight, but it's a nice track.
And I'm sure you've kept up to date with round one of FAB, of course, at Lid. And the Minigp 70 class, it's massive this season, so how are you feeling going into that?
Going into the 70 class, I'm just like looking at all the riders that are competing in it.
And have you got any hopes for this weekend?
No, just overall have some fun and hopefully get some good results.
Well, we wish you all the best of luck for this weekend and of course next weekend at Donington Park.
Thank you.
So we're here with one of our new outfits this weekend in the Sidecar class, the number 11 outfit. So first of all, guys, what are your names for everyone listening at home?
I'm Jamie Alexander.
Martin Hills.
And what has made you guys come here to FAB to race the Mini F1 Sidecar?
Well, we saw a couple go around. My brother's a bike instructor and he's mates with Mike Ems, and we got introduced that way, so we saw it, thought we'd give it a go.
And what one of you guys are the passenger here?
And lucky, mine.
Yeah.
And I believe you guys haven't even sat on the Mini F1 Sidecar properly yet.
No, not even done 10 yards on it yet.
And have you had any racing experience yourself?
I've done race cars, quads, go-karts before, and just thought we'd try something a bit more fun and lower budget.
And so we're here, and Martin, yourself, you're the passenger this weekend. How are you feeling going into it?
Fine at the moment. I'll be nervous on the grid.
And have you had any racing experience yourself?
I've done a bit of motocross, and that's about it, really. Go-karting.
And what are you expecting this weekend here at FAB?
No idea. Absolutely no idea.
And with the class, I'm sure you've probably watched some of it at home, either at the circuit or on your phones. So what have you guys seen from this class so far this year that's really made you want to step into it?
It just looks like good fun. It looks like a giggle. It's a real community in the pit. Yeah, it just seems like a good thing to get into, really. So I thought we'd give it a go.
And the circuit itself, Red Lodge, you've not had a go, I don't believe, to actually go on the track just yet, but just looking at it from an outsider's perspective, what do you make of the circuit?
Looks like a nice, well made out circuit. Yeah, well facilities. Yeah, nothing to. It looks good.
And have you got any aims for this weekend?
Stay on.
Well, I wish you the best of luck and I hope you have a lot of fun.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we're here in the paddock at the moment, and Will Howarth hard at work returning to the championship this year. He wasn't attending at round one, but of course racing in the Minimoto class, senior Minimoto class and the Moto team class this year. He's coming in and aiming for the championship, it seems. He has got another Moto team bike with him, so it'll be interesting to see if he takes it out for a little play this time today. But clearly getting involved with the mechanical side of things, you can actually see the vest that he's got over his levers. That is the airbag. It's one of the airbags that are external on the motorcycle rider, rather than inside the levers like other lever manufacturers. But you can also see the tyres itself. A lot of these Moto team tyres are Moto free scrubs, so they're just Dunlop slicks, and they take quite a lot to get some temperature going into it. You can see from the rear tyre it has been used quite a bit, but Will Howarth getting ready to go out, and we're going to have to wait and see if he can try and defend his title and win races like we see him do last year. So we're here with Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook. So first of all, Vince, how are you feeling going into this weekend?
We're looking forward to it. It's home round, very much home round, and it's a difficult track because it's the only left-handed circuit we have, so it's hard for driver and passenger because it's going in the opposite to every other circuit, so it makes you work really hard, but it's fast and it's short, so yeah, should be good.
And if we go back to the first and second round at Lid, how was that as a circuit for sidecars, first of all, and how did that weekend go for yourself?
For sidecars, we love it. It's a tremendous track, fast, flowing, open corners. It's a real joy on a sidecar. For us, brand new outfit. Charlie Ems has made us a brand new chassis. Mick Williams has turned us new hubs, and we've gone to a two-stroke. We've gone to a KTM 85, which has really given us something to think about. It's very different to the CBR we had last year, totally different power delivery and a bit crazy, to be honest.
And changing from a four-stroke to a two-stroke, what's been the biggest change that you have had to make, either to your riding styles or just whenever you're out on the bike itself?
Use of throttle for me as a rider. Basically, it's so aggressive when it hits the power that actually, if you're too savage on the throttle, it's throwing us everywhere. So we're learning. We got better through the entire weekend. We gradually found time every session, every race. Came out. We were really pleased with the second in the last race in round two. So yeah, but every circuit's now blank canvas because it's different to the CBR. So just got to find it.
And if we move over to Amy Tilbrook now, Amy, of course, from a passenger perspective, what's it like to ride one of these mini F1 sidecars?
It's blooming hard work, but very exciting. You never stop. You're always you're backwards and forwards, side to side, having a real think about what's going on ahead of you, and the whole, and who's coming up behind you as well. So it's hard work, but it's exciting. Yeah.
And what's the two-stroke being like for yourself? Of course, you're the passenger, and you're putting in a lot of effort to turn the motorcycle. So have you had to change anything yourself?
Trying to stay on the back of it, basically, in rights, because it's so fast. I was actually coming off the back. If you see a nice yoga block on the back there to keep me on, basically. So yeah, and we got air, didn't we, at Lid as well one time?
It was power wheelie in third. It's quite a savage.
So it's right. Engine. Okay, right. Yeah, get on with it. Cling on.
And going into this weekend, we have quite a few new outfits. How are you feeling going into that? Are you happy there's more outfits, more competition?
Oh, yeah, it's really nice. I think there's 10 on the grid, and it will just be, I mean, we have 5 or 6 often, and having 10 will be great. It's just lovely to look around and see people, it's great. Yeah.
And what are you guys hoping for this weekend here at Red Lodge?
Just to do as best as we can, I think. Enjoy it and do as best as we can.
Well, thanks, guys. It's great seeing you, and it's great seeing the partnership you guys have.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys.
Hello and welcome to Sunday's action of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. It is round 3 here at Red Lodge, and racing is minutes away. Hello and welcome. My name is Lewis Reid, and alongside me for this weekend is Adam Reid. So Adam, how are you today after the first day of action here at FAB?
Oh, it's been absolutely brilliant seeing all the action, seeing all the bikes out there. It's been absolutely brilliant them trying to tackle Red Lodge circuit, but it's I'm very excited to get into all the races live today.
Yep, 20 races will be coming up today here on the Motorsport Radio YouTube channel and the FAB-Racing social media pages. You can see plenty of sponsors here this weekend, plenty of fans watching around the circuit, because the first race of the day is seconds away. The AC40 Pros will be the first race of the day for the race 2 of the weekend. We finished all the warm-ups so far today. The last warm-up session was the Minigp 70s with Luke Fitchett leading the way. We've seen a lot of drama yesterday, a lot of battles, and it was great to see from all these young riders. And once again, track conditions are a bit overcast.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been seeing all these overcast weathers all day, and hopefully it will get a bit sunnier later on in the day. But as you can see there, the AC40 Pros about to head out onto the circuit. They all roll up to their designated grid slots, and of course we've seen a bit of history between the front two there of Taylor Tomlinson and Sam Gardner, as we were about to explain.
Yep, yesterday in race 1 it was a battle between Sam Gardner and Taylor Tomlinson, with Sam Gardner diving down the inside at turn 2. In the late stages of the race, contact was made between the two of them, and both of them crashed out of the race. Sam Gardner managed to remount on his motorcycle, managed to get underway again, but it was later crash just a lap later, and both the races would come to an end. 0 points were on the board, but it was a great race, and hopefully we can see similar battles later on today, and later on in this race hopefully we can see the same battle, the same championship fight which we've seen last season in the AC40 Pro class. But plenty of riders in this field today, plenty of talent in this field making their way on the intermediate AC40 Pro grid, with Taylor Tomlinson starting on pole position with Sam Gardner alongside him. Will they be battling? Will they be dueling? Wait to find out. Logan Cousins and Nicholas Dunwoody on the second row of the grid, with Josh Perkins and Preston Baker in 5th and 6th. And on the next row of the grid, it'll be Oliver Hall and Liam Lindquist in 7th and 8th, with Rex Austin and Tyler Hartley in 9th and 10th. Sebastian Kasowski starts in 11th, with Archie Hooper in 12th. Seth Hayward will start 13th, with Bradley Curtis rounding out our 14 bike grid. So great action coming up, riders making their way onto the grid, and tension is very high.
Absolutely, I can't wait to see what's about to unfold here in the first race of Sunday's coverage. I'm sure there will be a lot of tension between the front row of the grid with Tomlinson and Gardner. Do you agree with that, Lewis?
Yeah, I do. I think tension is as high as ever been, but the point to the light has been made. The lights will switch on for the first race of the day, and we go racing. It's Taylor Tomlinson who gets the whole shot straight away. Sam Gardner in 2nd position, right behind them, and Preston Baker making his way into 3rd. Josh Perkins drops in the order to 5th position at the moment. Logan Cousins just behind him, with Liam Lindquist and Oliver Hall in their own battle just behind. Rex Austin following the way through in this first 180-degree corner through the hairpin, just behind Sebastian Gasowski. But at the front at the moment, it's Taylor Tomlinson who leads the way, as Preston Baker looks down the inside at the long sweeping left-hander into the S's on the likes of Bradley Curtis there at the back of the field. But at the front straight away. Taylor Thompson leading the way and trying to bridge a gap from Sam Gardner, who seems to have dropped back in the early stages in this race.
Absolutely, Taylor Tomlinson really getting that launch off the line. He really needed that, especially with his battle with Sam Gardner last time out. This will be crucial for him to go on and win yet another race in the AC40 Pro class.
Yep, he's going to want to take another race win, but Sam Gardner will do anything to stop that. It was a mistake yesterday from him, but he's learnt his lesson and he's back for vengeance. There's Liam Lindquist leading the way on Oliver Hall. That is the battle currently for 7th position, but this is the battle for 2nd, and Preston Baker looks very racy into this long left-hander, which we see Taylor Tomlinson going round right now, and then they'll flip round to the right-hand side of the tyre just in a moment's time before heading down Simpson Straight towards the end of the lap. Such a fast circuit, such a windy circuit, and such a tight track, which means it's going to make it very, very difficult for the likes of Preston Baker to make this move on Sam Gardner.
Absolutely, you really have to let your opponent know you're there, and I think that's Preston Baker trying the outside here on Gardner. They make their way now into turn number 2. We've seen a couple of dive bombs there being made into turn number 2, just trying to distract the opponent, but it doesn't look like it's working. I think that's Nicholas Dunwoody there on the back of Baker. They head their way into 180 degrees, and look at that, that's also Josh Perkins, I believe, trying to get involved in that one. So there's a bit of a scrap already going on in the first 3 laps of this race, and we now watch one of the battles heading towards this back section of the circuit.
Yeah, but that's Nicholas Dunwoody looking round the outside of Josh Perkins, hoping to get the inside line for this flip-flop into the S's, but he cannot make it work, and Preston Baker's bike is protesting. His bike is shaking about, but he does not care. He's putting it into the corner, it sticks round, but there is Logan Cousins now onto the back of Nicholas Dunwoody, hoping to claim another position, but Sam Gardner still winning his battle, and he was very confident. Even at turn 2 where he had that crash yesterday, it's cruelly not affected his confidence, and it's cruelly not affected his ability. He's still putting in the lap times, and fast lap times at that. Straight away, the top 5 riders into the 50-second bracket. Very, very quick for these early stages. 6 laps to go, and Sam Gardner still under threat from Preston Baker.
Yeah, so fantastic battle at the moment. We watch our 2 riders heading towards this little sequence here. They now flip-flap through their way and down the Simpsons Straight, following Gardner and Baker. I believe I can confirm that. Gardner just trying to do everything he can. I don't think he'll be able to catch Thompson just yet, so he'll just be focusing on trying to keep that position of 2nd place. Just keep his head cool, unlike last time out. So we follow Baker. No, there's an accident there. And who's that, Lewis?
That's Oliver Hall there, stopped at the side of the circuit. We've seen bike issues from him yesterday, actually, on the grid. He tried to dismantle the bike on the grid, but they couldn't get him out in time, and he was a DNS. But now we can see the battle still raging on, and actually Sam Gardner and Preston Baker are somewhat working together right now. They're not making any stupid lunges, and they're not making any stupid moves to slow each other down, and that's allowing them to escape from the likes of Josh Perkins and Nicholas Dunwoody. So now the gap at the line between Preston Baker and Josh Perkins is 1 second to be exact, but Preston Baker there looking down the inside into this right-hander. He makes it stick, but it's going to be Sam Gardner who'll have the inside line for the next corner, and it looks like the move has stuck. So Preston Baker now leading the way from Sam Gardner. Very, very clean move and didn't disrupt the rhythm.
Yeah, that's a brilliant move there from Preston Baker. He made his appearance known to Gardner, and he only had to he backed out really, he's now got to just regain that confidence with 4 laps to go. There is a possibility that he's got to overtake it, as we see another battle between back here with Perkins and Dunwoody, I believe, heading into the Warden, and now switching back to our battle for 2nd place. Looks like Taylor Tomlinson has already headed back down the field, so he's about 4 seconds ahead of this pack. We will now continue with Baker and Gardner. Do you think Gardner will be able to get ahead, or is it a bit too much for the number 56 rider?
I think if anyone could do it, it's going to be Gardner at the moment. 4 laps to go. It's allowing them now just to get the chance to watch Preston Baker. It's very easy to follow another rider. All you really need to do is look at their braking markers and brake just ever so slightly deeper. As we're seeing here, he's gaining a lot of times on the brakes, and it's very, very easy to follow another rider. But it's whenever you're at the front with a clear track in front of you, as Taylor Thompson now 4.3 seconds up the road. So it's a clear track in front of them, so it's all their own markers. But Nicholas Dunwoody, he found the way past Josh Perkins at this left-hander that we're coming onto the straight run. So last lap around, he managed to make the move stick, and now he still leads. But Josh Perkins now looking down the inside, almost made the move stick, but he's taking a tighter line towards the S's, but it's not going to work. He's not going to have the drive out of it. And will this allow Logan Cousins to leave his mark?
Absolutely. Logan Cousins just sitting back here. If they collide at the top there, then he can just go through and pick up the pieces, which will be some great championship points to add to his. But they're now coming side by side over the start finish line and in towards turn 1. I think that's Nicholas Dunwoody in front. Is that right, Lewis?
Yeah, that's Logan Cousins there. Managed to make the move on Nicholas Dunwoody. He's managed to make his way into 4th position. They were side by side at the line, and Josh Perkins, he was 0.005 of a second ahead at the line. That is incredible. But now Logan Cousins, he's looking racing. He looks like he wants to try and get involved in this battle and getting involved in this 4th place battle between these two riders, because Taylor Tomlinson, the race leader, 5.4 seconds at the front, so I don't think we're going to see too much of them as Oliver Hall outside the circuit watching this battle unfold. And what a battle it is as Nicholas Dunwoody, he's trying to line up a move into this final corner.
Yeah, brilliant there from Josh Perkins. He's just going to lead this field as they make their way onto the final lap of the race and towards turn 1. I think he might have this for the moment, but don't count your chickens too early. There's still a few overtaking spots on this circuit where they can actually go for it. But again, you have to make yourself known and distract your opponent. Make sure to throw them off a little bit. We now latch on to Taylor Tomlinson, who's got a massive lead at the moment. I'm really looking forward to this. He makes his way now in towards the next sequence of corners. It's been an absolutely fantastic race from our championship leader.
Yeah, but it has, and now he's coming into the final sector. He's already celebrating 6.1 seconds at the line last time around, and he knows he's done it. He's done it in a dominant fashion. Taylor Tomlinson dances over the line and is very happy with that one. A wave to the camera. I seen him this morning in the paddock, and he looked very happy and very confident, and that is how you win by 5.5 seconds. But there's Bradley Curtis having the battle further back as Rockstar Rex Austin makes his way past Sebastian Gieslowski for that final couple of positions in the top 10. That's for 8th place. They cross the line, and Rex Austin managing to get ahead of Sebastian Gieslowski. But Taylor Thompson, a great race from him. He's still dancing away at the back section of the circuit, still waving to the cameras. But Taylor Thompson winning by 5.5 seconds ahead of Preston Baker and Sam Gardner rounding out our podium.
Yeah, absolutely. He looked so confident throughout that race. Let's go through the results. Taylor Tomlinson is your winner. The fastest lap going to the number 77 if we now follow the top 10. Preston Baker in 2nd place ahead of Sam Gardner. Josh Perkins in 4th ahead, and Nicholas Dunwoody and Logan Cousins. Liam Lindquist in 7th ahead of Rockstar Rex Austin. Sebastian Gieslowski and Tyler Hartley is your top 10. So an amazing race there to kickstart our Sunday coverage. What do you think of that one, Lewis?
Yeah, but it was a great battle for that 4th place position. That was really the highlight. It seemed that Preston Baker managed just to have the upper hand later on in the race. At the line, it was about half a second between the two riders from Sam Gardner and Preston Baker. But there is Oliver Hall walking off the circuit. We'll be very disappointed with that one, and yet again some bike issues, it seems, causing some havoc for him. But great race there, and great first race of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking to Oliver Hall, I believe, on yesterday actually, and he was feeling really confident. I think that's going to knock his confidence a little bit, but he's still got race 3 to build up his confidence. I really think that he'll just take it nice and easy for the 3rd race. Do you think?
Next up will be the AC40 rookies for the race 2, the 2nd race of the day, the first race of the day for the rookie class, as it's Sunday now, and the conditions very similar to yesterday's run. And so for these rookie riders, not too much for the change for them. Of course, they had morning warm-ups, so they've already had the chance to get mainly their brains warmed up and get everything checked on the motorcycles, so they're ready to race. As you can see in the holding area, it's a massive grid here once again. But Jensen Ansel yesterday, a dominant ride from him, as we've seen so far this season in the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. Jason Ansell's looked really confident on that mini motorbike, and it's been brilliant seeing him up at the top there. We have a look at that menacing helmet. You can see all the teeth design on there. I love that. Having a bit of creativity with their helmets, and not just keeping it the basic colours.
Yep, definitely having some fun with it. You can see them positioning the bike towards the race line for the first corner. They're ready even on this warm-up lap. Jensen Ansell is going to be hoping for another race win on the number 22 machine, but a massive grid, and they'll be hoping for some massive battles, as we've seen yesterday. A lot of abilities in this class, meaning that we see quite a lot of battles.
As we make our way now in turn 1, this is the warm-up lap. And we've seen some really good battles over the time, but we'll move on to the grid sequence in just a minute. I think someone just had a moment in there, so that was a bit strange, but we'll move on to the grid just in a moment.
Yep, and it's going to be Jensen Ansell who starts the race from pole position with Mason Frederick alongside him. He got a jump start yesterday, but he'll be hoping for none as such today. Kai Hawken will start third with Max Johnson alongside him. Caelan Ratcliffe and Jensen Cedras will start on the third row of our grid. And then on the fourth row of the grid, it'll be Daisy Polden and Arthur Rich, with Henry Brodie and Matthew Jennings just behind them in 9th and 10th. James Rich and Nellie Nuth will start in 11th and 12th, with Daniel Longhurst, Freddie Taylor and Emerson Oakley round out our top 15. Austin Dilks and Tommy Williams will start in 16th and 17th, with Tyler Sidralde will start in 18th, with Oliver Wilson in 19th. Reid Saxelby will start in 20th, with Ethan Bayliss starting in 21st, a very famous last name in motorcycle racing, with Finlay Steels in 22nd, and James Dermont rounding out our AC40 rookie grid. So riders getting ready, and final checks and chats are being done with the parents.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be really getting into focus. They'll be really needing to get into that racing brain mentality. They prepare to attack those first couple of corners, as well as having loads of other riders around them. They need to be aware as well, not to cause a massive first lap incident. But we'll get this race underway in just a moment.
Yep, the race is seconds away, and now the lights will head on for these riders, and then the lights will go off and we'll go racing. Jensen Ansell leads this grid. Mason Frederick dropping down the order ever so slightly. It looks like off the line, but he's managed to hold on to second position as Max Johnson looks down the inside for third place, but currently in fourth is Max Johnson. A great start, a clean start from everyone. Freddie Taylor making his way through the pack further back there. Some bunching up being done in the back of this field. A lot of new racers this year. It's great to see such a big class. 22 riders making the start in this race, but Jensen Ansell, he starts to lead the way, and Mason Frederick yesterday got a jump start penalty. Luckily, none as such today. Caelan Ratcliffe, a great start from him as well. Third position at the moment is round the outside of Max Johnson there. Was the number 20 of Kai Hawken. So now Kai Hawken looking to try and get past Caelan Ratcliffe, but at the front it's Jensen Ansell who leads the way on that purple and yellow machine.
Absolutely fantastic. We've got a clean start this time around. They all zip past the timing line here towards turn number 2. Still Jensen Ansell out in front ahead of Mason Frederick. We'll see a couple of riders having a big battle here in towards the next sequence of corner, but into 180. They're going to be a bit of a dive there from the red and white and the blue bike there. So they make their way now in towards the Warren. So fantastic fights already happening with 7 laps to go.
Yep, 7 laps to go in this race, and the real battle right now is for third position. Caelan Ratcliffe leads the way, Max Johnson and Kai Hawken just behind in this battle, and they're looking for different lines. It's clear to see Max Johnson there. It was like Kai Hawken trying that move once again, so potential weak point of the circuit for Max Johnson is along that left-hander, but the number 2 there making a pass. Jensen Cedras finding a way through on Kai Hawken, so Kai Hawken not having the run he would want out onto the Simpsons Straight. But now 7 laps to go remain in this rookie race, and now Max Johnson looking down the inside of Caelan Ratcliffe, and Max Johnson into turn 2 makes that move stick as Jensen in the number 2 Cedras gets dropped down the order as well. So Kai Hawken and Max Johnson making moves, so 6 laps to go.
Oh, fantastic little battle here between two. I think that's Kai Hawken just trying to make a move there on one of the other riders. They head now down the straight run towards that little section where, as you said, Max Johnson was having a little bit of struggle. He leads this at the moment. So around the outside goes Kai Hawken. Can he do anything? Is he going to have a try at the flip float on the inside here? Well, he's just going to get the door shut on him. But he's now side by side heading towards that final corner. And that's Jason Cedras having a look there on that right-hand side. But into the final corner, nothing doing at the head round on towards the timing line.
Yep, I think it's actually more the fact that Kai Hawken takes a completely different line for everyone else. He takes a much wider line, as he does here in the entry into turn 2, trying to go round the outside of Caolan Ratcliffe. Caolan Ratcliffe slams the door in his face and says, "You cannot make that move on me." 5 laps to go in this race. It's going to heat up. Now we await to see, can Kai Hawken make something of it? He's trying different lines every single corner. That's what you need to do. But now on to the straight run to the long left-hander before the S's. Kai Hawken, he carries more corner speed. He takes a much wider line usually, and yes, he does once again. Can he make it stick? He's relying a lot on the front tyre here, but the door's going to get shut on him once again, and then it'll affect his drive. Will Jenson Cedras be able to catch up? We're going to have to wait and see. The battle is heating up for this final podium position.
Kai Hawken is all over Caolan Ratcliffe. This is so entertaining to watch as we head now down towards 4 laps to go with this race. This is absolutely not over by any stretch of the imagination. I think that was Caolan Ratcliffe just defending the inside there. He's going a bit defensive, so he's aware that Kai Hawken is really on the attack, and I wonder if Kai Hawken might be saving this for the last couple of laps. A little bit of a wide moment there from Ratcliffe, but he's just going to again shut the door on Hawken. They make their way now down the straight run towards the long left-hander, and they're gaining a bit on Max Johnson, so maybe they might be working together. But once again, Kai Hawken really wanting this 4th place. He's going to go right round the outside for it. There's someone rejoining, but
Kai Hawken's down. Kai Hawken crashing out. As I said last time around, he's relying so much on that front tyre, and the front gave up. It protested, and down he went. A lot of corner speed, too much corner speed to continue doing that. But now they're getting past back markers. Caolan Ratcliffe finding their way through. Oh wow, the bike is a bucking bronco there, and he manages to stay on it as Jenson Ansell also coming through this field, and now loads of back markers get into play. Max Johnson also having to get through, but Jenson Ansell almost on the grass at this point. So Jenson Ansell, he's had his own moment last time around that we didn't see. He dropped down the order to 4th position, so a race leader had a moment, and now he's making his way towards the race lead once again. So Mason Frederick is our official race leader. So now we await to see Max Johnson now following the footsteps of Jenson Ansell. So Jenson Ansell crashed out there, but this corner last time around, it was also the number 20 which had a fall of Kai Hawken. Carried so much corner speed and the front end tucked on him, but there is Max Johnson coming through the final corner, powering out through, and now we'll wait to see what the gap's going to be between Mason Frederick and Jenson Ansell. 7.1 seconds.
Yeah, that's an absolutely massive lead there for Mason Frederick, and I'm sure he'll be absolutely delighted, but he's still got a job to do as he needs to keep his head down and make sure that he's not falling off the bike himself. There's so much chaos going around, and you don't want to be distracting yourself with all of that as they make their way now through the Warren, and we switch back to one of our battling pair.
Yep, the battle in pair, 2 laps to go. Mason Frederick leads the way on the number 5 orange machine. He's having a great race so far, and he's leading the way by 7.1 seconds at the line last time around from Jenson Ansell. Last race, in race 1, it was Mason Frederick who had a jump start, and he managed to not do it today. A clean start, and now he leads the way. But there's your number 2 machine. There is the 22, and there is your race leader coming through this turn 2 at the moment. He powers it through. There's the number 5 machine into the infield section. 2 laps to go though, and Kai Hawken now drops down to 8th position. So looks like it's not going to be a good race for him after that fall earlier on.
I think Jason Ansell will be absolutely kicking himself. So as we now follow Mason Frederick, he's had a good race for this, but he's capitalised on mistakes of others, and that's crucial. What you need to do, capitalising on mistakes, and if you can do that, then you can win races. I'm not sure if he's going into this race expecting to be in this position as Jensen Ansell was so quick around this circuit, but it's not going to be Jason Ansell. It's going to be Mason Frederick after his penalty last time out. Frederick comes across the line to take P1 here at Red Lodge. An amazing result for the number 5 rider. Jason Ansell will come home in second ahead of the 141 of Max Johnson. Caden Ratcliffe grabs 4th place ahead of Jensen Sedjas, and I think it'll be Daisy Polden following in next in 6th.
Yep, a great race there. Mason Frederick taking the race when 4.5 seconds it was at the line, but there's Daisy Polden coming across the line, and a thumbs up there from Arthur Rich. So a great result from him. He'll be happy with that one. Points on the board, of course. But now final couple of riders making their way through, still battling for positions. James Rich rounding out our top 10 on that gold helmet. Very, very easy to spot trackside. Cheers from the crowd. They're very, very delighted from this rookie race. The parents get very much involved, and that is why, because Mason Frederick, he won by 4.5 seconds from Jensen Ansell after he crashed out earlier on. Max Johnson came home in 3rd, rounding out the podium positions with Caelan Ratcliffe and Jensen Sedras in 4th and 5th, and then a great battle between them two, but it was Daisy Polden and Arthur Rich in 6th and 7th, and Kai Hawken, after a fall earlier on, came home in 8th position, with Henry Brodie and James Rich rounding out our top 10 in the opening AC40 rookie race of the Sunday's action, their race 2 of the weekend. What a race that was.
Pure drama, mate. Honestly, that was absolutely fantastic. This is the thing that we love to bring to FAB Racing. These type of moments where it goes to absolute chaos, and we just saw there Mason Frederick keeping his head cool and managing to take P1 in that race. Absolutely fantastic from all of these riders, putting on an absolute show for all the family members and friends that have come up to Red Lodge. So as we now make our way into the next race, it's going to be the senior mini motors that they make their way now out onto the grid from the dummy grid onto their respective grid slots. It looks to be, I think that's Will Howarth on, no, he's going to line up in 3rd, so my mistake in there. But they all a little hurry up there from the number 2. But I'm really excited to get these senior mini motors underway. As we had a fantastic race 1 there earlier yesterday. So how did that go, do you think, Lewis?
Yeah, well, it was a great race. Josh Birkin at the front, like we expect him to be, but Richard Holmes-Williams, he seemed to have a slight edge. He was 0.6 quicker in the qualifying sessions on the 126 machine. An almost perfect qualifying result for him. It was a great battle though all the way down. Rhys Gentry, I seen him in morning warm-up, he looked like he was taking it very, very steady, so a lot of these riders building into the second day of running here at FAB, because a lot of these riders did not take part in the Friday practice, so slightly less track time compared to the other classes. But it's going to be Richard Holmes-Williams on pole position with Josh Birkin alongside him on the front row of our grid. Will Howarth and Rhys Gentry will start in 3rd and 4th, with Mark Payne starting in 5th. Holly Harris should be starting in 6th, but wait to see if she makes the race today. Chris Yeoman starts in 7th position with Keaton Payne alongside him, and then on 9th and 10th it's David Mayat and Callum White. Nick Bennett and Lamar Morgan starts in 11th and 12th, with Gary Eldrig starting in 13th. Elliot Sierra will be starting in 14th, and John Farr starting in 15th, round out the top 15. Jerome Richards starting in 16th, with Rob Gentry, Isaac Greenstreet, Steve Jones and Ross Michael rounding out our 20 bike field in the senior Minimoto race. And what a race this is going to be. These riders are big, these bikes are small, but all the hopes for the race win will be huge.
Yeah, absolutely. As you can say, it just sounds like absolute carnage. The small bikes, the adults on these vehicles, and I think there's going to be a prospect for a fantastic race ahead of us today. So as we now wait onto the grid, point to the light, and here we go. The rev are going to rise. The laser focus on the lights, and then they're about to go out in just a moment. We go racing here at Red Lodge. Good start there from Richard Holmes-Williams, just covering off the number 2 of Josh Burke. But looking down the inside, there goes Will Howard getting up into second place. And that's a fantastic start there from the 96. They head through the next sequence of corners and they snake their way. No dramas at the moment. See a couple of side-by-side moments, but it will be up at the top, and it will be Richard Holmes-Williams up at the lead of the race. We spot our leaders here ahead of Will Howard, overtaking Josh Burke. Great start there from the 96, and now can Will Howard go and challenge Richard Holmes-Williams? And he has. He's already up into the lead of the race. Fantastic start from the 96 of Howard. Can he now go on and hold this lead with a couple of laps in this race? It's not going to be too long, but I'm sure we're up for an amazing race if that's the standards that we're showing. As we come round now to complete the first lap.
Yeah, we come round now, tick off one of the laps, 8 laps to go in this race. Will Howard leads the way, but it's Richard Holmes-Williams who looks down the inside at turn 2, but he defends it and he blocks it off. Josh Birkin in 3rd position at the moment, with Bruce Gentry having a good race so far in 4th place on the number 100 machine. Holly Harris did not make the start of that race, and neither did the number 22 of David Maya. He was making his way towards the racetrack as the lights went out, so a bit late for him. But Will Howard on the number 96 leads the way still from the 126 machine. Can Richard Holmes-Williams show his pace, which he's shown yesterday, extremely fast, both in the Extreme 200 class and in the Senior Minimoto class? But now they lead the way. Will Howard showing his form, which we've seen all the way through last season on the number 96 machine. He missed round 1, sadly, because we've seen great racing all the way throughout the year between these two. But Josh Birkin even, look out for him in 3rd position on the number 2 machine. As David Maya looks down the inside, so Richard Holmes-Williams looks down the inside on Will Howard. So Will Howard there having to defend from Richard Holmes-Williams. He looks around the inside and the outside, and now he looks to get a better drive. 2 different lines between these two, and that's what we love to see in this mini motor racing, is that there's so many different lines for these riders.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been fantastic to see. Do you want to go on the inside? Do you want to try the outside, like we saw with Kaya Hawken in the previous race? He went all the way around the outside. Unfortunately, that didn't prove good for him as he fell off. But focusing on this race, well done to Will Howard. He's still holding on. But Richard Holmes-Williams, he's really shown his pace in qualifying, and he's going to be showing it now. I think he'll be waiting until later on, just trying to get into a groove of the circuit. Red Lodge is quite a difficult circuit to get a groove in here, as you've got so many snaking sections of this circuit. But following this action here, look at Josh Birkin. Birkin actually setting the fastest lap with a 49.9. So Birkin is going to be right on these guys, and with that fastest lap, that's going to really prove to be confidence going into that number 2 bike.
Yep, 6 laps remain in this race, and it's going to be Josh Birkin who sets fast lap of the race. But Will Howard at the front, he's looking commanded at the moment, 0.3 of a second, and we've not known Will Howard for being a man who cracks under pressure. You really have to force an error out of him and force a move to fit at this racetrack. He looks relaxed, even just sorted out his visor there, potentially a little bit of steaming up there, but there is a faller, and there he is remounting on that machine. So disappointment there from him, but the battle at the front still rages on, and I believe that was Lamar Morgan who had a fall there. All great friends in this paddock, but Will Howard still wanting to make that move there, as it looks like it's Richard Holmes-Williams who now leads the way. So this is going to be a game of chess.
Oh, absolutely. So maybe we're not entirely sure if that was pretty much a force move. I'd say it was going to happen. Oh, another rider down there, and who is that, Lewis?
Yeah, rider there falling at the side of the circuit. Disappointment there from him, but he'll be dropping down the order of the positions, and he'll be crashing out of the race. And now Will Howard, he's looking down the inside towards the end of the lap, and he does. He makes it stick, he makes it work. Coming out of the final corner now, can Richard Williams get the drive into turn 1? It looks like it, and it looks like he's made it work into the bikes will be hopping about on the bumps. But now Josh Birkin looking down the inside on the number 2 machine, but Will Howard in a sandwich right now, is now to go every side of a back marker. It's Will Howard who can get the advantage there, but the yellow flags, of course, we're out in the circuit, so we'll have to wait and see what happens there. But Will Howard on the number 96 machine now leads at the front.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there from all 3 riders. It's going to be such a close battle with 4 laps remaining, and there you can see our 2 riders that are down. Not entirely. I think that was a go on, a hurry up pump for one of our riders, both joining back with our three-way battle between Holmes, Williams, Powers and Birkin. Is currently the 96 leading the way, but Holmes Williams, he looks so vicious in the rear. You just look behind, you just see Holmes Williams and you're like, oh no, this is going to be very difficult to defend from.
Yep, it is, and it's Mark Payne who's stopped at the side of the circuit. Disappointment there from him, but it looks like he was cheering someone on, so I'm sure he'll still be enjoying this battle as much as everyone is at home as well. But Richard Holmes Williams, he looks confident at the moment. It looks like he has certain areas where he can make the move, but now coming up on Isaac Green Street, coming past him to lap him. Will Howard should get him going into the corner, but will the gap close for Richard Holmes Williams? No, it will not. They set up a couple of the back markers midway through the corner, all three of them through cleanly at the moment, but 3 laps to go in this race. This is where it starts getting important. This is where drama can start unfolding, where they hit the back markers, where they come to them, and if they get held up. Has now come in the start-finish straight. Has Will Howard had to slightly wait to get the throttle? It doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like he's held up there into turn 2. Will he get held up now? It looks like he should be okay for the time being, as Richard Holmes Williams is on his tail looking to pounce. Will Howard managing to get through cleanly once again. Will Josh Birkin slightly get held up here? It looks like a gap building there, so Josh Birkin held up there, and that's all that can happen to Will Howard at the front. Anything can happen with 2 laps to go,
and it absolutely is just showing his he will be absolutely frustrated under the visor there, and just continue to look at the bleed battle here. Holmes Williams having a look at the inside. He loves to look down the inside there. We saw that in race 1, and he's repeating the exact same factor here in race 2. But Holmes Williams making his way now towards the final chicane, round Paddock corner, and on towards the final lap of this race. This is going to be a 10th one, Lewis.
Yeah, it's going to be a tense one. Everyone will be on the edge of their sofas as Richard Holmes Williams dives down the inside at turn 2. A clean move there, not something you usually see from a turn 2 pass. He manages to keep it clean, and that's all the experience being used there in Richard Holmes Williams' back pocket. But what does Will Howard have? We've seen that he's been very, very fast towards the end of this race, towards the end of the lap. Can he make it work this time around though? It's usually headed onto Simpson Straight that we see a move from Will Howard. So just after this section, just after the S's, is where we would be expecting to see Will Howard try something, invent something, and find something special around this Red Lodge circuit. It's always been a track which Richard Holmes Williams has loved, and he'll love it even more because he comes across the line to take the race win here in race 2 for the senior Minimotos. Will Howard comes home in second, and Josh Birkin claims the fastest lap of the race with 49.1 on the final lap. But there is the 88 machine of Jerome Richards, stopped at the side of the circuit on the final lap. Disappointment there from him, but wow, what a fantastic race.
Oh, they've been going at it all race long, and this is why we love FAB-Racing. 8/10 of a second separating the top 3. I was really unfortunate there for Josh Birkin to get held up there, but he will take an extra point for the fastest lap. But the big 25 points going to this man right here, Richard Holmes Williams, doing a little wheelie for us right in front of our cameras. And that was an absolute incredible battle between these all 3 riders. Real respect for all these guys out here on this Red Lodge circuit.
Yep, a lot of racing experience, a lot of maturity was shown there as Richard Holmes Williams crosses the line to take the race win by about 2/10 of a second from Will Howard. Josh Birkin comes home in third with the fastest lap of the race, so Bruce Gentry continuing his race run in the 4th, a consistent race there from him. Keaton Payne comes home in 5th with Chris Yeomans in 6th position. Callum White in 7th, Lamar Morgan came home in 8th with John Farr in 9th, and Gary Eldrick comes home and rounds out our top 10. So an excellent race there, and of course later on today we'll have the race freeze for the senior Minimoto class, but stick around because still plenty of action to come. Coming up next is race 2 for this LC40 Elite class. Drama yesterday. We've seen Byron Johnson looking incredibly strong strong there. But actually, looking in the holding area, that is Oliver Hall on Byron Johnson's motorcycle. So it looks like Johnson has given him a bike to lend for the weekend. But Oliver Hall, what can he do on that machine? We have to wait and find out. Taylor Thompson making his way onto the grid. He's had a good weekend so far as Taylor Thompson. He's competing in 3 classes this weekend, so a busy weekend there from him.
Absolutely. So as we now look at our current pole sitter, which I believe is Austin Johnson, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, a younger brother Byron, almost identical livery on the motorcycles. We've seen it last season as well, that Austin won the championship, Byron came home in second, and now Byron looks like he's the man to beat at the moment.
Absolutely. I think Byron Johnson has got a really good chance here in this race. We now look and do the formation lap getting underway, and we'll move into the grid sequence as soon as we can. As they head through now into turn 2. What do you think is going to happen here, Lewis?
Yep, we're going to see high drama once again. We're going to see everyone trying to beat Byron Johnson, who will line up on the grid in the front row in the 16 bike field on the number 37 machine. But these riders will be hoping for a good race as Lewis Hull hopes to beat Byron. He'll start in second place. Taylor Thompson will start the race from third position with Matthew Thomas alongside him. Sam Garner starts in fifth place with Nicholas Dunwoody in sixth. Ollie Sims starts the race in 7th position on the 73 machine, with Josh Perkins starting the race from 8th. In 9th position will be Harrison Day on his return to FAB-Racing after having a broken season last year after some injuries. But Liam Lindquist starts the race from 10th place with Oliver Hall on Byron Johnson's motorcycle starting in 11th. Bradley Curtis beginning the race from 12th as he makes his way through down from Scotland. Rex Austin starts the race from 13th with Sebastian Gieslowski, Archie Hooper and Cal Maxwell. Rounding off our 16 bike grid, Lee Klaus is at the front of this grid, our start marshal here at FAB-Racing. She attends every single round, and what a great job the officials do to keep everyone safe. But now we look to the lights will go on, and then we will go racing here at Red Lodge for the LC40 Elite class. Byron Johnson leading the way, Taylor Thompson looking for a move on Lewis Hull straight at the start of this race. Lewis Hull though slotted into second position as Taylor Thompson backs out of a move. Sam Garner currently in 4th ahead of Matthew Thomas and Josh Perkins, as there is Bradley Curtis in front of Rex Austin at the moment, with Sebastian Gieslowski just behind that pack. But at the front, Byron Johnson leads the way, and nobody is going to want him to get away. Is at the front straight away. We've seen quite a concerned riding style there from Taylor Thompson. He looks like he's in a hurry, and he looks like he knows how quick he needs to make a move, because he thinks he's faster than Lewis Hull in these opening stages of the laps. But we're being told now there's a jump start penalty for the 6th place man, Ollie Sims. So Ollie Sims, a jump start penalty there from him, not what he'd be wanted. It's very, very easy to do. He's actually dropped into 7th on this opening lap, but it's still Byron Johnson who leads the way at the front from Lewis Hull.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic start there from our leader Byron Johnson, but you can already see Lewis Hull is already all over the back of the number 37, making their way now into 180 degrees, and then making their way through this little camber section down the hill towards the Warden. And look at there, Taylor Tomlinson is keeping up with these guys, but they head now in toward the back section of the circuit, and Lewis Hull will just be trying to see what he can do. He's going to have a look down the inside, but I think he's going to stick in behind for the moment. Now looking out the inside here, Lewis Hull trying to get the slipstream, sticking in behind Byron Johnson, heading towards the final chicane here and across the start-finish line. I think it will be Byron Johnson leading the way ahead of Lewis Hull. Taylor Tomlinson taking the fastest lap of the race that time around, and with 7 laps to go, this one is not going to disintegrate quickly.
Yep, it's not going to disintegrate quickly because Taylor Tomlinson 2/10 faster last time around than the front 2 in front of him, especially Lewis Hull. So Lewis Hull slightly lacking in pace at the moment, but he does have a slight straight line deficit. He has to push a lot in the corners, but both of them doing an incredible job right now to keep up with Byron Johnson. Potentially Byron could be saving some in the back for whenever there's a battle in place, but certainly the front 3, no passes being made just yet, which has allowed them to break free from the likes of Sam Gardner and Matthew Thomas, who are a further 2.3 seconds down the road. So 7 laps to go. They'll come across the line this time around to make it 6, and then the battle will start, the thinking will start, as Byron Johnson, fastest lap of the race, 2 tenths faster than the man behind Lewis Hull this time around. But there is Oliver Hull following Ollie Sims, who has that jump starting penalty, and that battle at the moment is for the 5th position. So Oliver Hull in 5th place at the moment, having a great battle. So there's Nicholas Dunwoody as well, just behind Josh Perkins in this battle. So battles all the way down the field. Harrison Day also hoping to get involved in here, and that's what we love to see in this elite class.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been getting so close and having a good tussle with each other, keeping it nice and fair. Yeah, I'm really excited to if we can get a battle up at the front. We currently watch it again, like you said, Josh Perkins just ahead of Dunwoody, and Dunwoody will be trying to see if he can do anything towards that final chicane. It's again so tough to overtake here at Red Lodge, and you have to really get yourself get that tyre down the inside and make yourself known and throw your opponent off to a little mistake. We now head on towards the next lap, and 5 laps to go left of this mini bike race in the LC40 Elite class.
Yeah, we just seen in the back of our shot towards the end of the lap, Sam Gardner has stopped at the side of the circuit. He's pushing his bike on the grass. So Sam Gardner, he's going to be a retirement from this race, it seems. But this battle is still raging on at the moment. Matthew Thomas now leads the way on the 47 machine from Ollie Sims, and Oliver Hull just behind. Now we come through towards this long left towards the S's, and what a race we're having at the moment. Byron Johnson now leading by 4 tenths of the second, but this battle's definitely not over. Nicholas Dunwoody trying a different line, trying the farmer sweeping line to allow to have more corner speed heading onto the straight. Lewis Hull, he's losing touch here, 7 tenths of a second, 3 tenths last lap. Byron Johnson made up on the 2 riders behind him, so if he wants to do something, he has to do something very, very quick.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a look here at the top battle. Still Byron Johnson leading the way. He looks really comfortable out in the lead. He hasn't really cracked under pressure at all, but maybe you got to think, is Lewis Hull maybe holding back a little? He's a bit behind here, which is a tad worrying for the number 41 rider. They make their way now through the S's and towards the Simpsons straight there. You just saw there Taylor Tomlinson using a lot of the curb there, just getting a bit further out wide, trying to get the best exit, and this is the battle for second place. Taylor Tomlinson really looking to try and get past here. Like you said, he was quite eager in the early stages. We now pick up, I think that's Oliver, that's Simsy, I believe, there.
Yeah, Sims at the back of this pack, still having the battle. Matthew Thomas leads the way for 4th position. So 3 laps to go in this race, and now Taylor Thompson's the fastest lap of the race at the front. But this battle, nothing between the 3 of them. So it's Matthew Thomas versus Ollie Sims. There's Lewis Hull. Lewis Hull has an issue. He pulls over to the side of the circuit. A shake of the head. Disappointment there from him. He throws the hands up in the air. He doesn't know what he can do to be able to fight for these race wins. That is going to allow Taylor Tomlinson into 2nd place. Lewis Hull, disappointment there from him. He's going to be very, very sad. Hopefully they can get sorted for later on. He doesn't know what to do with himself at the moment as a parent comes over to give him some help. But Matthew Thomas, this means this battle will be for the final podium position, giving that extra drive to the likes of Oliver Hull, who's looking to make a move any second now as he heads into turn 2, and he does make that move, and he backs out of it last minute. That would have been contact there. Matthew Thomas did a great job from defending. Can Ollie Sims get involved even more and get past Oliver Hull? Of course, Sims does have that jump start penalty, so I don't know if he'll be wanting to get too involved with this battle with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, absolutely. We see now that that is, I believe, Oliver Hall trying to go on the inside here. He's having a look, but again gets the door shut, so maybe you try a different line as we head in towards this tight hairpin, and through the S's we go along the Simpsons straight, and can maybe as we pick up the leader here. Byron Johnson onto the final lap of the race. He's got a 1.6 second lead over the number 77 rider of Taylor Tomlinson, but it's been all guns blazing here for Byron Johnson. He's looked so confident on that bike, and it's been so impressive to see.
Yep, he really has. 1.6 seconds, he's extended it every single lap. Has now Nicholas Dunwoody makes his way into 5th position further down, but your race leader, a 52nd last time around lap time, Taylor Tomlinson slightly faster, but it was a fantastic race. He's looked dominant, and it's once again going to be a Johnson on top. We await for him to manoeuvre around the final corner. Cool, calm and collected. That's the Johnson fashion, as Byron Johnson completes the Johnson tradition of winning the LC40 Elite class. Taylor Tomlinson comes home in second place and dances his way across the line once again. Matthew Thomas looks to come home in third. They'll pass Cal Maxwell at the line, but there is Oliver Holt coming home in fourth, with Ollie Sims in fifth. He'll have that jump start penalty added on in the official results, as in fifth place is Nicholas Dunwoody as well, with Ollie Sims actually getting dropped down to sixth. But Byron Johnson winning the race at the line as Taylor Tomlinson comes home in second and Matthew Thomas in third. Wow, what an incredible race. A lot of drama there and a lot of big names making mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic race there. Byron Johnson just giving a little wave to the camera, a little thumbs up, and I'm sure he'll be so happy with that performance. He'll be absolutely delighted to get another win here in the LC40 Elite class. But there you go, a winning margin of 1.9 seconds over Taylor Tomlinson, with Matthew Thomas completing the podium, and then Oliver Hall, Nicholas Dunwoody ahead of Oliver Sims, who finished sixth after that penalty. Josh Perkin in seventh ahead of Harrison Day in the number 15. Liam Lindquist and Rex Austin in 10th.
Great race here from the LC40 Elite class. Still plenty of action to come up. You can see in the background Lewis Hull running back to the paddock across the circuit, and we'll hopefully get that bike fixed, because we're seeing a great battle forming for that lead, and it looks like for certainly the opening stages of the races, Lewis Hull and Taylor Tomlinson can keep the pace and match the race leader. But race 3 will be coming up later on, and now we move on. Coming up now will be race 2 of the Extreme 200 class, the open class here at FAB-Racing. A lot of different riding styles, a lot of different motorcycles, and a lot of talents making their way onto the grid for this time around. Richard Holmes-Williams, he's been looking strong all weekend in every single class that he's been competing in, but he does have the likes of Sullivan Mansey and Ronnie Harris to contend with.
Yeah, absolutely. As we said, Richard Holmes-Williams really proving his worth on those Extreme 200 bikes. And I'm really looking forward to this one, because of course they're so different. As you said, there's a standard and an open class, if I believe, if I'm correct there.
Yeah, all these classes, this class is just kind of the open class here at FAB. There's not too strict of rules for what you can race. As long as it's within the CC and wheel sizes, you can pretty much race whatever, which is why, if you look at the grid, mainly pit bike machines making their way onto the grid for this time around. But you can see Sullivan Mansey trying to make his way onto the circuit, so as well Howarth. So yeah, plenty of different styles. Pit bike machines, your normal traditional race motorcycles, as Ronnie Harris's bike has stopped on the grid, but he's managed to get it going once again. He's been having mechanical issues for the opening rounds of the season, so hopefully no issues for him.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a disastrous if he couldn't get that going. But luckily, he will be joining us in the action, and he will be Sullivan Mansey, who we currently look at on pole position. He'll be at Donington Park next week. That's really exciting for our current pole sitter, but he's got a job to do at the moment here. We get underway for the formation lap. Sullivan Mansey will be leading the way from pole position.
Yep, Sullivan Mansey, he will be trying to repeat yesterday's success, starting in pole position, trying to convert it to a race win. Richard Holmes-Williams will start the race from second position after recently winning the senior Minimoto race. Ronnie Harris starts in third, with Charlie Huntingford in fourth place. Clayton Edmonds starts in fifth, and Philip Sroviak beginning this race from sixth place. Zach Tureen starts from seventh position as bright yellow levers, with Noah Gilray and Will Howarth in 8th and 9th, making their way onto the Extreme 200 class grid this year. Bren and Ben Ridwell will round out our 10 bike grid. So Lee Klaus awaiting on the grid for these riders, waiting on the grid for these talents before we can get underway. And wow, what a class we have here for the Extreme 200 We see the class fluctuate in size and fluctuate between the riders, but they always produce some good racing.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw a great race yesterday, so I'm already looking forward to this one. They're also really big, as you can see. They look bigger than they are on the camera, so you have to really get up close for this one. But this race, they point to the lights, and we get ready. Are we about to go? And here we go at Red Lodge. Sullivan Mountain with a really good start there. Ronnie Harris having a look on the inside, but he's in a slot into third place, into the second corner. And Richard Haynes-Williams already looking at the lead there of Sullivan Mounsey. They all follow through the third and fourth corner, and it all seemed to be clean here on that opening lap. No massive incidents just yet, but we follow now and pick up the number 4 of Sullivan Mounsey, heading towards the run straight ahead of Richard Haynes-Williams. There'll be a definite battle. They've already got a lead to third and fourth, these groups behind, but that'll be a big battle that'll be brewing all race long. We head now down towards the final chicane of the paddock bend, and on towards the timing line to finish off the first lap. Fantastic stuff there from Sullivan Mounsey, getting the start he needed on that opening lap.
Yeah, he certainly did. The number 4 machine leads away from Richard Haynes-Williams. Ronnie Harris in third place at the moment. A slight gap between them though, but wow, what a group of riders we have here. Ronnie Harris leading the way in this from Charlie Huntingford, Phil Soroviak just behind them, and then Clayton Edmonds just behind him. So a great a lot of young talent, British young talent that we have here. Majority of the riders raced or have raced in the British Talent Cup in the past couple of years, and have been going very well, very fast. Ronnie Harris though will be competing next week at Donington Park, as so will the man who was looking down the inside there. That's Charlie Huntingford. He's looking for any move, any way past on these KTM 85cc machines. Ronnie Harris, he had more issues in morning warm-up as Charlie Huntingford looking down the inside. He had to back out of that one very quickly, but Ronnie Harris's motorcycle actually stopped at the side of the circuit, and some petrol was coming out of the overflow, so potentially a carburetor issue for him in morning warm-up, but he gets going again, and he gets going very strong. It's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen. Last time around this battle, the fastest rider in it was Ronnie Harris at the front, so with 10 laps going this race, it's going to be interesting to see how it develops. But yeah, as I was mentioned, all these riders have raced or is racing in the British Talent Cup next weekend, so you can go check them out at Donington Park. Of course, we are part of the road to MotoGP. At one point in the British Talent Cup, we were making up 60% of the grid, so it's great to see these young talents coming back here at FAB and coming back very strong.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic to see that we're producing these types of talents, and they're literally on your screen on the track here at Red Lodge, and it's been an absolutely fantastic battle. We see the number 66 there of Ronnie Harris still keeping Charlie Huntingford just in behind them as this battle continues to brew with a good amount of laps still to go. So there's so many opportunities for the number 76 rider of Charlie Huntingford to try and get past. They're heading now down the Simpson Straight and on towards the final chicane of the paddock bend, and on towards the timing line, and then just picking up Philip Soroviak just ahead of Clayton Edmonds in that battle for 5th. They're starting to separate a little bit, but that doesn't matter to us. There's still some great battles making their way onto the circuit, going on the circuit. So this is not far from over.
Yep, it's far from over at the moment. Charlie Huntingford, he's looking strong, he's managing to match the pace of Ronnie Harris, but can he find any way through? It's tricky to make a move on these bigger motorcycles, on these KTM 85cc machines. You really have to make it work, you really have to make it stick, and you have to make it early. It's all about trying to get a better drive out of the corner and get yourself alongside into the braking zone. That's where you can really just push your rival wide and make the move stick. Now they come round the final corner onto the main straight before they tip in the French curb. Very bumpy in this corner. No matter what bike you're on, you struggle to stay on, it looks like. But Philip Soroviak having that battle at the moment with Clayton Edmonds just behind two completely different style machines, but yet both are as competitive as each other.
A fantastic battle we've got here for 5th, and let's see, Soroviak just keeping ahead for the moment. Onto the grass there goes Clayton Edmonds. That's going to throw him off in terms of confidence a little bit there, but I'm sure he'll be able to get straight onto the back of Soroviak as we head through the S's and on towards the Simpson Straight. Towards now, we pick up the battle for the podium place between Ronnie Harris and Charlie Huntingford. Huntingford is just trying to see if he can do anything at the moment, heading towards French Curve and in towards Senna. You saw that Huntingford on the inside just tried to poke that nose in, or should I say tyre, the front tyre in, heading to 180 degrees. Huntingford just trying absolutely everything in the textbook, but he's got to just make that move nice and bold if he wants to get past. That is, I believe that one of who's on the side of the track.
Yeah, Ben Ridwell stopping at the side of the circuit. Disappointing there from him, but Charlie Huntingford is trying to get disappointment for Ronnie Harris, trying to take that podium position off of him at the moment. The 66 versus the 76, battling and jostling for position. 6 laps to go in this race though for the Extreme 200 class. Now it's going to be Huntingford who looks down the inside into the French curve, and he makes it work, he makes it stick, and it's Ronnie Harris who drops out of the podium places and down into 4th place. Does the 66 machine go? What does he have? Does he have a response, or is this where Charlie Huntingford tries to pull the pin? Now they're playing the game of cat and mouse, and we wait and see, will Ronnie Harris have the pace to match?
Oh, it's absolutely brilliant, Huntingford there getting through, but is this just a mind game of chess? You've got to ask yourself, has Ronnie Harris got anything in that locker of his to try and enable himself to get back past to head towards the final chicane in this final podium battle, heading towards the timing line. Absolutely fantastic here, but it looks like Charlie Huntingford is already trying to pull out a gap here, heading in towards Senna Curve, and they flick their way, leaning in towards turn 3. And we're heading towards the 180 degrees, and Sullivan Mountie's still at the top here. So Richard Holmes Williams falling off the pace a bit, 4 seconds now behind the number 4. So Sullivan Mountie making a massive lead there on Holmes Williams, who I thought was onto battle with Mountie all race long, but the main focus here seems to be Huntingford and Harris, but fantastic battles all the way through.
Yep, fantastic battles all the way through. I think all eyes will be on this battle for 3rd. It's the closest battle on the circuit at the moment, as Ronnie Harris, he's trying to claim that podium position, the all-important podium position. Philip Soroviak, he's dropped off these 2 riders in 5th place at the moment. Philip Soroviak, last year's Extreme 200 champion, is now trying to catch up for 4th place. Can he do it? He's going to have to find something very, very special, but he was involved in a crash going on to the back straight at Silverstone, and he broke his hand in that one. It was not a fault, no fault of his own, just one of those racing incidents. As now Ronnie Harris comes through his back section of the circuit, yellow flag still out for Ben Ridwell, who pushes his bike off the side of the circuit. But all eyes still in this battle, and still on the eyes, Ronnie Harris's eyes will still be on the rear tyre of Huntingford. There's still no way through.
Yeah, still no way through. You said that Ronnie Harris is still trying absolutely everything. They're heading in towards the 2nd corner. There's still 2 laps to go now of this race today. You can see on the graphics it just ticked down towards 2 laps, so there's still something left in there, but Ronnie Harris is going to have to deploy absolutely everything to get that move done. But Charlie Huntingford, he was continuing to gain and just keep an eye on what Harris was doing, and managed to get through in that crucial move, and that'll give him a good couple of points for the championship.
Yep, a good couple of points, but now Sullivan Mountsie leads the way on the final lap of the race. He's looking strong, and he looks like he's having to play the elbow down almost every single corner. The 180 degrees hairpin reminds me of the hairpin at Mallory Park, but now we power out through towards the straight run, and he has a moment there. He's pushing clearly on this final lap. The only person that can beat Sullivan Mountsie is himself. We've seen it time and time again. He pushes himself to the limit. He pushes himself and tries to get everything out of his own body, out of the motorcycle, and now heads into the final corner. The bike is protesting, but Sullivan Mountsie, he does not care. He's the race winner once again, the number 4 winning around this Red Lodge circuit. A wave to the camera in the Extreme 200 class. Richard Holmes-Williams should come home in second, but who is going to get third? It looks like it might be Charlie Huntingford who's going to claim this final podium position from Ronnie Harris. No answer back as Noah Gilroy also crosses the line down in 8th position. So a great race there for those guys. Now Phelps Roviak rounding out the top 5 finishers at the moment. Wait for Clayton Edmonds to cross the line as well, but Sullivan Mountsie, no reply from anyone else on this grid. 12.9 seconds at the line and almost a crash on the final lap.
Oh, absolute dominance there from Sullivan Mountsie. I was looking at that moment at that corner just before the run show. I was like, no, you don't need to do this yourself, Sullivan. But he's managed to hold that on, and he goes on to win that race. There you are. Sullivan Mountsie is your winner by 13 seconds. A fantastic, commanding race for Mountsie. Holmes-Williams there in second place ahead of Charlie Huntingford and Ronnie Harris. Philip Stroviak in 5th, holding off Clayton Edmonds with Zach Turian and Noah Guillory, and retirements from Will Howarth and Ben Ridgewell. On towards the next.
Yep, on towards the next race. So still have one more race coming up later on today for the Extreme 200 boys. Zach Tureen just making his way into the pit lane at the moment. A pretty lonely race from Zach there, but 7th position, still a good result there from him. He'll be very, very happy with that result. As Sullivan Mountsie, he'll be hoping to do the triple later on today.
Yeah, so fantastic, fantastic.
So now making their way onto the grid, it's the Extreme 2, it's the Moto team class. It's the class that had a great race yesterday. It was Will Howarth who looked incredibly strong. A wave to the camera there from the 17 machine. Multiple riders share the bike across the season. 2 classes, the standard and the open Moto team classes as well this year. And then you can see the Keats on the back of the grid. Acme Racing having a little chat. SFC Racing handing Lee Klaus potentially a part of the motorcycle that they might have accidentally brought with them, but now they make their way on the warm-up lap.
Yeah, so I'm really excited to see what's going to happen here. We had a fantastic first race here, and they make their way now on towards their formation lap. A few of our sponsors, but here you go, the grid. Team CSFC Racing is on pole position. Very strong there from the team ahead of Team Acme Racing. Will Harris will line up on 3rd ahead of Pinky in the Brain on the 2nd row of the grid. Team Italia will be ahead of Jack Van Eden on the 3rd row of the grid. So brilliant qualifying there from all 6 of those. Then in 7th is going to be Team Aimable ahead of Team Martin. Now will fill up the 4th row of the grid. 5th row of the grid will be Dave Glover ahead of Team Ernie and the Badger, with 11th being Team Burt ahead of Keats Racing. And Madison Matthew will be rounding out the 13 bikes that will take to the field here at Red Lodge for the Moto team.
Yep, race 2 is coming up. Race 2 is seconds away. SFC Racing on pole position once again on the 0-1 machine. The team Pinky in the Brain. There's no Jay King this weekend. It's just Sean Whittaker on the motorcycle, putting in the laps and putting in the work for this race 2 of the Moto team class. Jack Van Eden, he had a good race yesterday, and now we await to see what is going to happen today. The point to the lights is from Lee Klaus. We await for the lights to go on. Then the lights go on, and wow, what a wheelie there from the SFC Racing machine. Team Acme Racing trying to come around the outside into turn 1. Will Howarth having a look into Senna, into turn 2, as Jack Van Eden making up positions into 4th place at the moment ahead of Team Italia. Philip Joyce there making positions further down the field, as Keats as well is still in that 12th. A clean getaway from everyone at the moment, but SFC Racing leading the way at the front and leading the way onto the straight run out of the Warren and then into this long left-hander. Acme Racing getting pushed down to 3rd position. So Will Howarth, a great start there from him, as Ernie and the Badger trying to jostle for positions right now with Dave Glover, but great clean start as well. Howarth now looking round the inside, and then it'll be the outside for the final turn. He backs out of it and does the number 96. It's 4-stroke versus 2-stroke, both in the open class. We see it time and time again. SFC Racing and Will Howarth duking it out at the front.
Yeah, fantastic battle. But you saw that wheelie from Team SFC Racing. That was a bit dramatic. I thought it was a bit of a horror start there for the 133. But look at there, Will Howarth looking on the inside. He's still side by side here, but he's gonna have to back out. There was a definite collision that was boiling in there. But heading now down the back straight, he's just gonna tuck in here into the slipstream, see if he can do absolutely anything behind that 133. Heading now in towards the hairpin, and through the S's we go towards the Simpson Straight, and will be the final corner, a little bit wide there from the 133. Just trying to maximise the exit there onto the grass there, but still keeping the lead, which is the crucial thing. The number 96 there, powering now towards turn number 1, but no moving doing there. That'll be too risky at this early stage of the race, even later on for Will Howarth.
Yep, 10 laps to go in this race. Still quite a while left. Still time to build your race, build a rhythm, and build a race plan later on. But Will Howarth trying this move once again, and this time he's trying to make it stick, but then he has the outside line heading onto the straight run, which he should hopefully get a slightly better exit, and then we'll be able to see an incredible battle between SFC Racing and Will Howarth. The sun is now out at Reid Lodge, and wow, what great track conditions we have. Probably the best that we've had all weekend. Slightly intermediate conditions on the Friday, mixed conditions on the Friday, overcast yesterday, overcast this morning, and now sun is out and bikes are out on the circuit. What's not to love, as Will Howarth looking down the inside at turn 1, backs out of it once again. He thinks better of it, and it just shows the experience of these racers.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you talk about the experience, these guys have been doing it for quite a couple of years, and we now follow with Team Acme Racing. This is a battle for 4th, 5th and 6th between Jack Van Eden leading the way ahead, Team Pinky in the Brain, and Team Italia just in behind there, or the orange rims of Jack Van Eden and Team Pinky in the Brain even, but the black bike there in the middle of all this, Team Pinky in the Brain just trying to put that the Van Eden under pressure here, making their way now in towards the sweeping left-hander, and there's a Team Italia looking round the outside. He's going to just cut in here and see if he can do anything down the Simpson Straight. You've got to get the best exit possible, heading now down towards the final chicane, but it looks to be still as you were, with Jack Van Eden in 4th place ahead of Team Pinky in the Brain and Team Italia.
Yep, Jack Van Eden leading this pack. He had some issues with the bike this morning, trying to get started in the paddock, trying to bump start it in the paddock, but no success then. But luckily they got it running, and now the 17 fighting for positions with Team Pinky in the Brain and Team Italia. And wow, what a great battle we're seeing here. Team Italia looking down the inside, and wow, that got close there between the two of them. Team Italia, no room left on the inside there. The wall was there, and he had to back out of it. Now Jack Van Eden having a little look behind, and there is 2 motorcycles with 2 very, very aggressive riders on them. It's what we love to see in this Moto team race. Such aggression from them, such experience and such agility to be able to manoeuvre these big motorcycles around this tight and twisty Reid Lodge circuit. 8 laps to go at the moment though, and now we await to see what's going to happen in this 4th place battle. As now Team Italia looks down the inside, it's going to get pushed to the grass. As now the number 70 looks down the inside, maybe turn 2, can they make it work on Team Pinky in the Brain? No, they cannot, and wow, they touched the rear there. Was Team Italia on the back of Team Pinky in the Brain, so that's going to lose them a lot of time at the moment. But Jack Van Eden on the number 17 still leads this group now, a 2-man battle, as we'll wait to see, does Team Italia have the pace to catch back up?
Oh, that was a hold your breath moment, and wow, Team Pinky in the Brain and Team Italia almost coming to collide there, but that's just allowing Jack Van Eden to just pull ahead a little bit, but immediately Team Pinky in the Brain straight onto the back of them. They're not holding back here. They want that 4th place. They want those extra couple of championship points. They head in towards the final chicane here of this Reid Lodge circuit, and you can just see there going down, zipping down towards our first corner of French curve, and looking on the inside here, Team Italia is going to go right towards that inside line, taking the inside, claiming it, and going up to 5th place. Team Italia ahead of Team Pinky and the Brain. What's a move there from this number 70?
Yep, still battling away at the moment. You can see the riding style on Team Italia very much over the front end of that motorcycle. You can see it almost wanting to tuck and protesting away into Senna, into turn 2 there, just slightly unfolded. It didn't look much on the camera, but would have felt slightly more on the motorcycle itself. But he's over the front end of that motorcycle. He's put so much weight through it, but it's quick and it's fast, so you won't mind. But that Team Italia, the head was shaking slightly there. But now coming over Madsen Martlu, is Jack Van Eden going to get held up? A look at looking down once again from Team Italia. Something looks to be hanging ever so slightly off the left-hand side of that motorcycle. So hopefully no issues, but Jack Van Eden there having an issue in turn 2, setting up the bike ever so slightly and losing a lot of time. And now the front three bunching once again as Jack Van Eden very, very slow through the corner once again on the number 17. So this is allowing Team Italia to move away, but he's having an issue there with his gear shifter. His gear shifting.
The chain's gone.
His chain's still on the motorcycle, but his gear shifting rod is hanging off of the bike. So the part that actually lets you change the gear is hanging off at the moment. So at the moment, that is just a footrest on his motorcycle. And now Team Pinky and the Brain also having issues. So he's trying to change the gear at the moment, but he can't. It physically won't shift no matter what he does. And that shifter, it's hanging off the back of the motorcycle and it's dragging on the ground. He can't shift any gears, which means coming out this corner is going to be very, very slow. He won't have the drive. So yeah, this at the moment is a mechanical. His gear shifter will not work at all.
That is absolute heartbreak there from Team Italia, if I'm correct. But that's not entirely what you want. But he's still going at it with Jack Van Eden as much as possible. But it's really going to harm him in the next couple of laps. Keep an eye on the lap time and see how different it is compared to that. Jack Van Eden, but he's now on the back of it, so maybe he's just trying to just push through it for now, so he's not getting the straight line speed needed. Is that correct?
Yeah, it won't be getting the straight line speed at the moment. He's luckily not in too bad of a gear, it seems, whenever it broke for coming out of the corner. But potentially some words after the race between Sean Whittaker and the Team Italia team, because they're still riding around. They look fast for here, but then it's when we get into the straight line of the circuit when they start to lose some ground. So it's just literally just a 10mm bolt that holds in that rod on either side of it. So either it's came loose or it's snapped. So now no gears for them. They're going to have to try everything through the corners, relying on that front tyre even more. Now you're going to see Sean Whittaker looking down the inside of Team Pinky in the Brain, so he managed to catch up in the straight, but through the corners, Team Italia still got the legs. He will be feeling that dragging ever so slightly, and he will be feeling very, very strange not having the working gear shifter. Through here is our slowest section. There you can see easing past.
Yeah, as you said, like easy. That's not ideal whatsoever, so it's really going to be costing Team Italia. They made their way now, 2 laps to go of this race, and I think trying to make their way in towards Senna. They can't really do anything at the moment. They're just going to have to continue, and it must be horrible just knowing you've got no speed whatsoever down that straight. You just feel absolutely hopeless. You feel like you're carrying an absolute anchor behind you. But looking now towards Team Pinky and the Brain, they're on the back now of Jack Van Eden, who's been leading this fight throughout the whole race, really. So he's managed to keep ahead here. But now the Team Pinky and the Brain has been released from the very slow Team Italia bike. But now Team Pinky and the Brain will make their way into try and make inroads on Jack Van Eden, but swapping now to our leader Will Howarth, who's been absolutely phenomenal all race. He got that start that he needed. He went down the inside of Team SFC Racing and will make his way now with 2 corners to go. Will Howarth is on his way to get another win here in Team Moto team. Final corner to go, and the checker flag will be out for Will Howarth, his 3rd win in Moto team. The 96 will take the checker flag ahead of Team SFC Racing, but carrying on with this battle with Jack Van Eden. Eden coming into the next corner, very tight hairpin, and can Team Pinky and the Brain do anything about trying to get an extra championship point in here? Van Eden doing everything he can. Team Italia still hanging in there with that current issue that they have, but Van Eden looks to have the gap that he needs, and he will take P4 in this race. Team Team Pinky and the Brain in 5th, ahead of Team Italia, who will finish 6th, but they'll be hoping, they'll be wishing they had a bit more to maybe grab an extra two or three championship points. What about that one, Lewis?
Yep, a great race. It looked like there was some argument there between Team Pinky and the Brain with Sean Whittaker on board and Team Italia at the line. A lot of head shaking, a lot of hand signals, but it's Will Howarth who takes the race win by 5.8 seconds from Team SFC Racing, who wheelied from the start of this race. Team Acne Racing has had a pretty consistent race, a pretty consistent run, with Jack Van Eden leading the way in the battle for 4th place. Team Pinky and the Brain very frustrated in 5th place, and they were frustrated with Team Italia in 6th, who had their gear rods snap on them, and it looked like they didn't know still at the end of the races. They were still trying to shift. But Team Aimbolt coming home in 7th, with Team Martin in 8th. Both of them are part of Winner or Bennett Racing, as Team Ernie and the Badger comes home in 9th, and Keats Racing rounds out our top 10. And Madison Martlew rounds out our whole field here. But great race there from the Moto team, guys. They'll be back later on, and still we're ahead of schedule at the moment, so still plenty of action to come before the lunch break. So coming up on the circuit, it's race 2 of the MiniGP 50s. A massive grid once again here at round 3 at Red Lodge, and it's great to see such young talent taking part in this class.
Yes, it was absolutely fantastic seeing all these riders heading out onto the circuit. There's Marco Holt just warming up his tyres and taking that pole position spot, and there he is with his lovely purple and green helmet with his black and pink overall. So I'm really excited to see what will be happening this time in the MiniGP 50.
Yeah, we can hear the revs bouncing, shaking the head there, it seems, from Marco Holt. So he's trying to push that bike forward and backwards, trying to get it bump started ever so slightly, so it seems that it likes stalling whenever it's just sitting there. But yeah, loads of talent on this grid. Is Marco Holt starting in pole position. He'll be heading out to Spain for some running this year as well. Luke Fitchett alongside him, the master of defending, it seems, in recent times. Archie O'Brien there just behind Marco Holt, looking at his rear tyre with the Spider-Man helmet. He'll be hoping for another great race. Lee Klaus telling all the parents, all the helpers, to make their way off the circuit before we get started for the warm-up lap for the MiniGP 50 race 2. And in qualifying, it was a fantastic qualifying as Marco Holt showed his form and showed his way onto the front row, taking pole position with 47.070. Luke Fitchett joins him on the front row of the grid as Bill Harris looks on for this race. But Archie O'Brien starts the race from 3rd place with Wilson Dilks alongside him on the 2nd row of our grid. Sam Gardner starts in 5th place, with Frankie Watson beginning the race from 6th. Austin and Byron Johnson will take up the next row of our grid in 7th and 8th, with Matthew Thomas and Harley Baker in 9th and 10th. Chloe Gleeson, our first ever female FAB race winner, starts in 11th, with Jensen Bishop beginning the race from 12th as he moves up from the Minimoto class. Travis Shaw and Taylor Thompson in 13th and 14th, with Dylan Tureen, Annabelle McCarthy, Riley Paisley, Lucy Curtis, Murray Simmons and Ollie O'Gorman rounding out our 20 bike grid. You can see Luke Fitchett's dad there with the flat cap. Flat cap Fitchett is on the grid as Marco Holt still having some issues with his MiniGP 50, it seems, but the 58 machine on pole position with the tension building here on the grid. It's going to be an exciting one. It's one of the most looked forward to classes here at FAB. The grid has exploded. It's the names of the future. It's the ones to watch on your televisions in 10 years time, as now the riders will look to the lights and we will go racing. The lights go out and we go racing. Marco Holt, a perfect start, or is it too good to be true? We'll wait to find out. Marco Holt leading the way on the 50. What a start that was Luke Fitchett in 2nd position at the moment. Archie O'Brien in 3rd place, and Matthew Thomas as well. A good start from him further down the field. And there's Jensen Bishop defending from Finlay Paulhill, who makes his start after being away to Whittington, I believe, yesterday. So Finlay Paulhill, it's great seeing him being on the grid. We've seen how fast
he's been all season and last year, as it looks like a bad start it's been from Byron Johnson, with Matthew Thomas getting ahead of him, as there is the move that we were waiting to see from Byron Johnson, now ahead of Matthew Thomas. So all the riders ahead very, very clean on this first lap of the MotoGP 50 class.
Yeah, looking very, very clean there. Marco Holt currently at the top of the top of the leaderboard here, and we now look at Luke Fitch here, just ahead of RG O'Brien in the Spider-Man helmet. Such an iconic helmet in the FAB-Racing paddock, and we head in towards 180 degree here. This is battle for second place at the moment. They head now down towards this little cambered section and in towards the Warren down the hill. This little cambered section and in towards the Warren down the hill, and then powering on the way toward the longest straight on the circuit, in towards this tricky long left-hander. And can RG O'Brien try anything in the early stages of this race? He's just going to cut it in the inside here and make his way now down towards Simpson Straight, tucking into that slipstream. Can he do absolutely anything? I think he's just going to try and stick back for the moment and just see if he can analyse his opponent. What's his name?
Flat Cap Fitch at the front on the number 7. He's known for wearing, his whole family's known for wearing the flat cap around the paddock and all in the social media pictures. So it's great to see some kind of tradition going on there, it seems. But another tradition is these two riders battling. We've seen it all season and last year as well. But Marco Holt at the front, 2.4 seconds is the gap now. So you really have to wonder, if these two begin to battle, what is going to happen? Is it going to allow Holt to clear off into the distance, or does the likes of Archie O'Brien just stop behind Fitch at the moment, have the pace for later on in the race? Because still 9 laps remain as Finlay Paulhill makes his way inside the top 10 further down in the order. But there is Frankie Watson following Austin Johnson, and now Matthew Thomas still following behind Byron Johnson after he overtook him on the first lap of the race. So Byron Johnson 6th position at the moment. A great start there from him. Finlay Paulhill making his way into 8th place. Another 2 positions made up on that last lap ahead of Sam Gardner and Harley Baker, who now rounds out our top 10. So very, very competitive field once again. 20 riders, as a good start it seems from George Ackerman, who now makes up 2 positions into 16th place.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we said, George Ackerman starting from the back of the field. We're currently focused on this battle here. I think that's Byron Johnson just trying to fend off from I believe that is
George Ackerman there.
George Ackerman off in there, as we just see. I'm not sure if that's a complete off there, but he's currently on the side of the road, his hands up in the air. He's trying to get something going. I think he's absolutely frustrated, and he is off the bike. He's absolutely fuming with what's ever happened. I'm not entirely sure if that could be an accident or if that's a mechanical failure. He seems to be trying to get back on. He's got to make way for slow space. I think he's gone off there because so it's not mechanical failure, or he would have been out of the race. We now continue with Luke Fitch just trying to fend off from Archie O'Brien as they head towards now the final chicane. Archie O'Brien dropping a little bit back here, so maybe I think he's trying to build a little bit of confidence in himself, trying to work out where he's going wrong on the circuit, and then he'll try and catch up to the back of the number 7 of Luke Fitch and try and move. I think there's a little bit of a battle up ahead there as they catch up to this second place battle catches up to Casey O'Gorman.
Yep, Ollie O'Gorman at the back of the field getting lapped at the moment by Luke Fitch at the 180 degrees corner. But now we await to see, as there is Marco Holt making his way through the field. Once again, the 58 machine now coming towards Riley Paisley on the number 17 machine. A bright white bike for him, but Marco Holt, dominance from him so far in this race. And what a start. It's been 6 laps still remain in this race. The gap's 4.5 seconds at the front. The rear tail unit seems to be shaking about ever so slightly, but it seems like that's the norm for Mark Holt. But remember, talking about last season, it just seems the way the brackets are on that. But Mark Holt, dominance rounds. There's Finlay Paulhill. Disappointment there from him. He comes to the track today kicking the grass, and disappointment, it seems, more than anything at the moment. So he'll sit on the tyre wall and he'll watch all of his friends, all of his rivals complete this race as Dale Baldwin gets some incredible photos, which I'm sure you'll be able to see on the FAB-Racing Facebook page, Race Report, and his own website later on after this weekend has concluded. But Luke Fitch, he's managed to bridge a gap between himself and Archie O'Brien at the line last time around. It's 2.6 seconds between the two riders. So Fitchett looking strong in this later stages of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Marco Holt still out in the lead, but Luke Fitchett just coming up to our timing lines, 5.3 seconds behind. So Marco Holt really holding out his lead here. Archie O'Brien starting to fall back a little bit too, but Luke Fitchett will just be holding his own, trying to manage his own race with 4 laps to go. That number 7 is just going to do what he can to stick in second place and get the most amount of points as possible.
Yep, he's going to want as much points for the championship. This is round 3 here at Red Lodge. We've had a double header so far this year at Lid, and it's been a very busy start to the season for these riders. Now Annabelle McCarthy having the battle forward down the field as Luke Fitchett actually gets held up by that battle, as of course no blue flags here at FAB-Racing. It's all from the riders doing the lapping to make his way past safely and cleanly, but that will help Archie O'Brien ever so slightly to try and bridge that gap, because now that gap is just 2 seconds. But will Archie O'Brien get held up at the 180 degrees corner before we head onto the back straight? Now we will approach Annabelle McCarthy. Will he get held up, or will he manage to find a way through, find the gap? And yes, he does. That was perfect. That is what you want when you're lapping riders. But now 3 laps to go in this race. A little look behind him is the 21 machine of Dylan Tureen. A whole new colour scheme for him this year. A bright blue and red motorcycle. It looks great on the circuit, and he looks great on it. A lot of development from him since he moved up from the Minimoto class. But there is Taylor Tomlinson. He's been going very good this weekend. 3 classes he's racing in, so a lot of track time there from him on this Red Lodge circuit. Currently in 13th position, and now Archie O'Brien is coming to lap him with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, so fantastic race so far, but yeah, Marco Holt still out the top here as we see Archie O'Brien lapping Taylor Tomlinson, who seems to be struggling a little bit in this class, but I'm sure he'll build on that bike and build up his confidence, and hopefully he'll be challenging for podiums and wins later on in the season. We now swap back to Marco Holt, currently at the lead of this race here in at Red Lodge Circuit. They make their way now in towards to the final chicane and on towards the final lap of this race.
Yep, now getting past Travis Shaw and Jensen Bishop. He will do on the final lap. He'll use his head. They'll try to get it clean, and they'll try to get it home, because he leads the way by 9.2 seconds and claims the fastest lap of the race last time round.
Yeah, so fantastic there. But he's been so amazing. Oh, there's someone off there, but we now follow one of our other riders. That's the number 25 of Chloe Gleason, followed by Ollie O'Gorman. But yeah, fantastic from Marco Holt. He's got the fastest lap at the moment with a 45.7, and the 58 will come around the next corner and towards the Simpson Straight. Marco Holt towards the final corner. He's got 1 corner to go, and Marco Holt will grab 25 points here in the Mini GP 50 class. He takes the win in Red Lodge, and a fantastic second race. He'll be followed up by Luke Fitchett coming across the line just there, and Archie O'Brien in the Superman helmet. Fantastic for the 91s. That's your podium finish. Austin Johnson, I believe, will be coming home in 4th, and there is your winner. Marco Holt is going to be taking 25 points ahead of Flat Cap Fitchett, and ahead Archie O'Brien will be in 3rd, completing the podium of places. What a race there, Lewis. Incredible.
Yep, an incredible run there from Marco Holt, and there is Finlay Paul Hill getting a lift from Luke Fitchett at the moment. A thumbs up to the camera, and Travis Shaw there on the outside of your picture. And yeah, all the riders, great friends around the paddock, and now you can see them coming back in. Quite impressive actually that they've both managed to squeeze on to that Mini GP 50 machine. But on that final lap, it was Byron Johnson who retired from the race with a mechanical issue. Austin Johnson managed to finish, the older brother of course of Byron. But a great race there from these guys. Marco Holt winning by 8.5 seconds at the line from Luke Fitchett. Archie O'Brien rounds out our podium on the 91 machine with Austin Johnson. A great ride there from him in 4th. Frankie Watson consistently at the front this year in 5th place, with Matthew Thomas finishing the race in 6th position, with Sam Garner and Harley Baker batting for 7th and 8th. Chloe Gleason came home in 9th after making up a couple of positions that race, and Jensen Bishop rounds out our top 10 as he continues to develop on that Mini GP 50 machine. but that was race 2 for the Mini GP 50 class. Still one more race of the weekend for these guys to come up. The sun is out at the Red Lodge circuit, and still plenty of action to come up later on today, but I'm sure if race 3 is going to be like that, everyone is going to be happy.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a great race. I'm really excited to see if anyone builds their confidence for race 3, and hopefully we can see something dramatic coming from that race. But we'll now switch to our next race. So we now go on to the sidecars for the next race, and I'm pretty sure this will be our final race before we go on our break. But there you can see they're just rolling up to the dummy grid, and they should be heading to the grid in just a moment. But Lewis, great race in race 1, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a dramatic race to say the least. It was McWilliams who ran away at the front once again, but and on the first race start, there was quite a lot of stalls on the grid. We've seen the likes of the number 90 machine of the Jason and Leo Greenstreet stalling their motorcycle, but they managed to reclaim positions very, very quickly. But all eyes were on a battle between Chris Impey, which it was between themselves and the Keats, and it actually ended in a tussle between them. A lot of contact was made, and the Keats made contact with the Impey machine, and it ended up with the Keats flipping over and bringing out the red flag. But 10 sidecars entered this weekend, some new names as well, and that is what we love to see. The grid constantly growing in the holding area. The Impeys pushing the bike back into the paddock, it seems, so some issues there from them.
That's awful to see. That's not entirely ideal, but we now get going for our formation, and that's an absolute disaster for that team. But I'm sure looking at the race ahead, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. I can already see the dramatic moments happening, and I can't wait to guide everyone through all the action here live from Red Lodge.
Yep, it's going to be a great race. It's going to be McWilliams and Michael Elms on pole position, with Jason and Leo Greenstreet in second position. Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook will start in third, with Mark Parker and Ems in the second row of the grid. Chris and Robert Impey, we've seen in the whole area having some issues. It doesn't look like they'll make the start to this race. John Hosker will start in sixth position after a great qualifying, and we have 10 sidecars this weekend here at the Red Lodge circuit. It's going to be a fantastic race 1, because in the 7th place in the qualifying, it's going to be John Keats who'll start that race, with Iona Glover and Elliot Newton in 8th, Jamie Alexandra and Martin Hills in 9th place, with Adam Jarvis and Tom Ingram in 10th place. Not a touring car driver, but the Mini F1 sidecar racer. Now the Mini F1 sidecar racers look to the lights, and we go racing, and what a great start that was there from the Keats. But it's going to be the 26 of the dominant Mick Williams who leads the way on that two-stroke machine. But straight away, Jason and Leo Greenstreet on the number 90 machine, not letting them get anywhere, but they're round the outside looking anyway. It was Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook. They cannot make any. It was a great start there from them, and Jason and Leo Greenstreet. They were very close yesterday. It was the closest we've seen them, but 3-second penalty there from Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook. It looked too good to be true, leaving the grid, leaving the line, but it was, and now they're in third, and now they're going to have to do a lot of work to be able to extend that gap between themselves and the 230 machine of Mark Parker and Ems.
Oh, that's an absolute disaster for Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook. I just saw there on the grid, I was thinking that's a bit too far there for that 369, and it did turn out that it was too good to be true. He's doing it off already, and I think that's Iona Glover there. Can you...
It's a 75 machine, one of our new outfits here this weekend. Adam Jarvis and Ingram having their own issues, but they've managed to get it going again ever so slightly, but still struggling, it seems. So they've got it started, but a trip to the grass, not what they were wanting.
Yeah, not exactly ideal, so apologies for that. That is the number 75 of Jarvis and Ingram. But we now follow with Mick Williams and Michael Elms heading in towards the next sequence of content. Oh, they're just going behind the back marker there, and you're already going around the number 75. So that's not an ideal start whatsoever, as Greenstreet will then come in and follow on their lovely black, blue and white sidecar. It's absolutely fantastic to see that under the sun, really glistening off the rays here, as we now see this is a 469, as this is Chris and Oliver Chris and Robert Impey, so they're just rejoining the race, albeit a good couple of laps down. So that's not an ideal start for a few of our. But here comes Mick Williams making his way now in towards the next corner. I think that's Leo and Jason Greenstreet still in behind there. So could we be seeing a battle forming up very, very soon here?
Yeah, but it looks like Jason and Leo Greenstreet, they've brought something quite special this year. 1.8 seconds is the gap, the closest we've seen it compared to last year. Last year at this circuit, Jason and Leo Greenstreet had a huge off and flipped their sidecar upside down at quite high speed. They managed to walk away from it and continue with the race weekend, and that is a dedication from these sidecar riders. But at the line now, it's 1.2 seconds, so that's closed by 6/10 last time around. Jason and Leo Greenstreet are the fastest riders on the entire circuit. Wow. Mick Williams as well, they were slightly slower last time around. They're 3/10 slower from what they're used to. So this is developing into a battle for the race lead, which is something which we've not always been used to seeing in the Mini F1 sidecar class. It's great to see.
I want to say that again. We have a battle for the lead in the Mini F1 sidecars. Incredible stuff. And we now see the 127 and the 230 of Mark Parker and John Hosker having a little ding-dong battle here for 4th and 5th. And you see a little little pat there. I'm not entirely sure, but he got off there, and that's Ingram. That's Jarvis and Ingram. So again, more problems for that sidecar, and that's really unfortunate with 3 laps to go. But I think they're still learning, so this is a learning curve really for them. So I'm not going to put too much pressure on them, but that's really unfortunate for both Jarvis and Ingram. Following now the number 90 of the Greenstreet sidecar, and they're absolutely flying at the moment. I'm not. They're only they're actually half a second. That's the 666 of Keats there. So another issue for them. Luckily, is not them flipping over, but instead pulling to the side of the track.
Yep, disappointment from Keats once again. It was a very, very disappointing round 1 and 2 for them. They didn't even they didn't finish the first lap at any of the races, I don't believe, and now they retire once again. They're struggling this year so far. A brand new outfit for them, so hopefully it'll improve towards the end of the season, and hopefully we'll see some battles. But as you mentioned, Adam Jarvis and Tom Ingram still learning on this sidecar class, currently down in 9th position. They're still learning, and actually there is something fell off, and that looks like a fuel tank fell off on the sidecars. So now they're not going to want to run over that, because that's going to make a lot of mess, and that is why that sidecar has stopped. They're running to grab
over it to it.
Yeah, so perfect stuff there from John Hosker. But last lap time, and it looked like Ingram actually fell off the side of that sidecar, but there he is, running and grabbing that fuel tank, trying to keep it upright, trying to not let the fuel fall onto the circuit. It's just a small patch, but there is Mick Williams, who has taken the checker flag and have taken the race win once again. The 26 machine, a shake of the hands between Jason and Leo Greenstreet there, and a great dominant ride. 1.7 seconds at the line, closer than what we originally see from the 26 machine. So relax there. And taking the race win once again. Mick
Williams really proving to be the master of sidecars, and continuing that winning streak here at Red Lodge. He's won it 3 times here, and there you go, once again seeing his face on the winner's screen alongside Leo and Jason Greenstreet, and then Mark Parker will be in 3rd on that in that duo. And there's another thing on the circuit. What do you think that is? That might be I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, it could literally be anything. Just some debris, potentially some fairing that has crashed off, that has fallen off one of the motorcycles. But there's the Keats. There's John Hosker trying to get the bikes back to pit lane. What a disappointing race from both outfits. A weird one there from John Hosker. Not normal do you see a fuel tank falling off the motorcycle, but potentially might have just got kicked, might have just got elbowed, and then off this outfit it goes. But there's the outfit, the 666 machine getting pushed back to the paddock with some help, and disappointing race from them, but it was Mick Williams who won by 1.7 seconds from Jason and Leo Greenstreet. Mark Parker and Eames comes home and rounds off our podium. Jamie Alexandra and Martin Hells comes home in 4th place, so Fiona Glover and Elliot Newton in 5th. Adam Jarvis and Tom Ingram comes home in 6th, with Chris and Robert Impey joining late in this race and came home in 7th and took the checker flag. John Hosker, some issues for them in that race, a fuel tank coming off, with Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook getting the jump start penalty and actually DNFing from that race, and John Keats limping off the circuit, it looks like there, so maybe some after effects from yesterday's crash. But a great Mini F1 sidecar race there. The sun is beaming on this circuit for the afternoon session. Of course, that is majority of the race one's finished. There's some people tucking in to their lunches, and we'll be here all day for the rest of today's coverage on the Motorsport Radio Facebook and YouTube page, and the FAB-Racing Facebook and YouTube page. But an incredible racing here this morning, Sunday's action.
Yeah, it's been absolutely brilliant. I've really enjoyed commentating over all this action, and of course sidecars proving to be dramatic as ever. I've loved it.
Yep, sidecars being dramatic. You'll see more of the same this afternoon. People are relaxed in the paddock at the moment, probably the most relaxed. You'll see them all day until it's time to head home, until it's time to pack up. But that is later on today, because coming up after the lunch break, we'll still have the Pit Bike 140 Race 2, the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 Race 2, and the entire race run of the race freeze. So we'll have around 12 races still to come up after our lunch break. It's going to be an interesting one. It's going to be a dramatic one, and we await to see, will Jason and Leo Greenstreet and the Mini F1 sidecar be able to catch up to Mick Williams? We'll tune in and find out after the lunch break right here, and until then we'll bring you some action and some interviews from earlier on. So we're here with Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook. So first of all, Vince, how are you feeling going into this weekend?
We're looking forward to it. It's home round, very much home round, and it's a difficult track because it's the only left-handed circuit we have. So it's hard for driver and passenger because it's going in the opposite to every other circuit. So it makes you work really hard, but it's fast and it's short. So yeah, should be good.
And if we go back to the first and second round at Lid, how was that as a circuit for sidecars, first of all, and how did that weekend go for yourself?
For sidecars, we love it. It's a tremendous track, fast, flowing, open corners. It's a real joy on a sidecar. For us, brand new outfit. Charlie Ems has made us a brand new chassis. Mick Williams has turned us new hubs, and we've gone to a two-stroke. We've gone to a KTM 85. Which has really given us something to think about. It's very different to the CBR we had last year, totally different power delivery and a bit crazy, to be honest.
And changing from a 4-stroke to a 2-stroke, what's been the biggest change that you have had to make, either to your riding styles or just whenever you're out on the bike itself?
Use of throttle for me as a rider. Basically, it's so aggressive when it hits the power that actually, if you're too savage on the throttle, it's throwing us everywhere. So we're learning. We got better through the entire weekend. We gradually found time every session, every race. Came out. We were really pleased with the second in the last race in round 2. So yeah, but every circuit's now blank canvas because it's different to the CBR. So just got to find it.
And if we move over to Amy Tilbrook now, Amy, of course, from a passenger perspective, what's it like to ride one of these Mini F1 sidecars?
It's blooming hard work, but very exciting. You never stop. You're always you're backwards and forwards, side to side, having a real think about what's going on ahead of you, and the whole, and who's coming up behind you as well. So it's hard work, but it's exciting. Yeah.
And what's the two-stroke been like for yourself? Of course, you're the passenger, and you're putting in a lot of effort to turn the motorcycle. So have you had to change anything yourself?
Trying to stay on the back of it basically in rights because it's so fast. I was actually coming off the back. If you see a nice yoga block on the back there to keep me on basically. So yeah, and we got air, didn't we, at Lid as well one time?
It was power wheelie in third. It's quite a savage.
So it's right.
engine.
Okay, right. Yeah, get on with it. Cling on.
And going into this weekend, we have quite a few new outfits. How are you feeling going into that? Are you happy there's more outfits, more competition?
Oh, yeah, it's really nice. I think there's 10 on the grid, and it will just be, I mean, we have 5 or 6 often, and having 10 will be great. It's just lovely to look around and see people, it's great. Yeah.
And what are you guys hoping for this weekend here at Red Lodge?
Just to do as best as we can, I think. Enjoy it and do as best as we can.
Well, thanks, guys. It's great seeing you, and it's great seeing the partnership you guys have.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Nice
guys.
to see you.
So we're here now with Charlie Huntingford. So Charlie, how are you feeling going into this weekend? And why don't you tell everyone what bikes you'll be racing on?
Yeah, so heading into this weekend, I'm just here to have a bit of fun and play around on the bikes. I'm riding a MetroKit 70 and a KTM 85.
And what's made you pick the Extreme 200 class and the Mini GP 70 class to come here and race this weekend?
I picked the Extreme 200 class because there's a wider range of bikes you're able to ride and parts you're allowed to put on the bikes.
And of course, you're racing the British Talent Cup this season. The opening round of Silverstone has came and it's gone. So how did the first round go for yourself?
Yeah, the first round went really well. We got started off with really good qualifying ahead of we had a really good successful Spain test. In the first race, we were consistently in the front group, finishing 10th, and in the second race, had a little bit of an error, hit a false neutral and came 14th, but overall, a really good weekend.
And Donington Park is next weekend, of course, for the British Talent Cup Championship. So how are you feeling going into that? Do you feel prepared? Is it a circuit that you like?
Yeah, Donington Park's my favourite circuit on the calendar, and we've just been speaking to Tom Oliver, and he's been saying the new surface is absolutely awesome, so can't wait.
And what makes Donington such a great circuit for yourself?
The undulation of the track, I think that makes it so special compared to other tracks.
And Red Lodge here this weekend, is this a circuit that you like?
It's alright, I've grown to like it a lot more than I used to, but on the bigger bikes it's a little bit tight, but it's a nice track.
And I'm sure you've kept up to date with round 1 of FAB, of course, at Lid. And the Mini GP 70 class, it's massive this season, so how are you feeling going into that?
Going into the 70 class, I'm just looking at all the riders that are competing in it.
And have you got any hopes for this weekend?
No, just overall have some fun and hopefully get some good results.
Well, we wish you all the best of luck for this weekend and of course next weekend at Donington Park.
Thank you.
So we're here with Paul Haskins from LS2 Helmets. So Paul, why don't you tell everyone why you're here this weekend?
I've been invited down here. We've been helping a few of the young riders for a few years now. People like Ollie Hall, Ollie Sims, Clayton. There's a few that we've been helping. So I've been invited down a few times to come along, and this has been one of my first 3 weekends where I could actually get down here to come and see what happens at FAB-Racing. So it looks fantastic so far.
Yeah, I was about to say that. What is your first impressions of this paddock and this championship? Because obviously you help out quite a few riders here.
The main thing with the paddock, I can't believe how busy it is and how many riders there are here. It's fabulous. And obviously I work at the BSBs and I go to GPs and World Superbikes and everything. So it's great to see young kids like this starting off that are building up and stepping stone through to these sort of things. Next step after here, I know now we have a lot of the riders at the BSB. Brad Ray, for example, obviously not in our helmet, unfortunately, but he's come through. He's won the BSB Championship now and the World Superbike Championship. Lots of the riders are starting here. It's just fantastic.
And on a normal day-to-day basis, away from the paddocks, what is your job at LS2 Helmets?
I'm the sales director of LS2 for the UK, so I run the UK arm of it. So, as a company, the parent company has been going for 33 years. LS2 as a brand has been going for 16 years. We supply helmets in over 105 countries now around the world, so I'm very honoured to be part of that in the UK.
And now LS2 Helmets have sponsored the Mini GP 70 class, and now it's the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship. So what's it been like to have that involvement with a junior series and a real stepping stone to greater things?
Well, same as I said earlier, that is the point of it. We want to help these young riders, and as they progress through, hopefully they'll be wearing an LS2 helmet. And the winner of the championship this year is actually part of the prize. He will receive an LS2 helmet and sponsorship for the next year in the GP70 class. So it's a stepping stone for them. So we're just hoping as much as we can.
Well, Paul, it's great to see you here, and it's great for you to come along this weekend.
Fantastic. Hope we can catch up at another round again soon.
So we're doing a quick paddock walk at the moment, and the paddock's very, very busy this weekend, and we've got just a group of riders up here. Ollie Sims having a little chat in his helmet at the moment, and even look at Alan racing in the British GP2 Championship this year, and he's on crutches at the moment as well, so we'll find out why. But first of all, Ollie Sims, I believe you're just about to head out, so just a quick one. How are you feeling this weekend?
Yeah, it's gone alright. I had a little spill yesterday on the Mini, but other than that, it's been alright.
And what's the class been like to race in this season? Because grids have massively expanded.
Yeah, it's a better grid than last year, which is good.
And is it harder to battle in? Is there more battles going on? What's it like on board the motorcycle?
Last round, it was really hard to overtake because we were all so close together.
And finally, any aims for this weekend here at Red Lodge?
Try and get my times up as much as I can, try and get a podium.
Well, good luck for this weekend. We're going to wish you all the best, of course, and we hope to see some great battles on the circuit.
Thank you.
So look at Alan here in the Fraser Rogers 89 Racing Team Gear, and well, you're on some crutches at the moment, Lucas, so why don't you explain to everyone at home what's happened?
Yeah, so we was at round one in qualifying, just the early stages. The plan was just to get some laps in that we done on the tyres in FP2, and then get a decent lap to qualify me, then put some new rubber in. Then I put new tyres in, come in after a few laps, put new tyres in, and I'll come into turn 2, the kink left, and just folded the front, landed the other side of the track, and unfortunately someone ran over my ankle, so we've snapped the one side and the other side's nearly there. So.
And of course, you've recently came back from a leg injury yourself, racing this year, full-time championship in the GP2 class. Going up to that point, what was it like to race on that GP2 bike? How was it going for yourself time-wise?
Yeah, it was weird getting back on a bike again. So obviously after a year out, that's a big thing, massive thing. And then got back out on it in Spain. We was feeling good. We had good pace coming up to it. Back to BSB. We had a good winter. We had a good Silverstone test in the wet, but I've always gone well in the wet. I then come to race weekend. I just got a bit over myself. I think I went, I'm back in the BSB paddock, and then just got a bit overwhelmed with it all, and this happened. So it is what it is.
And finally, is there any recovery time at the moment for yourself?
We'll be back next weekend.
Do you feel like you're going to be bike fit?
Yeah, we'll be there at Dunnerton. We'll be giving it our best anyway.
Well, we wish you all the best of luck, and we hope you enjoy yourself this year.
Cheers, thank you.
Well, now then, we'll quickly speak to Austin Johnson. Just before you head out, how are you feeling going into this weekend?
I'm feeling good. I quite like overtaking on this track since it's tight.
And of course, it's quite a tight circuit, so what is it like to make moves here? Is it difficult to do?
It's a bit tight, so it's a bit more difficult, but I like pinning people behind the back markers.
And racing in the Metrikit motorcycles this season, what's it been like racing in that class?
It's a bit harder than the minis, but I'm getting better every time.
And I believe you've been doing some Supermoto in between the first round 2 and round 3 of FAB, so what's that been like at Teesside?
I love doing that. It's the best thing ever. Everyone's really nice, and I'm hoping to do some more of that as well.
Does it help much for here racing at FAB, getting that extra bike time?
I think it does, because as well as tarmac, they also do like motocross on slicks, so it helps with like having the back out going around the corners.
Well, we wish you the best luck this weekend. I'm sure you're going to be quick, so good luck.
Thank you.
Well, a group of riders there, and all of them feeling very, very quick, but we're going to keep going in the paddock at the moment. It's been raining overnight, it seems, but the paddock itself, it's heaving this time out, and we can see quite a few of the riders waiting to head out in this next session. So, of course, in this garage is Oliver Hall, getting ready to go out himself, and we're just going to dive on in. So, Oliver, how are you feeling this weekend? You've got a smile on your face.
I think this weekend's going to go well, but I'm just, the reason why I got a smile on my face is because I'm confident and you've just come up to me and surprised me.
Yeah, surprise, we put you on the spot, but how are you feeling going into this weekend?
I think this weekend's going to be a good weekend because we've done some track days here and I was doing well and I got my best lap time in the last elite practice, so I'm confident and having some good fun.
And this year on the Minimotos once again, and of course a couple of years ago you were the Rookies champion. Do you think you're going to be fighting for the championship this year at the front?
To be honest, I think I am, but it would just be hard to get past Taylor because he's really quick. But yeah, I'm going to try.
And finally, you're not doing any Metro Kit runs this season on the MiniGP 50. Why is that?
The reason why is because last year when we were doing Mini and Metro Kit, I was doing really well on the Metro Kit, but then when I was going really well on the Metro Kit, but then the Mini just went backwards.
Well, we wish you the best luck this weekend. We hope everything goes good for you guys.
Thank you.
So we're going to keep going. Some of the Pit Bike 140 class are making their way onto the circuit, but once again a packed field, and you can see to our right hand side that Sullivan's Bounce's motorcycle is just waiting in its garage, and then there's not too many riders about. Sam Gardner's on in as well, but no sign of Sam. He's been going very, very quick this weekend. And Casey O'Gorman's van, of course, Ollie O'Gorman racing this weekend, while Casey himself is at Le Mans. But some of the riders talking up here on the fence, discussing and looking at some of the riders heading in from their session. So some of the Sidecar boys just completed your first run. We spoke to you guys earlier on. What's it been like your first time on the circuit?
An eye-opener. Very different, very hard to learn your body position in, big learning curve, but great fun.
And as a passenger, what was it like hanging off the side of that?
Hard work. I had a job to stay on at a couple of times. Lost my footing, but yeah, it's a learning curve.
And did it feel quick out there, quicker than you expected?
No, I didn't think it overly quick. I mean, we weren't gunning it, but it was comfortable, I think.
And do you have anything from that first session that you know already you have some improvement to do, some places to work on?
Yeah, change the gear, change position for my foot, change a different carburetor because it was spluttering. Just little tweaks. It's never going to stop being tweaked, but yeah, we'll try the next session and see what we've got to change the next one.
Well, cheers guys, it was great hearing from you. It was very interesting to hear the insight from the Sidecar passengers just off the circuit.
Nice one, thanks buddy.
Thank you, mate.
Well, some more of the riders heading out on the circuit, and there's not too many people hanging about at the moment, but a lot of the young riders feeling focused, feeling ready and feeling confident for this weekend. But we're going to carry on our walk at the moment. There's not too many people hanging about, but we're just looking for some riders that we can have a quick chat to. So a lot of these guys in very, very professional awnings, and there is more people just over here in this awning. Some of the Minimoto guys. Minimoto's very, very popular this past couple of years. Hi guys, sorry just to crash in on here, but first of all, why don't you tell everyone what your name is and what class you're racing in?
My name is Logan and I race in the pros.
So that's Logan Cousins, I believe. So Logan Cousins, you've been a part of the Sarah Harris Racing School. You've got it on your levers. So what's that been like to race and help get support from this year?
I don't know.
Have they helped you much off the circuit?
Yeah.
Well, that's good to hear. So what's the first couple of rounds been like for yourself at FAB? What has the racing been like?
It's been good actually.
And what have you had much competition? Is it close racing out there?
It's a bit of competition. It's not massive though.
And this circuit here at Red Lodge, is this a track that you like?
Yeah, it's one of my favourites.
What makes it your favourite circuit on the calendar?
Just the flow.
And what's it like to overtake on these Minimotos? Because obviously it's quite a small bike, but the circuit's very, very tight.
It's okay. It's not the best to overtake, but it's okay.
Well, we wish you the best of luck for this weekend, and we hope everything goes good, and we hope that we can see you have some good battles on the circuit.
Yeah.
So we're here with Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook. So first of all, Vince, how are you feeling going into this weekend?
We're looking forward to it. It's home round, very much home round, and it's a difficult track because it's the only left-handed circuit we have. So it's hard for driver and passenger because it's going in the opposite to every other circuit. So it makes you work really hard, but it's fast and it's short. So yeah, it should be good.
And if we go back to the first and second round at Lid, how was that as a circuit for sidecars, first of all, and how did that weekend go for yourself?
For sidecars, we love it. It's a tremendous track, fast, flowing, open corners. It's a real joy on a sidecar. For us, brand new outfit. Charlie Ems has made us a brand new chassis. Mick Williams has turned us new hubs, and we've gone to a two-stroke. We've gone to a KTM 85. Which has really given us something to think about. It's very different to the CBR we had last year, totally different power delivery and a bit crazy, to be honest.
And changing from a four-stroke to a two-stroke, what's been the biggest change that you have had to make, either to your riding styles or just whenever you're out on the bike itself?
Use of throttle for me as a rider. Basically, it's so aggressive when it hits the power that actually, if you're too savage on the throttle, it's throwing us everywhere. So we're learning. We got better through the entire weekend. We gradually found time every session, every race. Came out. We were really pleased with the second in the last race in round 2. So yeah, but every circuit's now blank canvas because it's different to the CBR. So just got to find it.
And if we move over to Amy Tilbrook now, Amy, of course, from a passenger perspective, what's it like to ride one of these mini F1 sidecars?
It's blooming hard work, but very exciting. You never stop. You're always you're backwards and forwards, side to side, having a real think about what's going on ahead of you, and the whole, and who's coming up behind you as well. So it's hard work, but it's exciting. Yeah.
And what's the two-stroke been like for yourself? Of course, you're the passenger, and you're putting in a lot of effort to turn the motorcycle. So have you had to change anything yourself?
Trying to stay on the back of it, basically, in rights, because it's so fast. I was actually coming off the back. If you see a nice yoga block on the back there to keep me on, basically. So yeah, and we got air, didn't we, at Lid as well one time?
It was power wheelie in third. It's quite a savage.
So it's right.
Engine.
Okay, right. Yeah. Get on with it, cling on.
And going into this weekend, we have quite a few new outfits. How are you feeling going into that? Are you happy there's more outfits, more competition?
Oh, yeah, it's really nice. I think there's 10 on the grid, and it will just be, we have 5 or 6 often, and having 10 will be great. It's just lovely to look around and see people, it's great. Yeah.
And what are you guys hoping for this weekend here at Red Lodge?
Just to do as best as we can, I think. Enjoy it and do as best as we can.
Well, thanks, guys. It's great seeing you, and it's great seeing the partnership you guys have.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys.
So we're here in the paddock at the moment, and Will Howard hard at work returning to the championship this year. He wasn't attending at round 1, but of course racing in the Minimoto class, senior Minimoto class and the Moto team class this year. He's coming in and aiming for the championship, it seems. He has got another Moto team bike with him, so it'll be interesting to see if he takes it out for a little play this time today. But clearly getting involved with the mechanical side of things. You can actually see the vest that he's got over his levers. That is the airbag. It's one of the airbags that are external on the motorcycle rider, rather than inside the levers like our lever manufacturers. But you can also see the tyres itself. A lot of these Moto team tyres are Moto free scrubs, so they're just Dunlop slicks, and they take quite a lot to get some temperature going into it. You can see from the rear tyre it has been used quite a bit, but Will Howard getting ready to go out, and we're going to have to wait and see if he can try and defend his title and win races like we see them do last year. So we're here with Win It or Bin It Racing in the standard Moto team class. First of all, guys, how are you this weekend?
Yeah, good, mate. Got here at 25 past 10 last night, so just got through the gate before it shut down. Got all set up by 11 and good to go, ready to get out there.
And I believe this is your second weekend here at FAB. Why don't you explain to everyone what you've been doing before you came to this championship?
We've been racing CB 500s with Thundersport. Never done a full season, just odd meets here and there, and just looking to have a bit of fun, really.
And what's the Moto team class like to race in?
Yeah, it's really good actually. Yeah, we really enjoyed Lids. The bikes are easy to work on. They're cheap. No complaints. Yeah.
I'm having a little chat with your teammate at the moment. So, how are you finding racing at Lid? What was your first and second round like?
First round started off really poor, kept on having car problems, and tank rust kept on going into the carb. So it was just a weekend full of fixing carbs really, but I managed to get good times and a few podiums, so it worked out well in the end. So, and just hoping today, this weekend will be the same. So.
And what are you finding like moving to go-kart circuits on these pretty big motorcycles?
To be honest, it's a lot of hard work. There's no rest. But yeah, you just got to keep battling through it and getting your knee down and just trying to get faster, really. But yeah, they're just little short circuits, aren't they? So.
And what's this paddock been like? Has it been quite an inviting paddock, or what's the atmosphere like?
Yeah, it's brilliant atmosphere. I mean, we only turned up last night. We had a chaperone helping us, guide us in here and helping us unpack and talking and stuff. So yeah, it's so far it's brilliant.
And finally, to both of you, what are your hopes for this weekend? I'll start off.
Winning, at least the podium.
Is that a win overall or in the standard class?
Either or, I want to win. So my main aim is to win a championship, because I missed out in Thundersport by a few places, but I'm going to redeem it.
And are you going for the race win this weekend, the championship even?
Well, yeah, I'm going to try my hardest, mate, but you know, it's like there's a lot of fast lads here. I found that out at Lids, so yeah, do my best, go out, have a good race and enjoy myself.
Well, good luck to both of you. I hope you have a good time this weekend.
Yeah, will do, mate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Now then, we're here with 3-star talent in the FAB-Racing paddock. We're here with Sebastian Gieslowski, Ronnie Harris, and of course Sullivan Mincy. So we'll start off with Sebastian. So Sebastian, you're moving up a class this season from the AC40 rookies. How's it going so far?
Really, really well, because I love this track.
And last season you had a good battle with Taylor Tomlinson in the rookie class. What was that like to be in?
It was really fun, and it was like a really fun game.
And this year, moving up a class, are you hoping to do the same by getting race wins, fighting for the championship?
Yes.
And Taylor is doing quite well this year as well, moving up to the pro class. Is he your main rival this season, or what's your aim?
To come first.
And this circuit, is it a circuit that you enjoy?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because I love the bumpy corners and getting undercuts.
Well, we wish you the best luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
And now if we move up to two of our older riders here at FAB, we'll start off with Ronnie Harris. So Ronnie, in the Extreme 200 class for this year, how is that going so far?
We had a good start. I got a couple of third places, but on the last race of round 1, we had some suspension trouble, which put me out of round 3. And we didn't get many laps in yesterday either, but because obviously I don't want to go out and crash because I got Donington next weekend. But I had a good morning warm-up. I'm sort of warmed up, and I'll just see how I do in qualifying.
So what exactly was wrong with your KTM 85cc machine?
Well, we just before the round we'd had a complete rebuild on the engine and suspension, but my rear shock lost all its oil in I think it was qualifying. We didn't know until after race 2, so it was too dangerous to ride. But yeah, it's fixed now. We've had it rebuilt, and so far so good.
And what's the Extreme 200 class been like to race in so far this year? Of course, moving from the Minigp 70 class.
Well, the 85 is a completely different bike. It's in a way it's easier to ride, in a way it's harder to ride. It's because it's originally a motocross bike. It's more forgiving if you get the gears wrong, but in a way it's also it's less stable than the Metro Kit because you're higher up. But so far there haven't been many people in the class, but hoping some more people come into the class, and it should be quite competitive.
And your brother is racing this round as well. What's it been like so far this year for him?
He had a good start to the year. I can't quite remember where he got at the round 1 and 2, but he was up there, and I think he's hoping to top 5s, top 4s, maybe even a podium this round.
And finally, in the British Talent Cup this year, moving up onto a bigger bike, bigger circuits, how have you found that step?
I had my wild cards last year, so I sort of knew where I was at when I got on the bike, but it's a lot different and it's a lot more competitive. We got Donington next round, and it's a track that I know already from my wild card, so I'm sort of going to turn up and sort of know my way around, so I'm looking forward to it.
Well, good luck for this weekend and next weekend at Donington Park.
Thank you.
And now, finally, Sullivan Mountsie racing last round as well at Lyd in the Extreme 200 class, having an epic battle with Casey O'Gorman. How was that for yourself on board the motorcycle?
Yeah, it was alright, to be honest. It was a bit annoying that we didn't end up getting past him, and then the team wanted to keep me hungry for Silverstone, so we didn't end up doing Monday, but that's just how it goes sometimes. But it was a really good weekend overall, and I ended up going back there for a bit more practice, and was only 1/10 off Charlie Nesbitt's 40.6 and way faster than me and Casey were going even when he done Monday, so it was really good. It showed the pace that I have around there, and it was just a fun weekend, good training, and just good time spending time helping Luke and a couple of the other riders like Seb, and just having some fun.
And going back to the last round, you had a small off on the back straight whenever you were having the battle with Casey. Why don't you just explain to everyone at home what mistake that was from either yourself or Casey?
So it wasn't really, it was Casey was trying to keep it pinned and took a bit too much curb, and as he's lost the rear, as I was a little bit faster through the left to the right, as I was keeping it pinned, he has a little roll off and goes back on it, and as he's rolled off, I'm keeping it pinned, and because of the nature of how our bikes are, which they are ultimately the same, but his is just a little bit faster down the straight, I basically tried to keep it pinned around the outside, and the one lap I do that, he has a moment and I'm on his outside, and as he's there on the curb, I have nowhere to go but the grass, and then he looks behind, but then it's too late, I'm already on the grass, and that's just how it goes sometimes. But I think I came out of that crash fine, nothing happened, and I just was ready to rock and roll for the next race. Just a bit of bike damage, but only a couple grass marks.
And next round at Donington Park for the British Talent Cup, I'm sure you'll be aiming to be fighting at the front. Sadly, the likes of Johnny Garness will not be there, and I believe even Emmanuel Brint and Reece Stevenson won't be there either. So what are you aiming for next round at Donington Park? Are you hopeful to be up there at the front?
The plan is to do what I try and do every weekend, which is to win, but we're not going to be there on Friday practice due to my GCSEs. So it's going to be a bit touch and go, going straight into qualifying and then race, warm-up race. So I hope I'm going to be able to perform as well as I can and just go in as I always do with a blast. But it's just about getting up to speed as quick as possible. But luckily it was we rode Donington Park GP last time we were there rather than National, so I'm pretty up to speed with the tracks. I know we've got the team, we've got the foundation, and I'm sure my teammates will be wanting to help me get up to speed as quick as possible, and just I'm ready to rock and roll now. Just a week before and my first GCSE on Monday, so a bit of stress and tender and revising here at the track, so we'll just have to see how it goes for my GCSEs. But as you say, Donington's coming up and I just can't wait for that round, and I hope you guys are all there and coming to Donington Park and see you there.
Yep, a lot of the Fab riders racing the British Talent Cup next weekend at Donington Park. Well, Sullivan, we wish you good luck first of all this weekend at Fab with your GCSEs and at Donington Park for the British Talent Cup.
Thank you guys, see you soon.
So we're here with one of our new outfits this weekend in the Sidecar class, the number 11 outfit. So first of all, guys, what are your names for everyone listening at home?
I'm Jamie Alexander.
Martin Hills.
And what has made you guys come here to Fab to race the Mini F1 Sidecar?
Well, we saw a couple go around. My brother's a bike instructor and he mates with Mike Ems, and we got introduced that way, so we saw it, thought we'd give it a go.
And what one of you guys are the passenger here?
And lucky, mine.
Yeah. And I believe you guys haven't even sat on the Mini F1 Sidecar properly yet.
No, not even done 10 yards on it yet.
And have you had any racing experience yourself?
I've done race cars, quads, go-karts before, and just thought we'd try something a bit more fun and lower budget.
And so we're here, and Martin, yourself, you're the passenger this weekend. How are you feeling going into it?
Fine at the moment. I'll be nervous on the grid.
And have you had any racing experience yourself?
I've done a bit of motocross, and that's about it, really. Go-karting.
And what are you expecting this weekend here at FAB?
No idea. Absolutely no idea.
And with the class, I'm sure you've probably watched some of it at home, either at the circuit or on your phones. So what have you guys seen from this class so far this year that's really made you want to step into it?
It just looks like good fun. It looks like a giggle. It's a real community in the pit. Yeah, it just seems like a good thing to get into, really. So thought we'd give it a go.
And the circuit itself, Red Lodge, you've not had a go, I don't believe, to actually go on the track just yet, but just looking at it from an outsider's perspective, what do you make of the circuit?
Looks like a nice, well made out circuit. Yeah, well facilities. Yeah, nothing to. It looks good.
And have you got any aims for this weekend?
Finish. Stay on.
Well, I wish you the best of luck and I hope you have a lot of fun.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now then, we're here with Bailey Lawrence. So Bailey, how are you feeling going into the third round of the championship here at Red Lodge?
I think it's going quite alright so far. I prefer the pit bikes to the metro kits a lot because I just gelled with them easier than I did with the metro kits.
And what's been the biggest thing since moving from the MiniGP 50 machine to the pit bike 140? What's been the biggest thing that you've had to change?
It's definitely a much bigger grid, so you have to be more wary of what your surroundings because there's so much more people. Because on the 50s there was like 8 people on the grid, but here there's like 20 odd, and it's like, oh god.
And has Taylor managed to give you any tips heading into this season? Of course, quite an experienced rider in the pit bike 140s himself.
Yeah, he's definitely been one of my harshest critics. He's here today actually. He's not racing, but he's just watching the racing. But he's definitely been giving me a lot of pointers.
And going back to last season, how do you think 2022 went for yourself?
It went all right. I mean, like I said, the Metch kids weren't that much. I didn't really gel with them, but I reckon this season will be a much better season.
And talking about this season, have you got any hopes or aims or anything going into it?
I just want to at least get a decent amount of points for my first year and have fun.
And now you've been to Red Lodge quite a few times in your racing career, so what is Red Lodge like as a circuit?
It's a very twisty circuit, a lot of tight bends and some bends where you have to like flip real quick, but it's a good track in general. It's a really good track.
Well, we wish you the best of luck for this weekend and we hope everything goes well for you.
Thank you.
So we're doing a quick paddock walk at the moment, and the paddock's very, very busy this weekend, and we've got just a group of riders up here. Ollie Sims having a little chat in his helmet at the moment, and even look at Alan racing in the British GP2 Championship this year, and he's on crutches at the moment as well, so we'll find out why. But first of all, Ollie Sims, I believe you're just about to head out, so just a quick one. How are you feeling this weekend?
Yeah, it's gone alright. I had a little spill yesterday on the Mini, but other than that, it's been alright.
And what's the class been like to race in this season? Because grids have massively expanded.
Yeah, it's a better grid than last year, which is good.
And is it harder to battle in? Is there more battles going on? What's it like on board the motorcycle?
Last round, it was really hard to overtake because we were all so close together.
And finally, any aims for this weekend here at Red Lodge?
Try and get my times up as much as I can, try and get a podium.
Well, good luck for this weekend. We're going to wish you all the best, of course, and we hope to see some great battles on the circuit.
Thank you.
So look at Alan here in the Fraser Rogers 89 Racing team gear, and well, you're on some crutches at the moment, Lucas, so why don't you explain to everyone at home what's happened?
Yeah, so we was at round 1 in qualifying, just the early stages. The plan was just to get some laps in that we done on the tyres in FP2, and then get a decent lap to qualify me, then put some new rubber in. Then I put new tyres in, come in after a few laps, put new tyres in, and I come into turn 2, the kink left, and just folded the front, landed the other side of the track, and unfortunately someone ran over my ankle. So we've snapped the one side, and the other side's nearly there. So.
And of course, you've recently came back from a leg injury yourself, racing this year, full-time championship in the GP2 class. Going up to that point, what was it like to race on that GP2 bike? How was it going for yourself time-wise?
Yeah, it was weird getting back on a bike again. So obviously after a year out, that's a big thing, massive thing. And then got back out on it in Spain. We was feeling good. We had good pace coming up to it. Back to BSB. We had a good Silverstone test in the wet, but I've always gone well in the wet. I then come to race weekend. I just got a bit over myself. I think I'm back in the BSB paddock, and then just got a bit overwhelmed with it all, and this happened. So it is what it is.
And finally, is there any recovery time at the moment for yourself?
We'll be back next weekend.
Do you feel like you're going to be bike fit?
Yeah, we'll be there at Dunnerton. We'll be giving it our best anyway.
Well, we wish you all the best of luck, and we hope you enjoy yourself this year.
Cheers, thank you.
Well, now then, we'll quickly speak to Austin Johnson. Just before you head out, how are you feeling going into this weekend?
I'm feeling good. I quite like overtaking on this track since it's tight.
And of course, it's quite a tight circuit, so what is it like to make moves here? Is it difficult to do?
It's a bit tight, so it's a bit more difficult, but I like pinning people behind the back markers.
And racing in the Metrikit motorcycles this season, what's it been like racing in that class?
It's a bit harder than the minis, but I'm getting better every time.
And I believe you've been doing some Supermoto in between the first round 2 and round 3 of FAB, so what's that been like at Teesside?
I love doing that. It's the best thing ever. Everyone's really nice, and I'm hoping to do some more of that as well.
Does it help much for here racing at FAB, getting that extra bike time?
I think it does, because as well as tarmac, they also do like motocross on slicks, so it helps with like having the back out going around the corners.
Well, we wish you the best luck this weekend. I'm sure you're going to be quick, so good luck.
Thank you.
Well, a group of riders there, and all of them feeling very, very quick, but we're going to keep going in the paddock at the moment. It's been raining overnight, it seems, but the paddock itself, it's heaving this time out, and we can see quite a few of the riders waiting to head out in this next session. So, of course, in this garage is Oliver Hall, getting ready to go out himself, and we're just going to dive on in. So, Oliver, how are you feeling this weekend? You've got a smile on your face.
I think this weekend's going to go well, but I'm just, the reason why I got a smile on my face is because I'm confident, and you've just come up to me and surprised me.
Yeah, surprise, we put you on the spot, but how are you feeling going into this weekend?
I think this weekend's going to be a good weekend, because we've done some track days here, and I was doing well, and I got my best lap time in the last elite practice, so I'm confident and having some good fun.
And this year on the Minimotos once again, and of course a couple of years ago you were the rookies champion. Do you think you're going to be fighting for the championship this year at the front?
To be honest, I think I am, but it would just be hard to get past Taylor because he's really quick. But yeah, I'm going to try.
And finally, you're not doing any Metrikit runs this season on the MiniGP 50. Why is that?
The reason why is because last year when we were doing mini and Metrikit, I was doing really well on the Metrikit, but then when I was going really well on the Metrikit, but then the mini just went backwards.
Well, we wish you the best luck this weekend. We hope everything goes good for you guys.
Thank you.
So we're going to keep going. Some of the Pit Bike 140 class are making their way onto the circuit, but once again a packed field, and you can see to our right hand side that Sullivan's Bounce's motorcycle is just waiting in its garage, and then there's not too many riders about. Sam Gardner's on in as well, but no sign of Sam. He's been going very, very quick this weekend. And Casey O'Gorman's van, of course, Ollie O'Gorman racing this weekend, while Casey himself
is at Le Mans, but some of the riders talking up here on the fence, discussing and looking at some of the riders heading in from their session. So some of the Sidecar boys just completed your first run. We spoke to you guys earlier on. What's it been like your first time on the circuit? Alright now. So you join us now as the lunch break is over. You join us on the grid for the Pit Bike 140 class, their race 2. And now the sun is beaming out. The conditions are looking amazing. My name is Lewis Reid, and alongside me for this weekend is Adam Reid. So Adam, you watched race 1, you commentated on it, and what a race we have come up with. Lucas Brown on pole.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic. So Lucas Brown will be on pole position ahead of Chris Wells. Reese Peacock will be in 3rd place with Liam Wood in P4. Cameron Sewell in his Monster Energy helmet will be lining up in 5th ahead of Sean Whitaker and Darren Anderson. Zach Turin and Josh Bissonnetti with Keaton Payne rounding off the top 10. James Ratcliffe and Bailey Lawrence will be on the 6th row of the grid with Matthew Lindsay and Joshua French on the 13th and 14th. Bradley Ferreira will be in 15th ahead of Shannon King, with Ben Ridgewell ahead of Jason Ferreira on 17th and 18th. Robert Baldock will be in 19th ahead of Ashton Dean, and Charlie Eagling will be rounding off our 21 bike field. So incredible to see how many pit bikes are on this grid. It's going to be absolute carnage, I reckon. What do you think about this one, Lewis?
Yep, it's going to be carnage. Said it perfect. The conditions are looking great though, so I think we could see some quick lap times if you can get away. Like we've seen the pit bikes, there's a lot of fighting going on, a lot of holding each other up, and that is what's holding them back at the moment from the lap record, which is currently held by Rossi Banham of a 45.937. But Lee Klaus in shorts now, and she points to the lights, and the riders will be getting ready to go racing for our first race after lunch. And we go racing. Lucas Brown, a big
already off the start. This is absolutely carnage.
Reese Peacock into the back of
Lucas yellow flag
at the start, and there's another pit bike stuck onto the back of Lucas Brown. Lucas Brown had a front wheel to his leg there, so a seat there on the starting grid. And Lee Klaus picking up one of the motorcycles there. That is, that was carnage at the start. It's not what we like to see, but Lucas Brown still on the starting grid, and I believe we have a red flag out onto the circuit to stop this race. So yeah, the red flag.
Yeah, there you go. One of our cameras is showing a red flag.
Chat there from Reese Peacock and Lucas Brown. He got a big wheelie off the line, and he had no drive coming out of the box. Reese Peacock, it's one of those things, you've seen him get away, so I don't think Reese Peacock would expected it to be so slow to get away, but Reese Peacock heading into the back of him, but that's great to see up on his feet after getting a front wheel into it.
That was horrible to watch. You just saw that Reese Peacock getting that little wheelie on, and then it was just absolutely carnage. It's like it's just basically like a stall, and then you can't do anything really. You have to go and move out of the way, but I don't think they have quite the turning circle off the line there, so it was just falling into the back of the 29, and that's of course all the carnage, and of course the red flag. So we'll get this race restarted, but it'll just take a bit of time to maybe see. I'm not entirely. I think it's going to be a complete grid restart. Yeah. But if these bikes are broken, then they will not be taking the start. I'm hearing in my ear we're going to be getting a full race restart. So from lap 1, and then of course so it'll be Chris Wells ahead of Reese Peacock.
So hello and welcome. If you just joined us, you joined us during a brief red flag period after a collision on the starting grid for the Pit Bike 140 class, and the number 60 that ran into the back of Lucas Brown was in fact Cameron Sewell, who has been given a bike to lend, but I believe Lucas Brown will not be able to make the restart due to Lucas Brown being the cause of the stoppage and the cause of the red flag. So yeah, he'll make his way back into Paddock and will prepare himself hopefully to be on the grid for the final race of the weekend for these guys for the race 3. Chris Wells is asking if there's going to be a warm-up lap for this restart, so we're going to wait to see if the riders will get one. That was a shaking head there from Lee Klaus, so I do not believe so. And now in the background also, it looks like Zach Tureen looks ready to race, but is Chris Wells ready to race? Let's find out. A great launch there from him, but a better launch from Reese Peacock. Started in third, made his way up the order on the 29 machine, and now they lead the way through a clean getaway from Chris Wells. We've seen how strong he was in round 1. How's he going to be in round 3 this time around? Billy Lawrence there making our way through the pack, further down the order. No Taylor Lawrence this weekend. He is here, but just here in moral support. Chris Wells leads the way from Reese Peacock and Liam Wood. A great start there from him in third position off the line. Zach Tureen in 5th place as well. And now 12 laps to go in this race. What a dramatic battle we're going to get. And now we're going to wait and see, can Chris Wells stretch out a gap? Because it seemed that yesterday Lucas Brown was his main contender. Now on the restart, no Lucas Brown.
Yeah, absolutely. So fantastic start there from especially Reese Peacock. Saw him getting into second place, and I thought he was going to challenge for the lead there ahead of Chris Wells, but it seemed like the 29 had to just slot in to P2 there, but he will go on and challenge for the lead of the race when possible. Still 11 laps to go of this race until we see Zach Tureen trying and going round the outside of I think that was Darren Anderson, and we join now back up with the top of the field. Here comes Chris Wells now in towards the sweeping long hander of the next corner and in towards the hairpin towards the S as we go, and it's just followed by Peacock and Liam Wood there as a 3-bike battle heading now towards the final chicane and in towards the next lap.
Yep, Darren Anderson, fastest lap of the race. Currently these guys are around 6 seconds away from the lap record, 5 seconds away from the lap record, so still quite a bit off, but the race will heat up and the lap times will drop because Chris Wells, he's under pressure at the moment from Reese Peacock, and there's a rider further down the field retiring from this race, so very, very disappointing there. I believe that might be Ben Brimwell, but we move on to the front where the battle continues on with 10 laps to go. It's Wells from Peacock to Wood from Anderson. Now Darren Anderson, he had the fastest lap of the race. That's now went to Reese Peacock, a 48.2 this time around. So straight away putting in the laps, putting in the effort and putting in the hard miles in these hot sweltering conditions in these levers. It'll feel even hotter, and 12 laps around this kart circuit. They're going to be boiling by the end of this.
Oh, absolutely, and boiling they will be. As there goes Reese Peacock having a look, trying the outside line here. He's just going to do a few switcheroos in here and try and put off Chris Wells, having a look there to the left hand side, to the right hand side, and going around 180 degrees now. And you can just see there Liam Wood is also on the back of this battle, so if these two want to collide, then the 94 will be on its way to pick up the pieces, but I'm sure Chris Wells will be just trying to best to avoid contact. Well, both of these will be avoiding contact. They head through now the black and red overalls of Chris Wells, still leading this race ahead of Reese Peacock, so we can focus now on this top 3.
Yep, the top 3 continuing to battle. It is still Wells at the front, but Liam Wood still catching on, still managed to hold on to this incredible race pace that they have plenty of people watching around this circuit at the moment during this Pit by 140 race. It's one of the fan favourite races here at FAB-Racing, and Chris Wells is showing how fab he is. He's leading the way 1/10 of a second at the line last time around. Bailey Lawrence makes up positions to go up to 8th place, so a great ride there from her, getting past James Ratcliffe. So now we move on, Chris Wells into this hard braking zone, releasing the brake and lessen the speed of carrying as much speed as you dare. We've seen it in some other classes, the front end tucking just too, it's such pressure on your front wheel and it's easy to crash around there, so it takes a lot of skill to lead the Pit by 140 race in general, especially with the amount of pressure that Reese Peacock is putting on him. Reese Peacock, he's such an experienced rider in this class, as Liam Wood sets the fastest lap of the race, a 47.748 last time around. So Chris Wells leading the way 2/10 of a second at the line now, but the gap has definitely shortened.
Absolutely. Chris Peacock still staying on the back here of Chris Wells. They head now down towards the Warren, and Peacock just still having a look at Chris Wells, still trying to have a look and see if the outside is the best option. Liam Wood just falling a little bit back there, but that might be to save a little bit of tyres for the final end of the final stretch of this race. Peacock still having a look here now, heading now down Simpson Straight and seeing if he can do anything about this. Having a look to the right-hand side and approaching back markers there. You just saw one of the back tyres of one of our riders there, the head and zip down towards turn at number 1. You can just see there in the foreground of your picture, you see the back markers and they're right there now. So this could be a little bit of carnage here. Chris Wells will have to tiptoe his way through. He's on the outside here, so he's already got past one, but there goes Reid Peacock and wide there. So it's still going to be Wells ahead of Peacock for now, but this battle continues to heat up with 6 laps to go here.
Yep, right now, Reid Peacock and Chris Wells. That's probably the best you could have hoped for while getting past them back markers. It's such an awkward part of the circuit. It's such a tight part of the circuit. So just to be able to find any way through and a clean way through without losing too much time is perfect for them, because Liam Wood, he's dropped up. I think he was held off there from the back markers, and now we wait to see what the gap was. Last time around 1.1 seconds. It's definitely bigger than that this time around, but Reid Peacock looks down the inside towards turn 1 now. He backs out of it, just heading into the corner, but Liam Wood 2.6 seconds back now from the race leader. So yeah, he's definitely dropped back over a second last time around 1.5 seconds. But Chris Wells, Reid Peacock, nothing separating them once again. 5 laps to go this time around, and Reid Peacock, he looks strong. He looks like he wants to taste victory, but Chris Wells, he's battled up this front for years now, and he knows what he needs to do.
Yeah, absolutely. The experience is really showing here for Wells as he continues to lead the way in that 62 machine, but he's still got Reid Peacock having a look there on the inside, but that is going to turn into the outside, which is not quite the ideal way of trying to overtake here. Into French curve we go before approaching Senna now, getting that bike turned in, leaning in towards that section, and into turn 3 we go, and Wells is continuing to hold that lead, but it's still tyre fade to tyre fade. They're inches apart, and this is absolutely fabulous here of the FAB-Racing round 3 of the Pit Bike 140 class, and incredibly hotting up like the sun.
Yep, the track conditions heating up as we progress throughout the day. The sunshine is out. Both of these riders with darkened tinted visors at the moment. That'll be certainly helping them, but now approaching even more back markers. This is where it's going to get interesting. They'll hit them around turn 1, unless if they get a far better drive onto the straight. They might get past 1 onto the entry, but now we're away to see into turn 2. It's such a tricky place to get past anyone, and now Chris Wells slightly held up. It seems they're definitely held up on the exit, but Reid Peacock, he has nowhere to go either. Chris Wells round the inside, Reid Peacock round the outside of the back markers. It's very, very tricky, and it'll be quite startling, I would think, from the back markers perspective. But Chris Wells leading the way still. 4 laps to go, and it's going to be an interesting one. 3 laps to go, and yeah, now we await to see if Reid Peacock has been keeping his powder dry at the moment, or if he has something in store.
Yeah, he's looking so intense up here. There's been no moves made at the moment, but I can assure you this battle is still not over by the stretch of your imagination. Chris Wells will head over the line and start with 2 laps remaining here at Red Lodge. They come round now in towards Senna. Reid Peacock seeing any opportunity. Maybe could a back marker get involved, and maybe Reid Peacock will have to play that little chess game. They approach 140 degrees, and I just saw there a little back marker approaching our picture, so this will maybe put Chris Wells under a little bit of pressure here. I think that's Shannon King, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yep, Shannon King coming up into the picture at the moment, and Chris Wells setting it up ever so slightly, and Reid Peacock will do the exact same. They're in a race for the lead, and they're about to come onto the final lap of the race of the Pit by 140 class for the race 2. This is what they've been waiting for. This is what they want to win. Reid Peacock knows it's last lap time. He looks down the inside at turn 1. He backs out of it once again, but Chris Wells still leading the way. Chris Wells defending perfectly, inch perfect. 1 mistake, 1 out braking manoeuvre there from Chris Wells, then he is going to allow Peacock through. Peacock wants us. Peacock is hungry. Peacock looks round the inside, but he'll be hung up to dry for the back straight, for the straight run into the long left-hander. They tip in. Reid Peacock at outside line there from him, tried to carry more corner speed, tried to get a better drive out of the exit of the S's onto the Simpson Straight, using all the track onto the white lines, almost onto the grass, but into the braking zone for the final corner. It's going to be a drag race to the line. It's going to be, well, we're going to have to wait. It's Chris Wells who takes the race win by 51 thousandths of a second from Reid Peacock. Liam Wood a further 4.8 seconds behind, but wow, what a great battle. A drag race to the line, all that battling, 12 laps of running, and it comes down to the final straight.
That was absolutely incredible. This is the things that we've been waiting for. This is what FAB-Racing is all about. It's those moments where riders are separated by milliseconds, and we see a couple of our riders coming across the line. Liam Wood will complete the podium in third place, but we need to talk about that battle between Wells and Peacock. Incredible stuff. Wells doing his best to just keep ahead, and that experience really showing for the number 62. He will take another win in the Pick Bike 140 class.
Yep, Chris Wells, he'll be a happy man underneath that helmet, that's for sure. He wheelies on the Simpson Straight, but wow, what a victory that was for the 62 of Chris Wells, winning by just 51 thousandths of a second from Reid Peacock in second. Liam Wood finishes in third, rounding off our podium, and Zach Tureen, Darren Aronson and Sean Whitaker in 4th, 5th and 6th. Josh Basante finishes in 7th, Bill Lawrence, Keaton Payne and James Ratcliffe rounding out our top 10 for the Pit Bike 140 class. So a great race there, and exactly what Chris Wells would be wanting. So coming up now is race 2 of the Premier class here at FAB-Racing. It's the big one. It is the LS2 Helmets MiniGP 70 British Championship. It's a very talented field that we have here at Fab. Drama, to say the least, in race 1. It was the final race of Saturday's running, and wow, it delivered.
Oh, it absolutely did. We saw that. We saw so many battles. Of course, Marco Hull going for the lead there, and of course the suspicious substance on the circuit causing a 4-bike pile-up. So of course we'll be going through the grid in just a moment. They all line up on the front row. You see there in the Spider-Man helmet, Archie O'Brien on a pole position, and he will be joined by the number 7 of Luke Fitchett. So that is your front row of the grid. So we now get ready for the formation lap. The revs are going to be rising there. You can see Archie O'Brien launching off the grid, and we'll be going through the grid formation with you just a moment. So he's very excited for this race. It's going to be absolutely incredible seeing all these riders. So there you go. Archie O'Brien will be on pole position with a 45.5, and then Luke Fitchett will be alongside him. Blake Wilson will be lining up on the second row of the grid in third place with Marco Hull, who took the lead, but can he replicate that today? Wilson Dilk will be in 5th ahead of Bill Harris on the third row of the grid. Harry Payne will be in 7th with Ollie Sims, and Austin Johnson will be lining up in P9. So I don't think Wilson Dilks will be participating. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and find out, but a hefty crash at the end of race 1. I believe it was either water or coolant on the final corner, causing 4 riders to crash on the final corner, and it caused a red flag to the race. Holly Harris, one of the marshals that ran out to try help them, she's injured, she's on crutches at the moment, and Wilson Dilks, I believe, has a broken wrist. Marco Holt's dad was telling me this morning. But we'll go racing for race 2. If we look to the lights, the revs will rise, and we go racing, and wow, what a start there. Luke Fitchett getting the race lead, but there's Blake Wilson into turn 1. Blake Wilson is here, and he's showing his form. Archie O'Brien in 3rd position at the moment, but Marco Holt getting pushed down to 4th place. Harry Payne making his way up to 5th, but Blake Wilson in number 8. Wow, that was unexpected there. What a launch that was from him. Bill Harris, he had a massive wheelie off the line and a shake of the head. He was not happy with that one at all. The revs, and he let go of the clutch slightly too early, but the revs were slightly too high for that one. But Blake Wilson leading the way. We've seen it yesterday. He looked strong. He could match the pace for quite a while. He was struggling ever so slightly in the late race pace. But we're going to wait and see. It's been a whole night of thinking. It's been a whole night of wondering how you can improve. And now this is where we see who can improve as Austin Johnson makes his way past Harry Payne further down in the field. But at the line, 0.2 of a second separated Wilson from Fitchett, from O'Brien, from Holt.
Oh, fantastic start there from Blake Wilson. He really made the start that he needed. That's going to be so crucial for this race lead. He will need to be in that position to have any chance of winning this race. But he's got some fast riders in behind him. You can see there the number 7 of Fitchett, the Spider-Man helmet of Archie O'Brien. These guys are going to be going right at it. And of course, our leader before the red flag in race 1, Marco Holt, is even at the back of this train. So these are the 4 main protagonists of this race. It seems like they now head towards turn 1, and that's a Marco Holt trying to overtake Archie O'Brien, but he's just going to back off in the early stage of this race. No risk to be taken in the early stage, and we now follow back with our leader, and Blake Wilson continue to lead this race ahead of Luke Fitchett. And I was just wondering if Fitchett can do anything about this at the moment, and that's a wide moment there from O'Brien. He's allowed the 58 of Marco Holt to go through. So Holt up to 3rd place now. He will complete the podium places, and Archie O'Brien once again, another mistake from O'Brien. He'll be kicking himself once again. He'll be hoping to try and lessen the mistakes for race 3, because that's going to be crucial if he wants to get a win in this class.
Yeah, he's going to want to take the race win, but so is Blake Wilson. 10 laps to go. He is hungry for it. There was a lot of drama in round 1 and 2. Blake Wilson, there was some contact made. He was put off into the gravel at the final corner, and he was absolutely livid, to say the least. And now he's back for vengeance. He's back to take the race win in his eyes. He leads by just 1/10 of a second at the line. The fastest lap of the race will go to Marco Holt at the moment for 44.9. That's slightly off the lap record, around half a second. But Luke Fitchett still in 2nd place at the moment. Luke Fitchett, he's great at defending, and now he's gonna have to find something. This track's so tight, it's so twisty, but Luke Fitchett, he's trying to make it work, going into the final corner. Can he make it work? Yes, he does. He makes it stick. The number 7 leading from the number 8, and the 58 just behind the Marco Holt at the back of this league 3. So this is going to be absolute fireworks in the final 9 laps.
Oh, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. And again, like you said, we've now got 8 laps remaining of this race, and it's still going off between our leading trio of Fitchett, Wilson and Holt. Fitchett now leading this race. Holt all over the back of Wilson, really putting that 8 under pressure, as Holt now looking towards this outside, maybe trying different lines, as we've seen a lot of riders today doing, and they switch back now down the Simpsons straight and heading towards this final chicane. You see there Fitchett getting a little bit of a lead there, so that's going to be a bit crucial, and he'll need these 2 to battle. You see that green and purple helmet of Marco Holt trying everything, and then the lime green rims of Blake Wilson just trying to be the cork in the bottle between these 2. So Fitchett now leading this race, but again, Holt having to try and do anything at this rate.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what's going to happen, because Holt, he looks like he's desperate for a way past, and I understand why, because last time around Blake Wilson, he was about 0.3 away from Fitchett's pace, but they've definitely caught up this lap, so it's going to be interesting to see what the lap time is going to be like. But is Marco Holt trying to replicate something here like what Fitchett did to Blake Wilson? I'm sure Blake Wilson will be trying to defend onto the Simpson Straight the best he can after that move was made on him. That's how you learn here in the LS2 Helmets MiniGP 70 class. These are the talents of the future, and you can see why. They're so quick, they're fast, they're furious, and Marco Holt is wanting to find any way through. He's gonna have to make it fit. He's gonna have to get a better drive somewhere and get alongside him. He's been doing a lot of running in Spain this year. He was just at Spain last weekend. He picked up a podium place as well out there. He's been very, very impressive as there Blake Wilson doing what he was doing yesterday, setting up that bike a lot more midway through the corner to get the bike back shift compared to all the other riders. But Marco Holt, he's desperate for a move, and he's clearly wanting to battle for that race win.
Oh, you definitely see he's in the mood to try and get this move done. Marco Holt in there behind there. He wants to try and overtake Wilson as much as he can, trying a different line here. Wilson wanted to go on the inside there to try and distract Fitcher, but it's just left him in the clutches of Holt here. So there's still remaining 3 aligned here with Fitcher ahead of Wilson, ahead of Holt, but there's still such minimal margins between these 3 riders. They all dive in there and lean into a Warren in unison, but it's going to be the 7 ahead of the 8, ahead of the 58.
Yep. 5 laps remain in this race, and now it's going to be something special. I can guarantee you the 3 podium positions you're watching right in front of you. 3 different lines were made as Marco Holt makes the move for second position. The 58 alongside, but Blake Wilson, he's looking for any way past. He looks fired up now, does Blake Wilson. He knows that this is not over just yet. He almost hits into the back of Marco Holt there into turn 2. The 2 lines merge into one very, very quickly into there. You seem to release the brake and on you go, but look how quick Marco Holt has managed to catch up to Luke Fitchett there. Luke Fitchett right closed in now. He's going to be right under a lot of pressure at the line last time around. The gap between Holt and Fitchett was almost 7/10 of a second. Now it is absolutely nothing. It's not even half a bike length. So now they head onto the Simpson Straight. 4 laps remaining. The number 7 from the 58 as now Blake Wilson begins to lose touch.
Yeah, so fantastic battle there, and Holt has managed to get past Fitchett. That's going to be really crucial. He's having a look there. You see the bike moving everywhere. It seems so active through that turn 1 before French curve as they begin to pile on the brake pressure. But through 180 we go, and Fitchett feeling the pressure there. Is he feeling it in the rear, in his nerves? I wonder how those nerves are actually feeling in the veins of Luke Fitchett. They're heading now down towards straight, and there goes Michael Holt having a look to the inside. He did that in race 1, but it's not come off yet. But still 3 laps to go with this race. It's Fitchett versus Holt.
Yep, Fitchett versus Holt here at Red Lodge. Who's going to win? It's going to be a duel to the line, that is for sure. But look at that, no gap between them. 3 laps to go in this race, about to make it 2, and now heading into turn 2 into Senna. The number 7 leading the way. Holt, though, it looks like his best options after the straight run. There's Ollie Sims having a battle with Harry Payne further down in the field at the moment, but now they're going to power it through onto the straight run, out of the Warren, into the long left-hander. Before we go into the S's, we've seen Holt trying something last lap. He's trying something new this lap, a slightly wider line there from him, trying to get the drive onto the Simpson Straight.
Yeah, so fantastic. You see there a few line changes there, just trying different lines as we've been seeing all throughout this weekend. Luke Fitchett through the final corner, they'll zip their way over the start-finish line to start the final lap of this race. This is going to heat up in the final few corners here at Red Lodge.
Final couple of corners left. The final mile of racing. Ollie Sims finds a way through on Harry Payne. So Harry Payne, slight mistake there from him. But all eyes are on the race leader. It's Luke Fitchett still leading the way from Holt. Holt's building up. Holt's building the attack. We've seen him trying to make a move. He's tried it once again on the final lap. It's not worked now though. So Holt, he's going to have to find something special. He's going to have to get a perfect drive out of the S's onto the Simpson Straight. Now we head round on the Simpson Straight. It's going to be a last corner move, or will it be a drag race to the line? It's going to be a drag race to the line. Luke Fitchett leading the way from Holt, and Holt is not going to get it. Luke Fitchett wins the LS2 Helmets Mini-GP 70 race from Marco Holt. 1/10 of a second at the line. Blake Wilson comes home in 3rd, and Archie O'Brien, he didn't manage to have the race pace in that race. He comes home in 4th place. Austin Johnson will cross the line in just a second's time to take that 5th from Finlay Paul Hill, and Bill Harris in 7th, and Ollie Sims should beat Harry Payne for that 8th position. But wow, what a duel we had.
Yeah, incredible. You just saw there, Luke Fitchett was absolutely delighted with himself, taking his 5th win of the season in this class. He's really proving to be the star of the Mini GP 70 class. Marco Holt managed to make that overtake on Blake Wilson, but he will only be good enough for 2nd here. And of course, Wilson will be completing the podium. We'll move into the top 10. There you go. Luke Fitchett is your winner by a 10th of a second, and Holton Wilson joining him on the podium. Archie O'Brien in P4 ahead of Austin Johnson. Finley Polhill will finish in 6th with Bill Harris, and Ollie Sims in 8th with Harry Payne. And what a finish here for the LS2 helmets MK Mini BGP British Championship. So now we move on into race 3. So the AC40 pros are back out here onto the circuit. So we had a fantastic race 1, fantastic race 2. What are we expecting for race 3, the final race for these guys?
Well, we're going to expect a battle like usual, because Taylor Tomlinson, someone is going to want to stop him. He was saying he's feeling confident, especially about the pro race at the moment. He believes that he'll be probably fighting Byron Johnson in the elite class if he had a liquid cool bike, but he has a lot of track time this weekend, does this young man. 3 classes at each race and a lot of laps this weekend around this Red Lodge circuit. So we're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen, because this is going to be the race that you're going to remember heading into the next round. This is the race where you build off. You're only as good as your last race. But now the riders head off onto their formation lap before we get going for the final race of the day for the AC40 Pro race, where Taylor Tomlinson will start in pole position with Sam Gardner alongside him. It's Logan Cousins in 3rd place, with Nicholas Dunwoody alongside him in 4th. Josh Perkin and Preston Baker starting 5th and 6th position, with in 7th Oliver Hall and Liam Lindquist will start in that row of the grid, with Rex Austin and Tyler Hartley in 9th and 10th in the 5th row of our grid. Sebastian Gosowski and Archie Hooper will start in 11th and 12th, with Seth Hayward and Bradley Curtis in 13th and 14th. So a 14 bike field here in the AC40 Pro class. It's going to be a special race. It's going to be a good one. And now, can Sam Gardner catch Taylor Tomlinson?
Oh, again, like we said, these two have got absolute history between the two, especially in the first race. But I do think Taylor Tomlinson will be feeling confident. He's got a lot more miles on that bike, so hopefully he'll be wanting to, for his sake, be on the best confidence as possible. He wants to be sky high and hopefully go into the next weekend full of confident hope that he can extend a championship lead.
Yep, he's going to want to extend this championship lead in fine style. He's going to want to end this weekend in fine style with another race win. Lee Klaus asks everyone to exit the grid. She points to the lights. The lights will go on, and we will go racing for the final race of the weekend for the AC40 Pro class. It's Taylor Tomlinson who leads the way from Sam Gardner in 2nd position. Josh Perkins in 5th place at the moment, as in 7th at the moment, as well as Oliver Hall. So a very, very clean start. But Sebastian Gosowski getting slightly pushed out, it seems, at the moment on the 64 machine. But at the front, it's Taylor Tomlinson who leads the way from Sam Gardner, and Preston Baker, another great ride from him. We've seen it in race 2. He was up at the front. So now in 3rd position for him, Logan Cousins in 4th, and Perkins in 5th. Nicholas Dunwoody just behind in 6th place. So it looks like if Sam Gardner wants to battle for the race lead, he has to have the pace early on.
Yeah, absolutely. So Sam Gardner currently running in P2. We head towards this final corner. I believe that is the battle between Gardner and I think that's Cousins. I'm not entirely sure.
It's Preston Baker going round the outside there into turn 1. A great move.
Yeah, fantastic there. So in towards Senna we go. Preston Baker will take P2 there. And they make their way now in towards 180 degrees, and you can already see there. I think that's Gardner under pressure there from Logan Cousins. I believe our race 1 winners. We're heading out down in towards the Warren and down the long straight. Here we go, trying to snap a bit of a slipstream we go, but no can do just yet. So we're going to try and build up a rhythm before heading into the final stage, where we can see a lot of action as the confidence of these riders be sky high, and already see sky high confidence here from Logan Cousins, trying on the inside here of Sam Gardner, and he will nip that podium place off the number 56, and that's a fantastic move. They're still side by side, and Sam Gardner will get that place back, so he's not having any of it that easily, and Sam Gardner to retake P3 for that one.
Yep, Sam Gardner in P3 at the moment, but under extreme extreme pressure from Logan Cousins. Josh Perkins also there to pick up the pieces if it's needed, but we're going to have to wait and see. 7 laps to go remain in this race, and now the run onto the straight run, and Taylor Tomlinson at the front still, but all eyes are in this battle for the final podium position. It's the closest battle that we have at the moment, and as we see, Sam Gardner in race 1, he hit into Taylor Tomlinson. It was drama. There's been a lot of drama this weekend, but still they battle away, and still they have so much confidence on their bike, which is so great to see from such a young age, that they're able just to discard crashes, put it back to the back of their mind, and they're using a great defensive tactic, going to the inside of the circuit, defend off that next corner, so even if Logan Cousins tried it, he'll be forced to go round the outside. But Josh Perkins just behind this group still, and you have to wonder if these keep battling, if these two riders continue to battle, can Perkins get involved? Because Logan Cousins, he looks like he wants to have a shot.
Oh, absolutely. So Logan already there trying to move on that inside line, but a no can do. The number 7 is going to have a look here on the inside, but then he'll switch now to the outside and see if he can get a little switch in here, tighten up and get that bike leaned in and flip-flopping towards that towards the S's section, and on the run down towards. Can we see a move here? I think that's a move there from Logan Cousins, and Cousins once again up into P3, but can he remain this position? No. Great exit there from Sam Gardner. He's going to have the inside line there, and once again that acceleration that Gardner had on that final corner, absolutely doing it for him, and that's going to really prove pivotal if he wants to keep a podium place. And if he can't get close to Baker, then third place will have to do.
Yeah, we're going to wait and see though, because that was a near identical pass compared to just a couple of laps ago. So Logan Cousins, he needs to work in that drive out the final corner, otherwise in the last lap that might prove to be the decider. Logan Cousins looks down the inside once again and into the S's. They'll go now through the flip-flop from the left to the right, and now they'll power it out through the 56, the 7. Who's going to get it? It seems Logan Cousins' drive here is superb, but not this time around. And now we wait to see, can Sam Gardner stretch out this gap now that he's managing to already be in front of Cousins at the line? This is going to be his gap to try and make the break and try and catch up to Preston Baker. What he needs to do is get past Baker, get a gap, get another rider in between you two, so then you can try and escape, because there is Perkins and Dunwoody just behind the two. So this battle could soon become a 5-bike battle for second place if they can reel in Preston.
Yeah, absolutely. If we turn this into a 5-bike battle, wow, we're going to have a lot of action to try and cover with around this circuit. You'll see them try and tip the bike in and get any sort of psychological advantage. There's that was Josh Perkins just defending from Dunwoody, as we now look towards this battle between the that's for fourth and fifth, I believe.
Josh Perkins, a great ride there, currently in 5th position from Nicholas Dunwoody, so a great battle for 5th and 6th place. But there is Preston Baker leading this pack. They've definitely reeled him in. The gap has definitely closed in the past couple of laps. Last time around, Sam Gardner was 3/10 of a lap quicker than Preston Baker, so these guys are coming in. They're coming quick because he can hear Logan Cousins' bike just behind him. He can hear the 2-stroke engine purring away as Preston Baker tries his best to keep away and tries his best not to get swallowed by this pack. If one overtakes you, another 3 can come past just behind, because this field is getting massive. This group is getting massive. As now Logan Cousins looking towards the inside of the final corner, and he cannot make it work this time around. And now Sam Gardner, he's going to have a great drive once again with just 2 laps to go.
It's like he's been preserving those rear tyres. He's been absolutely getting those crucial exits, as I think that was Josh Perkins just trying to defend on the inside, just not allowing Nicholas Dunwoody on the inside. We now continue to follow with Sam Gardner and Logan's Cousins, and Cousins having a look there on the inside of Gardner. Gardner will just try and defend that inside into the Warren, but now down the long straight, who's going to have to grunt towards this sweeping left-hander? And we go, and that's again Perkins is very on the defensive with Dunwoody in behind. It's starting to create a little gap, and that's because of Perkins' defense. When you defend like that, you're going to create a little bit of a gap between you and the cars in front of us. So now switch to Taylor Tomlinson. With on the final lap we go. So Tomlinson has been absolutely bossing it out in front here, and he's been really gaining a lot of confidence. The reigning AC40 rookie champion is really doing the business in the Pro, and it really gives him some fantastic confidence going into the next round. So the number 77, giving him a little wave. He's that confident that he's just waving at our camera. It's absolutely fantastic to see. Hopefully he won't get too cocky, because that could cause a little bit of a bit of karma going being backslapped to you. But Taylor Tomlinson will just take it nice and easy now in towards the final chicane we go. The number 77, Taylor Tomlinson, will once again win, and he looks to the camera. He knows exactly where they are. It's absolutely incredible. Way into the camera, and he'll take another win in the AC40 Pro, with Preston Baker taking second place ahead of Sam Gardner, Logan Cousins in fourth there ahead of Josh Perkin and Nicholas Dunwoody. So Perkin just holding off the number 31. Rex Austin will take home seventh, and we now follow this battle with Oliver Hall, Sebastian Gaslowski and Tyler Hartley, and wow, incredible stuff there.
Yep, incredible stuff. Taylor Tomlinson wins by 7.3 seconds. What a race that was. We didn't see much of him on the camera, but I don't think he'll be caring about that much right now. His elbow down. He loves to do that. He enjoys to do that to celebrate his race wins. But yeah, right now he's just having some fun. He's showing that he is boss. He's showing that he did that easy. The number 77, our race winner for the final race of the weekend for the AC40 Pro class. Preston Baker, lucky to not get swallowed by that group in second position with Sam Gardner. Rounded off the podium places in that race. So a good ride there from him, managing to keep behind Logan Cousins. Josh Perkins came home in fifth round, our top five, with Nicholas Dunwoody at the back of that 5-bike pack. Rex Austin came home in seventh, with Liam Lindquist just behind in eighth. Oliver Hall and Sebastian Gaslowski had a great battle in ninth and 10th, with Tyler Hartley and Seth Hayward rounding out our 12-bike grid. And our final race of the weekend for the AC40 Pro class is now over, and well, it's quite a shame to see because what great racing we've had.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic to watch. Those little bikes are always entertaining to watch, and I'm really excited to see what they do next time out in round 4. But we now see the next group of bikes.
So now the final race of the weekend for the AC40 rookie class. It is going to be the one that they're going to want to win. It's going to be the one where the track conditions are the best that they've raced in all weekend. So it's going to be interesting to see if we're going to have a few surprises this race. It's a massive grid, as it always is, for the AC40 rookie class. We've seen some incredible racing. We've seen Jensen Ansell having a fall midway through the race last time out while he was in the race lead. It was unexpected from us, but Mason Frederick jump start in race 1, jump start penalty, and he came through in race 2 to take the race win. So who is going to get the better of them on the front row of the grid? Is it going to be Ansell? Is it going to be Frederick? Or is it going to be any one of the other 21 riders? It really could be.
Oh, you asked me a very difficult question there, Lewis. Ansell has been so fast, but of course he's made mistakes, as has been shown on our feed. But Mason Frederick, and there you go, there at the grid. Jason Ansell will be on top here. He'll lead the field ahead of Mason Frederick, ahead of Kai Hawken in P3. He'll lead Max Johnson, ahead of Caelan Ratcliffe and Jensen Seadras on the third row of the grid. Following by in 7th place will be Daisy Polden ahead of Arthur Rich, and Henry Brody will be joining in there with Matthew Jennings in 10th place. He'll round out our top 10. James Rich will be ahead of Nelly Newth for the 6th row of the grid. 13th place will be Danny Longhurst ahead of Freddie Taylor, with Emerson Oakley lining up in 15th. Austin Dilks will be starting in 16th, with Tommy Williams ahead of Tyler Schulte, with Oliver Wilson and Reid Saxelby at the top 20. Ethan Bayliss, Finley Stills and James Dermott will be rounding out your 23 mini bikes. So wow, a full grid for this one, and the tension will be starting to rise here and I'm really feeling the heat in our commentary position, as so will the riders out onto the circuit.
Yep, the temperatures are definitely up, that is for sure. But Jensen Ansel, Mason Frederick, they've both made mistakes so far this weekend. But who is going to win the final race of the weekend for them?
Oh, I wish it would be amazing if we see a third winner. But are we ready to go racing? I think we are. We're just waiting for our grid to get underway. They look to the lights. They'll be laser focused, getting ready. The revs will rise. We're going to go racing here at Red Lodge. It's a fantastic start there from Ansel. They make their way now down in towards turn 1. Ansel will lead ahead of Frederick, but no movement there. They make their way into centre and flicking their way through the next corner, snaking their way. No massive accidents or whatsoever in these early stages. So they'll just be trying to find a rhythm as they get their bikes underway. And in towards 180 degrees, we can follow the field now in towards. So it's still Jason Ansel up the top there, ahead of Mason Frederick. It doesn't seem like there's any. I'm not hearing any penalties at the moment, but it looks like Kai Hawken, I think that is trying to make a move there for P2 on Mason Frederick. But we follow our field now round, and we see the two of the line green riders. But here comes Jason Ansel in that number 22 purple bike. Clean start from him, exactly what he needs. But now the real job is at hand. Can he go on and win yet another race in the AC40 rookies class?
Yeah, let's wait and find out. Mason Frederick under immense pressure right now from Keelan Ratcliffe and Kai Hawken. Just behind Kai Hawken, actually under pressure from Max Johnson as well. And just behind this group of riders is the number 2 of Jason Cedras. So who's going to do it? Who's going to take the race win? 1.6 seconds at the line last time around between Ansel and Frederick for the race lead. This group of riders can start battling, and then they're just going to slow each other up. But Keelan Ratcliffe, he's trying to close this gap. He's in a podium position at the moment, a very, very good position. But he's going to want that second position. He's going to want to get past Mason Frederick. And all these riders being racers, although they're still just at the start of their racing career, they're all going to think in their own heads that they can beat and that they're faster than the person in front of them at the moment. But Cedras at the back of this pack, slightly losing touch. He's going to try and hold on, try and keep the rhythm, try and keep the pace, as Max Johnson now looks towards trying to keep with them, because this group has slightly spaced out, and definitely you can see Frederick is trying to escape. And if Ratcliffe and Hawkins do not work together, then I think Ratcliffe and Hawkins will not have a chance to fight for a podium, because there's just 6 laps left. That's the thing about these rookie races, there's very few laps to get moves done.
Oh, absolutely, like you said, it just goes like a blur. It comes at you like a blur. So these races will go so fast. We now follow our leading pack towards the tightening and ever hairpin, and in towards the S's we go, and it will just be ahead of Ansel, ahead of Frederick, ahead of Ratcliffe, Hawken. Max Johnson there trying to get the traction now, but they make their way now in towards the final corner of Paddock Bend. I'm trying to see if there's any opening. Our camera's just flicking over. I'm not entirely sure. That's good. That's why, because there's a rider down, and I wonder who that is. Lewis?
Yeah, so one of our followers there, we'll wait to see, but she's definitely back on the circuit, which is good to see, back up on her feet straight away. And straight away from the young age, these riders are learning, as soon as they crash, put it to the back of their mind, get back on the motorcycle and get going again, and trying to score some valuable championship points, because that's what you need, and that's what Jensen Ansel is trying to do. 4.6 seconds already from this group, and Mason Frederick is now under threat from Keelan Ratcliffe. So Keelan Ratcliffe down the inside he goes. Will Frederick hang out to dry? We're going to have to wait and see. The number 20 of Kai Hawken just behind Frederick. So Kai Hawken, he's going to power it out for her. He's going to hope for the best. He's going to hope that he can catch Ratcliffe once again, because Ratcliffe, he looks like he has the pace. Can he escape from this group? We're going to have to wait and find out, because he's already starting to edge away. Already the gap between Frederick and Ratcliffe is 0.6 of a second at the line.
So that's still so close. They're all going like a bundle. They head towards 180 degrees. I don't think anyone will want to be creating a gap at any point a point, I'm pretty sure there might be like a little bit of working together, a bit of teamwork to just try and keep within this group. I don't think they'll all want to be separating just yet, with 4 laps to go. Heading in towards the sweeping long section and in towards the S's we go. I just see that's Max Johnson just sitting in 5th place there, just sitting in behind this battle, and that is Mason Frederick just trying to get past Caelan Ratcliffe. I'm sure he'll be hungry to try and get that P2 back and get a couple of more crucial championship points. That's Max Johnson having a look down the inside. That was bold, that was brave. Has it come off though? And I think it has. I think Max Johnson has got past Kai Hawken. It's an absolute mess. Back markers coming in absolutely everywhere, left, right and centre. There's action everywhere you look.
Yep, Max Johnson, not only did he get Kai Hawken, but he managed to find his way. Oh, there's a ride down there. That's Frederick down on the ground, but Max Johnson managed to get past Frederick at turn 1 as well. It's a double overtake for him, but Ryder down there, and that's also the 85 machine that was our crasher there. So both of them up in the field. That was Austin Dilks, but getting carried away is Frederick at the moment. 3 laps were remaining in this race. It was something was going to happen. There's a lot of riders, a short space. The track tightens up. There was barely anywhere to go, but right now at the front, Jensen Ansel led away by over 6 seconds. I'm sure it's going to be even bigger now.
Yeah, so that was absolute carnage. There was about 9 bikes on just one screen, and it was just so weird to try and get everyone through. It was just something that was going to happen. These riders are so young, and it's quite difficult to do. I won't blame them for that, but it's still Jason Ansel out in front by a massive margin. We had Caelan Ratcliffe and Max Johnson still completing the podium places, but Caelan Ratcliffe and Max Johnson only separated by half a second. We continue to follow the two helmets, lime and green, lime helmets with the teeth. Going on together with currently about to go on to our final lap of the race, and Jason Ansel is just passing these back markers like they don't exist.
Yep, he certainly is. Number 22 passing Freddie Taylor at the moment. Freddie Taylor currently down in 13th position, but Jensen Ansel, wow, what a ride it's been. 8 seconds he leads by at the moment over Caelan Ratcliffe. He's been dominant in race 1. There was a penalty from Frederick after he jump-started, but in race 2, Ansel showed his form once again, although he made a mistake later on in the race and didn't take the race win. Up to that point, he showed his pace, he showed his dominance, and more importantly, showed how quick he could be lap after lap. That's what we've seen. It looks like he's been racing for 10 years. Well, he's only been racing for a couple of years, and that's what we love about the AC40 rookies. Perfection by Jensen Ansel, perfection at the final corner, and perfection to win race 3 of the AC40 rookies here at Red Lodge. He looks so casual. He looks like it was easy. He made it look easy on the camera. Caelan Ratcliffe should come home in 2nd position, and he does. So Max Johnson, 3rd position at the moment, and Kai Hawken, Jensen Cedras round out our top 5 positions as Frederick gets carried over the track at the moment. But what a great race that was. Checker flag is waving, and once again the AC40 rookies delivering a dramatic race. Although Ansel led away at the front and ran away with it, it was still a highly entertaining race for that 2nd position.
Oh, absolutely. Despite Ansel really, honestly, truly dominating this race, these other riders have proved so much action. There you go, Jason Ansel is your winner by almost 10 seconds over the rest of the field. Ratcliffe there in 2nd place ahead of Max Johnson. Kai Hawken will be in 4th place ahead of Jensen Cedras, with Daisy Poland taking home 6th place and a good amount of championship points. Arthur Rich will be in 7th ahead of Henry Brody and James Rich, so the two brothers in 7th and 9th there, with Nelly Newth rounding out your top 10.
Great race there from the AC40 rookie class. They've had 3 races this weekend, and that's them done for this round here at Red Lodge. Of course, at the end of the year, the top 6 finishers in the championship will be forced to make the move up to the AC40 Pro class. And you can just see some of the helpers for these rookie riders there in the hole in the air. Look at Alan here this weekend. He's been helping a lot of the riders out, although he's on crutches at the moment due to a crash at Silverstone. He's still here. He's still up on his feet on crutches, helping these riders out as soon as he can. But now we await to see. Here at FAB-Racing, we're very, very quick with the turnovers. We're actually ahead of schedule so far today, touch wood, of course, but the AC40 rookies will be back next round at round 4. Next up on the circuit, we stick with the Minimotos. It's Senior Minimotos race free time. These guys have provided such great action for us this weekend. Conditions are perfect for them to go racing. Conditions are perfect for them to be bashing elbows on the circuit. We've seen Will Howarth looking incredibly strong this weekend. We've seen Josh Birkins at the front like usual. Reece Gentry having a consistent ride so far this weekend. Will we see a surprise in race 3? Will we see something special? It's big people, little bikes once again.
All set up for carnage. So I've been out get ready for our race. And where's just wondering where our pole sitter is. I think he's just trying to make his way up to the grid now. It looks like we're going to be making our way off towards the formation lap. So the bikes will get their way around the lap. Just get an insider. So we've got Richard Holmes Williams on a pole position, but I'm not entirely sure where he is on the grid. Josh Birkin will line up in second ahead of Will Howarth and Reece Gentry. Mark Payne will be in fifth ahead of Holly Harris, who unfortunately isn't attending at the moment due to an injury. Moving down the rest of the grid, Chris Yeomans will be making his appearance in 7th place ahead of Keaton Payne, David Miat and Callum White will be rounding out the top 10. Nick Bennett will be in 11th ahead of Lamar Morgan and Gary Eldridge ahead of Elliot Searle and John Farr. So a couple of new entries into this event. Also down from the 16th onwards, Jerome Richards in the 88 ahead of Rob Gentry and Isaac Greenstreet, with Steve Johns and Ross Michael with the 20 riders making their way towards the grid. And I'm really excited to see how this is going to. The approach of this race is very exciting. I'm really looking forward to this, in all honesty.
Yep, no Richard Holmes Williams on the grid. No sign of him in the paddock. No sign of him in the pit lane or the holding area. It looks like we're going to go race him without our pole sitter. So effectively, Josh Birkins will be starting in pole position in the second place slot. The number 2 machine in second position on the grid. They look to the lights. And we go racing for the final race of the weekend for the Senior Minimoto class. And Will Howarth looks down the inside at turn 1, but it's going to be Josh Birkin who leads the way as Reece Gentry dives down the inside of Will Howarth to take that second position and to try and run away with Josh Birkins at the front. What's going to happen in this race? Will we see a few surprises down the order? I think we will. Furthers battles all the way down the field at the moment, further down the field as we head on to the straight run for the first time. David Maya having a great start, so did Chris Yeomans there, but Mark Payne, he had struggles in race 2, but he's back out there at the front, as there is Nick Bennett, the 711 machine, having a great battle, as leading this pack is 4 bikes. So a lot of riders there in one short space of time. These riders, it's impressive that he can race it, never mind do these lap times, and now it's impressive that after one lap Josh Birkin leads by 8/10 of a second. Reece Gentry and Will Howarth need to attack now.
Yes, absolutely. They need to start piling on the pressure. They need to start working together in coordination. So I think that'll be really crucial for these guys like Gentry and Howard. They will need to be challenging for that race. We see Zach Toren trying to make a move, or has he made a mistake in there? Anyway, but we carry on with this race, and I think that Reece Gentry just trying to see if he can make a move in there as we head in towards the hairpin through the S as we go.
Yeah, we head through the S's and we'll power it out to the Simpson Straight. Josh Birkin leading a 52.089 last time around for him. 0.8 of a second was the gap at the line, but now it is nothing. Now Reece Gentry is looking for something. The number 100 is wanting to make a move. Mark Payne in 4th position, but Nick Bennett in 7th place as well. A great ride there from him. John Farr having an awesome ride in 8th position, new to the championship, new to the senior Minimoto class. But Reece Gentry, he looks down the inside, he looks for a move, but if he tries there, he'll be hung up to dry for the last corner. The number 100 trying anything. The number 100 gets his head tucked in, tries to get his knees tucked in, but that's the thing about these big rides, you can't. The bike's too small for that, so you just have to make it work. You have to make it fit, as there is Josh Birkin trying to lead the way, but at the line last round, a 1/10 of a second gap. A 49.5 from Reece Gentry. Reece Gentry looks down the inside there. He thinks better of it, and that's what I love to see about this class. The amount of respect that these guys have for each other is incredible, considering how fierce this racing is as we head into Senna.
Yeah, basically, you see they're going right at it. Birkin and Gentry. Will Houth also trying a wide line there, so Houth will just be continuing to stay on the back of these guys. Look at that much he's got a great rhythm through that little section, and that's really helped him closing on the back. But I think he's just going to sit in behind here. We've got 6 laps to go still in this race. Will Houth with the fastest lap of the race with a 49.5. So Houth, he knows it's quick, but he's just got to make sure he's staying on the back of his battle. He's just saw Reece Gentry trying to make a move there on Birkin, and he'll continue to do so. Try and put Birkin off here, and Gentry should be finding a way through, and maybe Howard can take the position.
Yep, however, they're ready to pounce, but Josh Birkin still leads 0.126 at the line last time around. Nothing between the two at the moment. Gentry, Birkin, who's going to get it? No Matt Birkin this weekend, it seems, which was a real shame, but Josh, he's coming back and he's doing the Birkin name proud at the moment. The Birkins have always been known for giving it everything on track, even if that means a fall here and there. But Gentry, he's trying to pile on the pressure. He's trying to make Josh Birkin crash. He's trying to make him crack, but he's not one for making mistakes. He's used to being in this position. He's used to being put under pressure from these top guys in the senior Minimoto class. But there's Gentry once again trying that move, but backing out once again. So it seems that maybe he's just seeing that he's faster. But there's Gentry into turn 1, into the French curve. Will he make it work? A bounce to the bout on the seat, through the bump, and closes the door at turn 2. It's Gentry from Birkin, from Howard.
Oh, fantastic move there from Gentry, and that will really prove crucial once we get to the finishing stage of this race. Maybe Howarth is having a look here at Josh Birkin. So Birkin losing a bit of pace here, but I'm sure he will regain that confidence. I just saw a back marker there. So once again, we've seen countless times and times again during this weekend actually that they can come into play, staying out the way there. I'm not entirely sure who that is, but it doesn't matter. We'll carry on with this lead battle. Gentry still leads ahead of Josh Birkin. They head their way now into the final corner here. Is there going to be any good exits here? We follow the bikes out their way through this first corner of French curve and in towards Senna curve. No moves just yet. They're still trying to analyse their opposition.
Yep, Reece Gentry, he seems to be the man to beat at the moment, especially at that final corner. What an incredible drive that he had on the number 100 machine, and he's a big fan of Neil Hodgson. That's why he runs the number 100, I believe. But Will Howarth there in 3rd position, tries best, and there's Josh Birkins on the grass at the moment on the number 2 machine. That's allowed Will Howarth through, and drama there for the number 2 machine, who is in 2nd place. Now he's in 3rd. There's back markers in play there as well. So it seems that now is to get through. Isaac Greenstreet is all heating up. 3 laps to go there. Josh Birkin using all the track and then some. Will this allow Gentry to run away?
Oh, absolutely. That was an absolute dramatic moment, seeing Will Howarth getting up to 2nd place. But that's what we're talking about. Oh, off, Gentry off. The leader's gone, and that is a dramatic moment. He's going to try and get back on the bike, but that's going to allow Will Howarth into the lead of the race. He's absolutely crumbled under pressure. He's going to be shaking his head and trying to rejoin safely, but that's absolute heartbreak for Reece Gentry.
Yeah, Reece Gentry there. He pulls it off over to the tyre wall. That's a retirement there from him. all his own doing. It seems he just lost the front. It must have been into turn 1. It looked very, very early on in the corner. But there's your race leader now. There is Will Howarth. He will add, if he can stay on for another lap, he will add another win into his boot. But he's going to have Josh Birkin wanting to do something special on this final lap. We've seen it once. Will we see it again? It's quite a normal thing for Josh Birkin. He'll put everything on the line in this final lap, as that is Nick Bennett having a retirement on the 711 machine. That's an end to his race. But Will Howarth, now it looks like that gap has definitely closed in. It's the final lap time. Half a lap remains as we head on to the straight run. Can he get him? We're going to have to wait and see. Back markers will now come into play. Will Howarth going into the S's now. Will he get held up? There's back markers everywhere. It looks like he's going to have to go around the outside and then in the inside. Josh Birkin, he's going to have to get a better drive. He's going to have to try to get any kind of slipstream from these senior Minimoto motorcycles almost onto the grass. But Will Howarth into the final corner. He powers it out through. Sensible, safe. Will Howarth wins the senior Minimoto class by absolutely nothing. 1/10 of a second at the line, separating himself and Josh Birkin. Keaton Payne should come home in third place. What a great result that would be from him. We'll wait for Keaton Payne on the 112 machine, and there he is across the line just in front of Mark Payne in that battle for third place. But wow, drama there. Gentry crashing out with a couple of laps to go.
Oh, he must be absolutely devastated under that helmet. But there you can see all the riders making their way, having a bit of a conversation there. And how good was that? Honestly, that battle between our leading three was absolutely superb. Will Howarth taking the win there. Who would have expected that?
Yeah, Will Howarth, he's looked strong all weekend, racing also in the motor team class. Plenty of track time for him this weekend, but the sun is out. Conditions were near perfect for these riders. The fastest lap of the race did go to Will Howarth with a 49.410. But Will Howarth, he led the way and he won the race by 1/10 of a second by Josh Birkin in second position. Keaton Payne came home in third to round off our podium, with Mark Payne and Chris Yeomans in fourth and fifth. John Farr had a great race, finishing in sixth place, with Callum White and David Mayat in seventh and eighth. Lamar Morgan finished the final race of the weekend in ninth, with Gary Eldrig rounding out our top 10. But the senior Minimoto class, what a race that was, and it's exactly what we were expecting.
Oh, absolutely. That was a fantastic race, but it's time to move on to our next race.
Now, coming onto the circuit, it's race 3 for the LC40 Elite class. These guys, it's been great racing all weekend. Byron Johnson, he's looked incredibly strong all weekend. We're going to have to wait and see if he can make the triple this weekend. Lewis Hull, he had issues with his motorcycle in race 2, stopping him from being able to compete with Byron Johnson, although Byron Johnson did just edge the gap ever so slightly. But certainly in the early stages of the race, it looks like that's where you need to make the move and make the lap times to be able to keep hold of Byron Johnson.
Yeah, Byron's looked really strong throughout this race, and I do believe that he can go on and do the triple, which would be absolutely crucial for his championship chances. But he'll have some really difficult opponents here, and looking at Taylor Tomlinson, I believe they're looking in, he's currently sitting in third place on the grid. Yeah, we'll move into the oh, he already had an off. We've got an off. That's
Matthew Thomas.
Matthew Thomas. Or is that Perkin?
Matthew Thomas crashing there on the warm-up lap. He's up on his feet though.
Oh, he's limping a bit.
Slightly, but it's good to see he's up on his feet on his own steam at the moment. It might just be a little bit winded from that one, but yeah, it doesn't look like he has any intentions anyway of starting this race. He will sit at the side of the circuit on the barrier, and yeah, he's not happy about that. He's crashing on the warm-up lap, but Byron Johnson will start in pole position. 49.388 from him in qualifying, with Lewis Hull next to him. Taylor Tomlinson will start in third on the 77 machine, with Matthew Thomas, he should have been starting in fourth. It doesn't look like he will. Sam Gardner starts in fifth, with Nicholas Dunwoody in sixth. Ollie Sims and Josh Perkins starts in 7th and 8th, with Harrison Day making his return share to Fab in 9th, with Liam Lindquist rounding out our top 10. Oliver Hall will start the race from 11th, with Bradley Curtis, Rex Austin and Sebastian Gosowski in 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th. Archie Hooper and Cal Maxwell rounds out our grid for the LC40 Elite class. It's going to be a good one. We're going to have to wait and see who can catch Byron.
Oh, it's going to be so close, I think. But we wait now on the grid and wait for that famous green light. So the lights will be coming on in just a moment. We just need to get confirmation of that all checks are done and complete and that we are happy. So I think we're just having to move the Matthew Thomas bike away from the circuit, and then we can go green. So I think there we go. I think we're just having a look there at the paddocks. Saw someone walking past. So before we get into this race, do you think we were going to see a fantastic battle, or do we think someone's going to storm off Lewis?
I think we're going to see Lewis Hull give it everything. It's going to be one that are been it for this final race. He's going to want to keep up with Byron Johnson, but who can do it? They will look to the lights, the revs will rise, and we will go racing now. And Byron Johnson look to his left, and now it's Taylor Thompson who leads the way. Lewis Hull dropping down to 4th. 3rd now. He's managed to get past Sam Gardner, but Taylor Thompson leading the way from Byron Johnson. There's Harrison Day having a battle with Oliver Hall further down in the field. So that's the number 15 of Harrison Day leading the way. Ollie Sims there, and Nicholas Dunwoody having a battle further down. But Lewis Hull already starting to lose touch ever so slightly. I spoke to Taylor Thompson. He felt he could win this race if he had a liquid cool machine. He wasn't too confident about winning it on the air cool machine, but we're going to have to wait and see if he can do it, because right now he leads the way on the 77 ahead of the 37 of Byron Johnson. Byron Johnson, he's looked strong all weekend, but this could be a game changer. This could be the turning point in the championship.
Oh, an absolutely incredible start there for Taylor Tomlinson. I saw him soaring on the inside line and absolutely claiming that apex, which is exactly what you need to be doing. But that is sorry, my mistake. That is
Byron in the lead now. So Byron managing to find the way through on the start finish straight ahead of Taylor Tomlinson now on the 77 machine. So Taylor Tomlinson pushed down to 2nd position at the line. It was half a tenth separating them. Taylor Tomlinson, though, he's got to struggle in the straight line to get anywhere near them in the braking zone, and that really is tricky on this circuit, because you need to manage to get a good drive to get alongside them as you go into the corner to even get a move done. So now we have to wait and see, because Taylor Tomlinson is looking races all over the back of him. Can he make it work? Can he make it move? We're going to have to wait and see. There's Lewis Hull. Mechanicals once again from Lewis Hull. Disappointing start, disappointing end to his weekend. Hopefully he can get going to at least get points on the board, but literally the exact same straight run, it's cut off once again. So disappointing once again, as frustrated.
Yeah, I would be too. I think any rider would be frustrated with the exact same problem that he's been having in the second race earlier on today. So he's going to be he's not going to be happy leaving. He's going to be happy to leave this circuit and hopefully regain his confidence for round 4 of the championship. And we now follow with the 56 here of I believe Sam Gardner. Looking down the inside is Oliver Hall. So Oliver Hall will be hoping to regain some confidence. He had a bit of a difficult weekend retiring in the second race, but he is going after here and trying to get that podium place and trying to get something from this weekend before heading into round 4. This is the last race of the LC40 Elite class, and heading down the inside goes Oliver Hall, but he's just going to back out of it. He's going to have a look down the inside. He is going to have a look down the inside, making it bold and brave, and he has done it. Oliver Hall will make his way up into the podium places, and the number 3 will now go on and try and claim a podium spot here.
Yep. Oliver Hall, amazing move there. Now he's actually on his own motorcycle in race 2. He did use one of Byron Johnson's 37 machines. Now he's back in his own, and now we await to see Ollie Sims further down the field, still battling Nicholas Dunwoody and Harrison Day. Harrison Day still at the front of this trio of riders. Just in front of them is Sam Gardner and that battle with Oliver Hall, but there's Sims still under pressure from Nicholas Dunwoody. Can he manage to keep him behind? We're going to have to wait and see. Ollie Sims, highly experienced, but once again, one of our taller riders here at FAB, means that struggle a bit more on these Minimoto classes compared to the likes of Harrison Day, which are much smaller riders. But Byron Johnson at the front, 3/10 of a second is the gap. This gap, though, is absolutely nothing. Ollie Sims trying to defend from Dunwoody. Dunwoody looking for any way past. Will he try to line it up onto straight? We're going to have to wait and watch. 5 laps to go remain in this race, and so far it's been an absolute cracker. Sun is out, bikes are out. What's not to love here at Red Lodge?
Oh, it's been absolutely fantastic, and the sun makes it even better. And we now follow the leaders of Byron Johnson and Taylor Tomlinson. Tomlinson will be hungry to try and get past the number 37, but Byron then goes on to set the fastest lap of the race according to our timing screen with a 49.1. So a good time there for Johnson. Tomlinson just about 2/10 further back. So Tomlinson still trying to do his best, but it will be very, very tough to try and catch the double winner of this weekend.
Yeah, let's wait and let's find out, though, because Taylor Tomlinson, he's doing great lap times for being on that air-cooled machine, 2/10 off, but all it takes is for Johnson to run wide at one corner, and then boom, Tomlinson can be there, and he can be there strong. Lewis Hull is just going to have to watch, and now we await to see what's going to happen, because Byron Johnson, 37, the 49.1 last time around. What's it going to be this time around? We await and we watch. Ollie Sims defending from Dunwoody. Dunwoody looking down the inside. Can he make it work? They're side by side heading into the final chicane, and now, no, Dunwoody cannot make it work. A 48.9 now in the elite class. The lap record in the elite class is held by Casey O'Gorman in 2018, setting a 47.5. So still quite a bit off that, but of course, if any rider can do it right now on the circuit, it seems to be Byron Johnson, 6/10 of a second in the lead, as now Harrison Day, he's made up great ground to be able to battle with Sam Gardner.
Yeah, Harrison seems to be having a lot of confidence. So as we see, follow Day making his way round the next corner, and just trying to get latch onto the back of Sam Gardner, who's had a mediocre weekend. He's had a few podium places, but that's Nicholas Dunwoody trying to overtake Simsy there. So as we now look back towards the battle for P4 and P5, Harrison Day will be having a look and seeing if he can do anything, making their way through French Curve, trying lifting off and bleeding off the throttle to head in towards the centre, getting that tucked in, and I think there's a bit of rhythm loss there, but no, Nicholas Dunwoody is still going to stick in behind Ollie Sims. He has to make their way now into 180 we go with the battle of 6th and 7th.
Yep. 6th place Sims, 7th place Dunwoody. Who's going to get to it? Who is going to get this 4th place? Because Harrison Day is looking strong, he's looking confident, and now Dunwoody and Day are able just to learn, just to get information, just to get data, and now they're trying to build up down the Simpson Straight, but there is Tomlinson already trying to do his best to bridge the gap between himself and Byron Johnson. It's the final lap of this race, and Byron Johnson, he's looked strong, he's looked confident, but this time around it's not been easy for him. The gap still 6/10 of a second. The new fastest lap there from a 48.9 from Byron Johnson. He's already celebrating though, so he clearly feels confident. I'm sure Taylor Tomlinson will want to give him one over, and it looks like he's building into it, but down the Simpson Straight he's going to have to find something special to be able to catch up with a liquid cool motorcycle. Byron Johnson though into the final corner will lead the way on the 37 machine. He does it again, he does the triple here at Red Lodge, and wow, he will be happy with that one. Taylor Tomlinson comes home in 2nd position. Oliver Hall should claim that 3rd place, but Nicholas Dunwoody has found a way through. Can Ollie Sims find anything to make a way through? And there's Harrison Day. Harrison Day has managed to find a way past for that 4th place on Sam Gardner. So wow, what an end to that race. Sam Gardner losing a position and Ollie Sims losing a position.
Oh, absolutely dramatic stuff on the last lap. And there it goes, Taylor Tomlinson. So I'm sure he'll be happy with second place, but it's not quite the win in the LC40 Elite. He's already got 2 wins in the other class. But there you go, Byron Johnson is your winner of the class, with Taylor Tomlinson in second. Oliver Hall, fantastic from him, having a few problems earlier on in the next couple of races. Lovely fist bump between those 2 riders. But as I was saying, Oliver Hall doing really well despite his issues in the previous.
Yep, great end to the weekend for the LC40 Elite class of Byron Johnson winning by less than a second, 0.8 of a second at the line between himself and Taylor Tomlinson. Oliver Hall came home in third in a great podium, with Harrison Date finishing in fourth. Sam Gardner came out to round out our top 5. Nicholas Dunwoody managed to find a way past on Ollie Sims for that 6th place, dropping Sims down to 7th. Liam Lundquist came home in 8th, with Sebastian Gasowski finishing in 9th on the 64 machine, and Cal Maxwell rounding out our top 10. So great ride there, a great race there from Byron Johnson, and between himself and Taylor Tomlinson gave it his all, but it just wasn't enough.
No, it just wasn't enough for Tomlinson. But are we ready for the next race as we move on to the Extreme 200? So we move on now to the Extreme 200 class, and you can see that I think that is Richard Holmes Williams. So he's managed to make his way onto the grid for this race. Unfortunately, missing his previous race, but he will be lining up on pole position, I believe, for this race. I'll just double check that in a moment.
Yeah, he is. He's lining up on pole position on the 126 machine. He didn't make the start for the senior Minimoto race, but maybe, just maybe, he was preserving himself for the Extreme 200 class. It'll be Sylvain Mincy on that pole position, but he will be on the front row of the grid. He will have a lot of work to do from that front row, though, because Sylvain Mincy, he's near unstoppable, but it seems that if anyone can do it, it's going to be the likes well, if we practice our British Talent Cup field, half the field is a British Talent Cup rider here. It's great to see the amount of riders came in to race this weekend, because it's going to be Sylvain Mincy on that pole position on the number 4 machine. Richard Holmes Williams will start the race and begin the race from 2nd place. Ronnie Harris will start the race from 3rd, with Charlie Huntingford joining him on the 2nd row of the grid. Clayton Edmonds will begin the race from 5th, with Philip Soroviak in 6th place. Soroviak still having a broken wrist from his Silverstone crash. Zach Tureen will start the race from 7th position. Bright yellow levers with Noah Gilroy starting the race from 8th. Noah Gilroy there in the orange levers, and then Aaron Sylvester's levers, actually. So Sylvester had a great season in the British Championship, and now gifting some levers to Noah Gilroy. Will Harf will start the race from 9th, with Ben Ridwell hoping for a better race in the final race of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait for this one. So we see all the riders making their way up to the grids and onto the brakes. And there is your pole man, Sullivan Mountsie. He'll be alongside Richard Holmes Williams, and I'm sure we'll see a dramatic battle between these two.
Yep, a dramatic battle indeed. A dramatic battle has begun, with Sullivan Mountsie leading away from the lights and leading away out of turn 1 into turn 2, though. Ronnie Harris makes his way into 3rd, and in front of Huntingford, there's that Tureen following through on Phil Soroviak. Clayton Edmonds is just behind Tureen there. So it looks like Richard Holmes Williams is trying to make a move for the race lead. Yes, he is. So now Sullivan Mountsie, he has a battle, he has a challenge, and he has a rival for this race. It's the 126 versus the 4 at the front. It's going to be Huntingford versus Rodney Harris, but there is a new race leader. There is Richard Holmes Williams taking the race lead from Sullivan Mountsie. So Sullivan Mountsie on the number 4, dropping back down to 2nd. The first time we've probably seen something like this all weekend. How is he going to respond? How is he going to fight back? Where is he going to make his attack? I don't think it's going to be long on the number 4 machine. He's racing at Donington Park next weekend, so this is great practice for him, racing on these kart circuits being accurate, being agile, and putting in laps and getting great competition like we're seeing right now.
Oh, absolutely. Sullivan Mounsey really going for it on Richard Holmes-Williams, who he really wanted to put Holmes-Williams under pressure. They made their way now in towards the next sequence of corners and then heading in towards the little flip-flap S's. Through they go, just getting that bike turned in and leaning into the corner. But they make their way now down the Simpson Straight in towards the final chicane, and they're still closer than ever. Holmes-Williams will make his way across the line. I think a little slide there from Mounsey, but they're only separated by 0.2 of a second, heading in towards Senna, and Charlie Huntingford currently in third. So he's managed to get ahead of Ronnie Harris. That's really crucial for the 76, but we're just continuing with this battle with Holmes-Williams and Mounsey. So I think it will just be a bit of just leaning back for now for Mounsey, but I'm sure there will be at some point he'll be going on try and claim that lead of the race.
Mounsey had a huge moment out of his seat a couple of corners ago, just before heading out of the 180-degree corner. He lost the rear momentarily, but he managed to save it. He managed to keep going. But Richard Holmes-Williams, a 44.903 last time around. That is a new lap record around this Red Lodge circuit. So a new lap record for Richard Holmes-Williams. Now Sullivan Mounsey, a 44.828. Sullivan Mounsey taking the lap record straight off him. So now it seems this is going to be a race of it. This is going to be a battle for the ages. That is Filtzerovic defended from Zach Tureen, but at the front, at the line, 1/10 of a second last time around. There is Ronnie Harris, and there is your race leaders. There is Holmes-Williams under pressure from Mounsey. A new lap record for the last 2 laps. It's so impressive. Sullivan Mounsey now holding it on the number 4 machine. Who's going to get it this time around? Will it get broken again? Or who is going to make the next move? You would think Mounsey or Holmes-Williams can make a mistake. Anything can happen in this race. Will there be another lap record this time around? We'll wait to see. No, into the 45s this time. A little braver, but Sullivan Mounsey is trying everything.
Oh, absolutely. Really going for it on Holmes-Williams. And Mounsey just having a look, seeing if he can do any darts on the inside, dart on the outside, just to distract Richard Holmes-Williams. But he's a tough cookie to crack. It's the 126. They make their way now down in towards the Warren and along the straight, and I'm sure the slipstream will be slightly enough to try and get Mounsey on the back of that 126 and just continue to just drag him along down the Simpson Straight. We're heading down and now, and we carry on with this battle, and Richard Holmes-Williams onto the brakes now towards the final corner and heading towards the timing beam and across the line. Sullivan Mounsey setting a brand new lap record with a 44.7. So that bike is really going for it. It's in the prime optimal temperatures and in the prime position to mount an attack on the 126.
Yep, the sun is out, the rubber is down on the circuit in all the right places. It's allowed the lap record to get broken 3 times so far in this race, but Richard Holmes-Williams leading the way still by 1/10 of a second. It seems that Sullivan, he's getting a good drive, he's trying everything, but it's not enough. Holmes-Williams, even last season, all year, he's went really well in this Extreme 200 class and in this Red Lodge circuit. It's always been one of his favourites, and this is why, because he's really quick. And Mounsey trying once again round turn 2. It looks like Holmes-Williams knows exactly where to place the bike as he sets another lap record, a 44.750 now from Richard Holmes-Williams. So lap record breaking almost every single lap in this race 3. This is the final race of the weekend. This is the race. It doesn't matter if you chuck the bike down the road, you have plenty of time to fix. But Mounsey having to back out of that move, it's near impossible to make a move into the entry there. It closes up so much, and you know there's going to be contact if you try.
Oh, it's been absolutely so intense. I just saw Mounsey having a look down the inside, but it just wasn't enough. He's still trying to put off Holmes-Williams, but as I said, tough cookie to crack this race leader, and he's really showing it now, placing that bike on the inside, forcing Sullivan Mounsey to make a mistake, because Mounsey will be pushing as much as he can with 5 laps remaining. So I'm sure Mounsey is doing absolutely everything he can, and I wonder how the nerves must be feeling for Richard Holmes-Williams. He must be cool as a cucumber underneath that helmet. They make their way now in towards the hairpin, just zooming out, and we'll latch on to the lead in just a moment. So there they are, making their way through the S. No move made just yet, but I'm still confident that we will be seeing something in the next couple of laps.
Yep, Mounts is going to have to find something special though on that Bushiimoto motorcycle. He raced with Casey Gorman last round. It was close racing. He cracked though during that. Will he keep it this round? Round the outside, 1 lap ago into this right-hander they're about to head into. He momentarily lost the front. His outside leg came off the foot peg, but he managed to save it. He managed to keep going once again. Sullivan Mountsee's on the limit. Oh, he lost the rear once again. Sullivan Mountsie exiting the 180-degree hairpin corner. He lost the rear. He somehow stayed on it. He was out of the seat. The bike was a bucking Bronco, but now he tries again. He tries to close the gap on Richard Holmes-Williams. Has Sullivan Mountsie met his match with 4 laps to go?
Oh, that was so unfortunate. Just a loss of the rear through there, and that's really cost him a lot of time at the number 4, but they'll fire their way towards turn number 1 of the French curve and try the outside once again. Sullivan really likes that outside line. Mountain will just now try and do any switchbacks he can just to try and get a bit of time, but I think he's lost a little bit of rhythm through this first section of sweeping corners. Head now down towards the run, a little downhill there, so you can use the brakes through there. In towards the sweeping left-hander we go. Mountain just doing absolutely everything he can, but there's running out of time here with 3 laps to go, and the lap record also the fastest lap being held by his opponent Richard Holmes-Williams with a 44.7. All advantages look towards the 126, but I don't think this is over just yet, or maybe is it, because Richard Holmes-Williams has gone and set a 44.5. So Holmes-Williams really on fire. So maybe tyres have gone on the number 4 there. He seemed to be struggling just a little bit, just trying to etch away, but again you just saw a back marker in your picture, so maybe that will come into fruition. And I think that was Richard Holmes-Williams just saying, please get out the way, I'm in a race battle. And so will Sullivan Mountsie. He'll be very frustrated at the number 34 there, the number 41 of Noah Guillory. So they make their way now out towards the Simpson Straights, and Sullivan Mountsie will be very frustrated. He's lost a little bit of time there. Whoa, that was a big snap there from Sullivan Mountsie, but we head on to the final lap, and I think the tyres have really gone off here. He's been pushing so hard, but it was just not enough for the number 4.
Yep, Sullivan Mountsie, he's got frustrated. He's overriding the bike at the moment. It's so easy to do in these conditions, and the weather and the track is so hot. His tyres are overheated, especially the edge grip of that tyre. It's what he's using the most. He's spun it up one too many times. He's saved it one too many times. His skill, his luck has kept him on board that motorcycle, but it's last lap time now. It's Richard Holmes-Williams who has done it. He's beat Mountsie. It's been a long time coming this weekend. Mountie's looked dominant, but Richard Holmes-Williams says no on his home ground, and he takes the race win by 1.1 seconds from Sullivan Mountsie. Mountsie, a great race there, a great battle, and great entertainment for everyone at home. He just seemed to override that bike ever so slightly in the final couple of laps and made one too many mistakes, and that gap was built. But there is Charlie Huntingford, Ronnie Harris, Sullivan Mountsie, Phillips Robiak and Zach Tureen crossing the line. But Richard Holmes-Williams, wow, what a performance.
Fantastic performance there from the 126 at his home event. So he's really proven to be the one to be in the Extreme 200 round, but we'll be bringing you the results in just a moment.
Yep, so it's Richard Holmes-Williams who took the race win by 1.1 seconds with Sullivan Mountsie just behind. Charlie Huntingford came home in 3rd, rounded off the podium with Ronnie Harris in 4th place after a slightly steady race free. Phillips Robiak came home in 5th, last year's champion in the Extreme 200 class. Zach Tureen came home in 6th, with Clayton Emma in 7th, Noah Guillory 8th, and Will Howarth once again DNFing from the race because he has action to do, and there he is already in the holding area. So back-to-back races, it seems, for him this weekend.
Yeah, so
now, coming up, it's race 3 of the Moto team class. It's their final race of the weekend. You can see Jack Van Eden trying to get that 17 machine started, trying to get that 17 machine jump started in the holding area before they get underway. We've seen it earlier on this morning, but now the machines coming onto the grid
to make their start in these sunny conditions. We've seen lap records break earlier on today in races past. Will they break in this one? SFC Racing on pole position on the 133 machine, with Team Acme joining them on the front row of the grid. Well, however, he's looked strong in every single class he's competed in this weekend, including the Moto team race. Will he join in the fun? Will he fight for the race win? Well, we'll find out in this packed grid. Team SFC Racing starts in pole position, with Team Acme Racing in second, joining them on the front row of the grid. Will Howarth will begin the race from third, with Team Pinky in the Brain missing Jamie King this weekend in fourth place, with Team Italia, who had a broken gear rod in race 2 earlier on. They're in fifth place, with Jack Van Eden in sixth. Team Aimbolt will begin the race from 7th place. What can they do from there, with Team Martin just behind? Dave Glover will begin the race from 9th, with Team Ernie the Badger in 10th. Team Burt and Team Keats Racing will start in 11th and 12th, with Maz and Martley rounding out our Moto team grid. And I don't know about you, Adam, but I'm looking forward to this one. It's going to be an awesome and spectacular race.
Oh, absolutely. We've seen some fantastic races here in the Moto team field. Team SFC proving to be a really quick driver. We've seen wins from Will Howarth as well, and seen some fantastic battles with Team Pinky in the Brain, Team Italia. Jack Van Eden also getting involved in there. So I'm sure we'll be seeing even more battles all the way down the field. And I'm once again looking forward to this. So it'll be between Team SFC on the front row there, looking over at Team Acme in the number 1.
Yep, Team Acme, number 1 plate on the bike, the 01 just behind. What's gonna happen? Does Sean Whittaker want to get his own back on Team Italia? Let's find out. The final race of the weekend. Darren Anderson on the SFC Racing machine, on the 133 machine, leads the way while Harv tries to slot himself into second place, but Acme Racing says no. They closed the door on Will Howarth and they hold on to that second position. At the moment though, that is the two Winnet or Binnett machines battling through the order further down the field. Sean Whittaker also powering it out through this 180 degree hairpin corner, and now they head on to the straight run before the long left-hander. Finally, Will Howarth has found the way through. A wave there of the arm, it seemed, from Acme Racing, so potentially some frustrations from them. Ernie the Badger though making positions further down the field, but still battles all the way down the field, and what great battles we're having. Number 70 of Team Italia there having a great scrap, but there is the 133 machine, there is SFC Racing powering it through. And look at this final corner, it's so tricky, it's so twisted, even into this section. Turn 1, turn 2, so technical. You go out the left, out of centre, flip it round to the right, onto the middle of the circuit before you go round to the left. It's so tricky for these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. You really have to get the bike tipped in and lean your body over in order to get around these corners. We're currently followed in the battle of Team Aimable and Team Italia. So they managed to get their mechanical issue fixed from the last time out. We followed their battle out of the Warren. And there goes Team Italia looking round. This is Team Aimable going round the outside. Lovely move. And in toward the S as we go through the hairpin. We go get the bike tightened up, and it'll be Team Italia ahead of Team Aimable. But that was a little bit of a wide moment and a bit of momentum loss there, and through back goes Team Aimable. So it looks like the 240 and managed to get its own back on Team Italia. Make their way zipping past and grunting their engines towards the first corner. But there's Team Italia. They'll be ahead, of course, of Team Aimable.
Now at the front, the first lap of the race goes to Will Howarth, 49.1, but these two having a great battle further down in the order, going into the infield section. This corner, it's so tricky for these guys. Running wide there was the Team Italia bike, so it's going to be interesting to see what their drive's going to be like heading on to the straight run. Will Aimable be able to get anything on them? They'll power it out through, they'll try to get any slipstream possible. Very little slipstream even possible at this circuit in general on these motorcycles, especially without fairings. It's very tricky for them to tuck in any part of their bodies. But now onto the Simpson Straight, they power it out through the S's, and you can see some of the riders almost on the grass, and that was the Ernie the Badger bike. The 119 machine that Philip Joyce riding it last year is now almost on the grass, but having a great ride, battles all the way down this field. A lot of competitive riders in this field, and that is Pinky in the Brain in fourth place, as well as Team
Italia, the only moving bike last lap, fifth place now for them, but now that gap is absolutely nothing. Will Harv looks down the inside ever so slightly, but he knows he can't make a move stick there. It would affect his drive. It's 4-stroke versus 2-stroke. It's Darren Anderson versus Will Howarth. It's the battle which we've seen so much last season. Will we see it again? Will Will Howarth make a lunge? I would think so, because that's what he's like. He's a chancer, and he makes all his moves very, very clean. He's not a dirty overtaker. He only makes the moves once he knows it will definitely work.
Oh, that's brilliant. So they make their way now in towards the snaking section there. Will Howarth keeping that right-hand lane. He wants to open up that corner as much as possible, and there you go through on the inside. He's just having a look, but of course gonna get the door shut on him. Team SFC Racing knows that trick in the book already, but they head now down towards the straight we go. I think there's something going on with Team SFC. I might be a little bit overreacting, but Will Howarth still sticking onto the back of Team SFC. They head their way now out of that corner, and I'm thinking Team SFC, I think they're using a bit of curb through there, so I'm not sure if that's maximising their entry or that's actually going wide, but we make our way through the first corner. Will Howarth once again having a look on the inside. I'm sure he'll be he knows if he should get that overtake done or not. He'll be quite precise in what it will in that overtake, but we follow our way now in towards 180.
Yep, SFC Racing running wide in multiple places. It seems that pressure is starting to get to them, and now they're starting to panic, starting to ride a little bit tense as now they make their way through and past the 888 bike of Manson Martlew. What can Will Howarth do though? Because it clearly is showing that pressure's starting to get to the 133 machine. Race 1, a very, very good performance. We've seen great races all the way throughout the weekend from these guys at the Moto team class. 2 classes this weekend. This is the battle for the open team class win and the overall race win, as Will Howarth takes over the overall race lead on the number 96 machine and takes the fastest lap of the race into turn 1. They go now into turn 2 for Senna, power it out through into the infield section towards the 180, but Will Howarth powering it through now. And what can SFC Racing do? Can they do anything? No fairing on that motorcycle. Completely different style of setups. 2-stroke versus 4-stroke, and now he's looking down towards the bottom of his bike, and it looks like it's losing some straight line grunt, but of course 2-stroke usually will be a bit faster in a straight line if you can manage to get it in the power band, but that is another job in itself. And yeah, it looks like SFC having some issues in the straight line, having some issues getting the bike powered out the corner.
Yeah, so you can see that it's just not quite getting to what it needs to be down these front straights. Heading in towards turn 1, it's managing to keep up in the corner. We have a look down the inside, but Team SFC just trying to put off Howarth, but Howarth is cool as a cucumber in these moments in that 96, or is he there? I thought I saw a little twitch there from the 96, so this is really boiling up to be a brilliant battle. Team SFC still keeping on the rear. We just see I think that's the Team Burt bike just ahead, so again bag markers being able to get involved down the inside. Go Team SFC Racing making amends of this. Round the outside, going to use a lot of curb there, and can this be the way past it? No, he's just going to stick it behind, trying the outside here, but he's going to get forced to the inside line, almost touching into the way of the final corner and powering their way towards the first corner past the 666 Keats Racing car bike, in towards turn number 2, and SFC Racing will just slide past that one, and it's still Howard ahead of Team SFC.
Yeah, SFC Racing, it seems that every single time that they're shifting up through the gears, that seems to be when he's looking down at the motorcycle, it's time to move up the gearbox, so potentially some issue there, but we await to see SFC Racing can do anything to try and hold off Will Howarth, because Will Howarth in the racing, 4 laps to go in this race, 0.3 of a second that line last time around. There was back markers in play though, and it definitely looks like they've caught up, especially for this infield section, but once again the straight, as soon as it comes time to shift up, looking down at the motorcycle, so we power it through, we come across the line, and now it's 3 laps to go here at Red Lodge for the final race of the weekend. Current standard class leader is Team Pinky and the Brain, but Will Howarth, he ran wide at Senna, ran wide at turn 2, and allowed the 133 machine of SFC Racing through and allowed SFC Racing to take the overall race lead.
Oh, he's going to be absolutely kicking himself with Will Howard. He's going to be so frustrated that he's allowed himself to make a mistake that easily. I think Team SFC looking down, their rider just looking down at something on the handlebars. I'm not sure if that's maybe a monitor or something. I'm not entirely sure, but they make their way now out towards the down the Simpson Straight toward the final chicane, and Howard will be just trying to make his way onto the back of Team SFC Racing and just try and put the pressure back on to that 133 machine in towards centre. Using the outside line is Howard. SFC Racing, however, up ahead, trying the tight lines. They think that's the best way through.
On the start-finish straight there, the SFC machine hit the rev limiter once again, and you look down at the motorcycles, it has to be an issue when they're shifting. But now, powering on the back straight, and once again, still looking down, and once again, the Team Pinky and the Brain still leading the way in the standard class. The full black levers of Sean Whitaker on that this weekend. But now, more back markers. There's Keats. Keats down on the ground, and not what they'll be wanting at all. They push the bike off the circuit. So Keats 666 crashing out of the race. They were currently sitting in 9th position at the line last time around in the standard class, but now there'll be absolutely nothing for them. It seems with just 2 laps to go. Will Howard runs slightly wide at turn 2.
Yeah, so that's really unfortunate for the Keats bike, who are currently running in 9th at the time, but 2 laps, sorry, not on the final lap, I believe. It says 1 lap to go on our timing screens, 2 laps to go on our graphics, so a bit of confusion, but it is the final lap. I can confirm, and then look at that side by side. There goes Will Howard. He's going to make his way through on the inside here, and the final lap overtake. Could that be the deciding factor in this race? Will Howard leads this race once again, and Team SFC Racing, due to that issue, they will come home in a second, but we've still got the checkered flag to go here. Will Howard will take the win here at Red Lodge.
Will Howard.
Fantastic race here with Team SFC Racing just coming home in second. It was so close between the two, but that factor with the issue, and that's they're both pulling over. Well done. There you go, a little fist bump between the two. Fantastic ride, having a little conversation into what happened in the race there. I think he's just saying there's a little issue on my bike, but Team Acme Racing will be coming home in third in just a moment. A long way behind. There you go, 28 seconds behind the leader, but then it'll be Team Pinky and the Brain taking the win for the other class, so ahead of Team Italia. So a fantastic race, Lewis.
Yep, fantastic race there. Both of the bikes completely different, strong points for them, and that's what we love to see. The bikes strong in different areas, the riders strong in different areas. It really allows the riders to make the difference. With Will Howard, a 48.6 on the final lap, very quick lap times, the fastest lap of the race, of course, with that. But Will Howard for 96, winning the race here today, and win the race by 0.6 of a second at the line. Considering it was the last lap overtake, he made up quite a lot of time on that final lap. But Will Howard win the race from SFC Racing. Team Acme Racing coming home in third on that one machine. Then the 01 machine of Team Pinky and the Brain in fourth, and taking the race win in the standard class, the Moto Team standard class. Team Italia rounds out the top 5, but a great ride there, and that is the end of the weekend for the Moto Team class. Now it is time for the final race of the weekend for the Mini GP 50 grid. 20 bikes will make their way onto the Red Lodge circuit for the final time this weekend, for the final chance to take the race win. We've seen a lot of drama, we've seen a lot of action, and we've seen a lot of title contenders show their pace this weekend.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic watching all these riders for the first time, especially like I said yesterday, it's the first time for a bike weekend for me. It's been absolutely fantastic watching these young riders trying to make their way either to the top leagues of MotoGP and the Bennett's British Superbikes, or just having some fun. It's been a fantastic paddock here, a really good vibe amongst everyone here. So many smiles, so many happy faces, and it's been fantastic to see, and this is why we love FAB-Racing.
Yep, 20 bikes. The grid has exploded this year. Only a handful of bikes on the grid last year. Plenty of people have came to the front this year. Harley Baker trying to get his bike started there on the 24 machine. Hopefully he can get that restarted and hopefully can get that going before they head onto the grid, before the race gets underway. But checks being done, some of the bikes heading in into the holding area, and some of the parents making their way onto the circuit before we get out, and some sweeping also being done on where one of the bikes crashed earlier on. The Keats machine had an incident, crashed, and they're just making sure the track's completely safe for these guys. It's offline, of course, but all it takes is for you to get pushed wide and then you're on that patch.
Yeah, so as they make their way, they're sweeping just that away, just cleaning the track up. We don't want anything like we saw in the last race yesterday.
So heading in to this weekend championship was very close. Marco Holt led the championship from Luke Fitchett, and now Luke Fitchett, he's came back to the championship this year and he's looked incredibly strong from the get-go on that number 7 machine. Of course, such a famous number in motorcycle racing is the number 7 with Barry Sheen, racing with it many years ago. But who's going to get it? I mean, there's a handful of people right now that you could easily say will fight for the championship. The likes of Archie O'Brien, Luke Fitchett, Austin Johnson, Byron Johnson even, and Marco Holt, obviously. Loads of riders, loads of contenders, and so much talent makes their way onto this grid very, very shortly.
Oh, it's going to be absolutely so exciting to watch. I'm ready for a 5 or 6 bike battle all the way around this circuit. We've got a good couple of laps to commentate on, and I'm really looking forward to seeing all these guys going right at it. What would you say, side by side with the bikes?
Yeah, it's going to be side by side all the way throughout the race. We're going to see a pack race, I would think. A couple of riders may be able to break away, but we're going to have to wait and see. There is Danny Webb making his way across the circuit, of course. Danny Webb now running the Danny Webb GP camp, doing a great job and coaching a lot of these riders throughout the off-season and helping them progress their riding styles, taking them out to Spain to their training camps, talking about their riding, talking about their braking, talking about their attitude towards racing. I was speaking to Danny just a couple of months ago, and he was explaining his philosophy is if he can teach the riders what not to do and the mistakes he made in his junior career, and then they're going to have more of a chance to make it further in the future. But there is Lee Klaus, of course, the Marshal, nominee of the Marshal of the Year from the Motorsport Awards back in January. So Lee Klaus doing a great job here at FAB, as does all the officials, all the medics. Everyone involved here does a great job of putting on such a safe and quickly, such a swift and safe event.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to really thank you all the people that have joined, that take their time to join us this weekend for a whole weekend. But if you just tuned in, you've missed quite a lot of dramatic racing here in FAB-Racing. For round 3, we get the Mini GP 50 just underway in just a moment.
Well, now we're waiting for these guys to head out. There's a quarry nearby, just next to this circuit. Quite a lot of greenery next to this circuit, but don't worry, we will have motorbike racing for you guys if you're just tuning in here today. Of course, you can go back and watch all yesterday's races, all round 1 and 2 races, and catch up on any racing you may have missed today. You can watch it all live, free on the Motorsport Radio YouTube and Facebook channel, on the FAB-Racing YouTube, Facebook channels, and on TV now. If you head over to your Skybox, search FAB-Racing on it, and you'll see when the next available broadcast will be. You can watch these riders in full form soon live though, and it's going to be great. Who is going to be the next talent, who's going to be the next superstar, and who is going to be on the road to MotoGP?
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely fantastic just seeing these names. We just see them on our FAB-Racing timing screens, and just imagine seeing those guys in the top leagues. It's going to be so exciting just following these careers and just seeing which these paths take them, where they take them to glory? Will they be winning championships in the top series? That's such an incredible thing to think about. I do wonder where these guys will be ended up, and I'm sure I'll be following them very, very closely.
Yep, and following very closely from the pole man Mark Holt will be Luke Fitchett, who will join him on the front row of the grid on the number 7 machine. Archie O'Brien will begin the race from 3rd position on the number 91 machine with, of course, Spider-Man helmet on. Wilson Dilks will hopefully be beginning from 4th place, injured from a crash on Saturday's run. And Sam Gardner will start the race from 5th with Frankie Watson alongside him on the 3rd row of the grid. In 7th position and 8th will be the Johnson brothers. Austin qualifying ahead of Byron this time out, with Matthew Thomas and Harley Baker in 9th and 10th. Chloe Gleason and Jensen Bishop in 11th and 12th, with Travis Shaw, Taylor Thompson and Dylan Tureen rounding out our top 15. Annabelle McCarthy and Riley Paisley will be in the next row of the grid, with Lucy Curtis, of course sister of Bradley Curtis, in 18th position, with Murray Simmons in 19th, and Ollie O'Gorman rounding out our massive 20 rider field. 2 warm-up laps this time around for the MotoGP 50 class, so plenty of time to get their head back into the game.
Oh, absolutely. So that second one is going to be absolutely crucial. They can just suss out where the grip is, if what different lines they might take, so they don't have to explore that during the race. They know exactly what to do once those lights go out. We just follow our bikes heading all around the circuit. Wonderful camera shots here. We can see as they approach now round the back section of the circuit. That's the number 24 of Harley Baker, and through now round towards the final corner we will see our grid reform. So it's going to be Marco Holt once again on pole position. There he is, your front 3 of Holt, Fitchett and O'Brien, and I'm very excited to commentate this action, aren't you, Lewis?
Yep, everyone is around this circuit, and Frankie Watson, actually a slight issue there with his motorcycle. Hopefully he can get everything sorted. Hopefully we can get the action underway very soon. Everyone though has been looking forward to this one. It's great to see Wilson Dilks making a start this race, pushing through the pain from yesterday's crash. Very, very brave from him. Next on the other side there was Austin Johnson. What's going to happen in this race though, we're going to have to wait and find out. Lee Klaus telling everyone exit the grid now. It's the final race of the weekend for the MotoGP 50 class. The point to the light has been made. The lights will turn on and the lights go off and we go racing. And Marco Holt leading the way from the start. Luke Fitchett, pretty sluggish start there from him on the number 7 machine, but no positions were lost. Archie O'Brien in 4th position, with Wilson Dilks still in that 3rd place. Frankie Watson losing some positions, dropping down to 5th, as there was Dylan Tureen getting overtaken by another one of the riders there further down the field. But Luke Fitchett making up positions and trying to make up time, most likely, on Marco Holt, because he's going to want this final race win. He's going to want this final race win in his pocket, and that final 25 points that he can claim here at Red Lodge. Archie O'Brien just in 4th position, and now the real question is, what pace is Wilson Dilks going to have? What pace is Luke Fitchett going to have? And what pace will Archie O'Brien have? Will they be able to catch up with Marco Holt? Because in race 2, Marco Holt's times were impeccable.
Yeah, absolutely. There should be very, very similar. If you now watch, that's Wilson Dilks, I believe, again fighting through the pain of yesterday's race, but he's doing really, really well. Just hang on in there with following Luke Fitchett in the number 7. They make their way now down the Warren and on towards the long straight. As having a look here at the move, there was Wilson Dilks just trying to pop his tyre there, looking on the left hand side. They make their way now into the hairpin and flip their way into the S's. Down the Simpson Straight they go, and I'm really excited to see what these guys are made of. The lap times will continue to start falling as the fuel burns off and the tyres get warmer and warmer, and the confidence will build and build in these riders. They head their way now in towards French Curve. It's going to be Marco Holt setting the fastest lap, so he's immediately going for it is the number 58, a 46.2 for Marco Holt, so immediately we'll go on the pace and really going for it.
Yep, there certainly are 9 laps to go in this race. The clock will tick down, the laps will go down very, very quickly here. Wilson does 85. He looks incredibly strong for his section. It's actually surprised me how these riders, especially Wilson Dilks, with that pain, with his wrist, is able to keep hold of Luke Fitchett. Luke Fitchett's been getting a lot of coaching over the winter and over the first round from Sullivan Minson. I'm sure it'll be helping him much of the same this weekend. But Fitchett, a new colour scheme for him this season, and the same amount of speed, so quick. But now Holt, 1.8 seconds is the gap between Mark Holt and Luke Fitchett. Holt looked like he was going to be on track to win the championship last year, but a crash in Spain meant he broke his leg and he was out for the rest of the season and was not returning to his normal pace until now. This is what we're used to seeing from the 58 riders. Archie O'Brien in 4th place. Can he hop on the podium? We have to wait and find out, as there is Frankie Watson leading the two Johnsons away. Austin ahead of Byron though this time around. Austin Johnson using a normal clear visor, while Byron is using that tinted darkened visor with these sunny conditions. It's real great conditions for racing and quick lap times this time around.
Yeah, so they make their way now in towards the final corner. Austin Johnson doing really well there. He's now going to try and make inroads on Frankie Watson and maybe drag his brother up a bit. They make their way now in towards the next corner of Senna. A little look on the inside from Austin Johnson. They follow their way through and they're starting to go at it. Nip and tuck here. They make their way now round 180 of the hairpin. Through the warren they go and in toward downhill into the hairpin, and they follow their way now. It's going to be quite a close battle here. They're just going to continue to analyse their opponents here. They're heading in towards this long sweeping left-hander so great battle so far, but we were looking at a move there, and there you go. Like I said, it just clicked and it happened. Austin Johnson having looked there down the inside, but couldn't quite make the move there on Frankie Watson. Unfortunately, lost a little bit of momentum. We now switch to the leaders here. Actually, no, this is Luke Fitchett just ahead of Wilson Dilks and Archie O'Brien. They're still slightly spaced out, but I'm sure one of them will start pushing their way and trying to make their way up into that second place, and maybe Archie O'Brien will be looking to get a bit more points and on the podium steps.
Yeah, that podium step, the all-important podium positions. The 91 machine trying his best, trying to keep with him, was a part of the Vision Track squad last year. And there's a rider down there up on his feet though straight away. That is great to see there from Murray Simmons, but he's up on his feet in his own steam at least. But yeah, it's a stricken rider, a stricken bike as well in the middle of the circuit, but he's going to try and pick up these bikes. Don't seem that heavy while you're riding them, but it's as soon as you try and pick them up after a crash where you realise the real weight of them. So he's waiting for a helper, waiting for one of the Roman marshals around the circuit to help them out. So lifts up the bike away from the circuit. But there is Wilson Dilks. Wilson Dilks missing a gear coming out of that corner, out of the power band. It seemed there from him. Allowed Archie O'Brien to steam through as they're getting past one of the back markers there. That was the number 17 of Riley Paisley that were getting through. But Wilson Dilks now back ahead of Archie O'Brien. Can Archie O'Brien or can Wilson Dilks catch back up to Luke Fitchett? It's going to be a tough one. 5 laps to go and it's quite a significant gap.
Yeah, and then already you can see there that the back markers are already getting in the way, so they're already playing a part in these battles. We continue to follow Wilson Dilks ahead of Archie O'Brien, heading in towards Senna, and now flicking their way in towards turn 3 and 4, following the rhythm towards 180.
So now at the front, Mark Holt still leads the way by 4.2 seconds. Just 2 seconds from Luke Fitchett. Just 2 seconds behind Luke Fitchett, though, is these two, Wilson Dilks and Archie O'Brien. One of the closest battles on the circuit at the moment. Further down the field, there's currently a battle between Chloe Gleeson and Travis Shaw for that 11th position, just outside the top 10. But 4 laps remaining in this race. Catching more back markers now. They're going to have to be clean. They're going to have to be patient, and they're going to have to keep cool and calm. That's what you have to have inside you. But getting through George Ackerman there. Will Archie O'Brien get held up? He's going to try dive down the inside into Senna, into turn 2. He makes it work. 4 laps remaining in this race. Annabelle McCarthy now coming up for these guys into the 180-degree hairpin. They power it through towards the straight run after the Warren, and now it looks like held up ever so slightly was Wilson Dilks. So will this help O'Brien? Will this help O'Brien catch up and make his way into the podium?
Yeah, so as you can see there, Annabelle McCarthy just getting in the way slightly there, but it doesn't matter. I'm sure Archie O'Brien will just continue to follow inroads and try and make his way past Wilson Dilks, but it's not going to be easy. Wilson Dilks seems really fired up despite having that crash on the first race of the Minimoto 70 class, but he does seem on form at the moment, but I'm sure he's still in a little bit of pain after that accident, because I'm sure it did really have an indent on him. We now follow Marco Holt, currently in the lead of the race, 2 laps to go, and he's currently got a 5-second lead over Luke Fitchett, and the only person that can stop Marco Holt is himself. So he's going to have to try and just tone it down a bit, just tone it down and not do anything too silly. He doesn't want to be throwing it away from here as he makes his way now in towards the final corner. I thought it was going to be a little slip from the rear there, but onto the final lap we go with Marco Holt.
Yep, Marco Holt leading the way on the 58 machine. He's looked so strong, he's looked so dominant. Frankie Watson made the mistake on the last lap, dropping 2 positions down to 8th, but Marco Holt, wow, what a ride he's had this weekend. He's looked strong, he's looked confident, he's looked fast, he's looked near unstoppable. Currently at the line, 6.4 seconds was the gap between himself and Luke Fitchett. They've been rivals in the past and they'll be rivals in the future, I am sure. These guys are the talents of the futures. Marco Holt racing in the MotoGP 50 class. He's trying to get his way through the final couple of corners to negotiate. He will find his way through Jensen Bishop, and he'll find his way as another race winner, and once again dancing his way through the line, copying the likes of Taylor Tomlinson's moves. So it's great to see these riders celebrating in fashion, that is for sure. Luke Fitchett now coming across the line, 2nd position for him for the number 7.9 seconds behind. Wilson Dilks managed to hold on to that 3rd place over Archie O'Brien, just 1 second separated them to the line, but wow, what a race win that was there, and what a ride that was from Marco Holt.
Yeah, so some fantastic battles throughout the whole entire race. We saw that massive battle between Wilson Dilks and Archie O'Brien, but it was the 85 to take the final podium spot. I'm really happy that Wilson Dilks is fine and dandy after that accident. He's managed to get on a podium and some great points for the championship. We now make our way onto the result. There you go, Marco Holt leading the way by 8 seconds over Luke Fitchett. So he'll be joined on the podium by Wilson Dilks. Archie O'Brien there in P4 ahead of Austin Johnson. Finley Polhill from the back of the grid. He'll make his way into 6th place after not appearing yesterday. A fine return for him. Byron Johnson in the 7th ahead of Frankie Watson. So Watson fell a little bit towards the end there. Matthew Thomas and Chloe Gleason rounding out the top 10. So there are all our bikers making their way towards the final into the pit lane. So they'll head back to the paddock, and I'm sure they'll start unpacking their way and starting to head home after a fantastic race. But for some, they still have to take part in the final race, which will be the Mini GP 70 class. So we've got the Mini F1 sidecars now. They get ready to take the stage here at Red Lodge. On the dummy grid we go, and you can see there is the main man, Mick Williams, who is in the number 26, the Red Bull livery with the white and blue, the yellow and blue striped sidecar. But an incredible race. We've had some dramatic ones this weekend here at the circuit. And what do you think here, Lewis? What do you think's going to happen, and how dramatic has these races been for you?
Yeah, it's been very dramatic to say the least. We've seen a lot of crashes, we've seen a lot of incidents, we've seen some new runners, and we've seen Jason and Leo Greenstreet be able to close the gap on Mick Williams every single race. At the line last race, in race 2, it was around 1.8 seconds at the line. So what's it going to be this time? In qualifying, the gap between the two were around 1.1 seconds. So over a whole race, managing to make that gap just 1.8 seconds, will they find something special? Well, we're going to have to wait and see as Mick Williams lines up on that pole position with his passenger Michael Elms. Jason Leo Greenstreet starts in 2nd with Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook in 3rd. Mark Parker and Ems will begin the race in 4th with Chris and Robert Impey in 5th place. John Hosker begins this race from 6th position with John Keats just behind on the Keats Racing Machine in 7th place. Iona Glover and Elliot Newton will be beginning from 8th, with Jamie Alexander and Martin Hills in 9th position, with Adam Jarvis and Tom Ingram in 10th place, rounding out our grid. So it's going to be a good one, I can tell you that much.
Oh, absolutely. I really think we're going to see some more carnage in this race. We've already seen some fuel tanks fall out. We've seen some close battles on the track, even though this class isn't quite known for its tight battles up at the front. But here we go. We're ready for racing, and we get ready now. The lights are on, and we're about to go out. Now we go racing here at Red Lodge, and there goes the Green Street car. There's a bit of contact already in the mid-pack. They're already apologising. Make their way now in towards centre, and then straight towards the straight run down towards the sweeping sections. It is a clean start there for Mick Williams, but here comes the Green Street car. Round the outside they go, and the Green Street bike, having a look, Mick Williams decided to go for the inside line, just keep defensive, and I think that number 90 is looking very, very confident as they head now down towards Simpson Straight. They're keeping on the back. They've done something. They've done a bit of talking behind the scenes, and this is the success of it. They've managed to keep on the back here of the dominant Mick Williams, but there's still a whole race left to go. 7 laps to go in this race.
7 laps remain, and now Mick Williams, they have a lot of work to do. They have a lot of defending to do, and now it looks like out this corner, out onto the main straight, they can catch, and then take a much wider line, almost onto the grass, through this entry to the S's. So the Green Street's lost some time there, out of there, but that is a problem there from Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook. So Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook, a problem there for them, but the number 98 also losing a lot of time from them, but they're definitely trying. That must have just been a blip, must have just been an issue onto the entry, because they're still trying their hardest, powering it through as fast as they can. John Hosker in that 3rd position. John Keats, though, they just tried to make it free wide on the starting grid. It didn't really work for them, but Jason Leo, Green Street, 2nd position, 1.8 seconds was the gap. Can they close it at all? We're going to have to wait and find out. That is Iona Glover protecting that 6th position from Jamie Alexander and Martin Hills, who make their way onto the Sidecar class this weekend, their first ever time racing in this outfit. Martin Hills looking round the outside into the long left hand, and they made it stick, going to the S's and almost onto the grass, so they've had to back out of that one. Jamie Alexander trying everything. They didn't even touch the sidecar. They hadn't even sat in it before this weekend, and now look at them go. They're battling for 6th position with Iona Glover.
Oh, that's an absolute brilliant battle between Glover and Jamie Alexander in the number 11. But that was an incredible move. I thought they were going to actually make it and say, well, here we are. We're in sidecars. Let me just go around the outside. Oh, that's a 1-2-7 there. That's John Hosker. That's John Hosker. So something's happened. They're trying to get it restarted. It seems like they're bashing the exhaust, I believe that is. Trying to get it going. Trying to kickstart it. Not entirely sure. But I think that's a 3rd place loss for John Hosker and his crew.
Yep, 3rd place is definitely lost. They're still at the side of the circuit. There's the Keats and Impey. Well, these 2 outfits have history, to say the least. Can the Impeys, who didn't make it to the grid for the start of the race last time around, make their way through on the Keats? Will they be bashing outfits once again? We're going to have to wait and find out. There's Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook. They've sorted their issues, and now they're managing to make their way through the field. So this, they're still in 9th at the moment, but we're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen. Can the Keats hold on to this, or will the MPs fight back? Will the MPs show their footing? Will they show their aggression? Because the Keats, they've known for being aggressive. They've known for making moves that you would never think were possible. Well, we're going to have to wait and watch this one unfold, that is for sure, with 4 laps to go.
It's been absolutely fantastic so far. Seen some battles all the way down the field. Really unfortunate there for the John Hosker sidecar team. But they make their way now through centre and on towards the straight run, cutting through that twisty section. But this is the 4-5-7, managing to get past there, and the Impeys are past the Keats. Is there a problem there maybe for the Keats? They're quite slow down the straight, and now here comes Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook trying to get onto the back of them, but they're losing a little bit of momentum through there. But of course they're quite new to the sidecar, so we're just going to let them off for this one. But close battles throughout throughout the field.
Yep, there is, and the Keats now looking like they're dropping away as Ewan Glover still having the battle. There's the 75 machine that's getting lapped at the moment, but the Keats have an issue in the straight line, it seems, at the moment. So 666 machine not able to perform at its true potential in the straight. But yeah, you can just see the 75 machine, the two-stroke motor coming through on your screen. No issue there. They come into the corner though, and there's Mick Williams coming through as well. And there is the green streaks. The green streaks, they've closed the gap to 1.4 seconds, but this is the final lap. The final lap is now for Mick Williams. What can he do with Michael Williams, his passenger? They come in to the final sector, they power it out through, and the checker flag will be waiting for them once again. Mick Williams wins here at Red Lodge. The 26 bike wins by just 1.3 seconds from Jason and Leo Greenstreet. It was a very close battle once again, and once again the Greenstreets were able to close that gap every single race. But Chris and Robert Impey, and there is fire from the Keats machine. So there was an issue with it and they kept riding. Now they're trying to put out a fire with their hand. So we'll see how that one works out.
Not the brightest idea, I'm not sure. Oh, get that out. Oh no, please don't.
Yeah, so the marshal coming over with the extinguisher. They won't want too much extinguisher on that, otherwise it will get all over the motor and it'll take quite a while to be able to get cleaned up. But they do have till next round, because that was the final race. But what a great race that was there from the Sidecar guys. Plenty of action, plenty of drama, and all weekend actually. If it hasn't been battles on track, there's been drama off the track.
Yeah, that's brilliant. That's a brilliant introduction to F1 sidecars. Round of applause from the fans here that have come up to Red Lodge. They've managed to get that sidecar extinguished. I'm not sure if it's entirely there. Still something coming off the back of the sidecar. So I think they're just going to try and sort that out. I don't think they're going to deploy any more of that extinguisher, or it just caused a bit too much damage to the sidecar itself. So the Keats, of course, had multiple problems throughout this week, and they're going to wheel it back into the pits and hopefully maybe get it sorted in their garage. But we've had some fantastic races in the sidecar, and it's definitely worth coming back here for round 4.
Yeah, and of course, if you've watched this racing this weekend and think that you want to get involved, like the likes of the number 11 machine, Jamie Alexander, Martin Hills, and the 75 of Adam Jarvis and Tom Ingram, who begin their sidecar, mini F1 sidecar racing careers this weekend, head over to the FAB-Racing website or message any of these guys to find out how to get involved in this incredible racing series. But you can just see there the damage, the fire damage from these guys, but that is their race over, and that is the sidecar over for the weekend. Next up on the circuit, it's race 3 for the Pit Bike 140 class. It's their final weekend, the final race of the weekend. The guys are in the holding areas having the final discussions before they make their way onto the dummy grid, and before we can think about getting underway. Lucas Brown will hopefully make a start in this one. He does come into the holding area, so he's looking to make a race start after a collision on the starting grid in race 2, which brought out the red flag early on, and due to Lucas Brown being involved in that incident, and due to Lucas Brown being the cause of that red flag, he was not allowed to take part in the restart. But the grid is starting to fill out. Cameron Sewell comes on to the holding area in his AMR machine. He's been given a lend off that by the guys at AMR Racing, who are here with full support for all the riders here at FAB-Racing. But great battle in race 2 though, although there was no Lucas Brown, between Chris Wells and Reese Peacock.
Oh, absolutely. We've had some fantastic battles between those two names, and I'm really excited to see one more battle between both Reese and Chris, and I wonder who's going to come out on top this time. Will it be Chris? Will it be Reese? But I'm sure that we're going to see plenty of action all throughout the field.
The guys are waiting to get out. Final conversations are being done. The final guys are heading into the holding area. But hello and welcome if you're just joining us, and hello and welcome if you're new here at FAB-Racing. You've tuned in for one of the most anticipated races of the weekend. It's the race 3 of the Pit Bike 140s. We have 2 phenomenal races still to bring you for this weekend's action, and it's going to be drama all the way throughout. It's a huge grid that we have here in the Pit Bike 140 class. It's always healthy grids here at FAB throughout the years for the Pit Bike 140 class. In qualifying, there was a total of 21 bikes who made their way onto the circuit and set lap times and are ready to race. Great racing, great guys, and great fun on and off the circuit.
Oh, absolutely, I agree with you there. It's been such a pleasure watching all of these riders throughout the paddock do their individual races, and it's been amazing seeing the motorbike starter tomorrow as we get ready for the Pit Bike 140.
Yeah, Roger Key's having a little discussion there with one of the people. It's been Max Johnson's mum. So discussion's being done about what's happening in the last races, which obviously their kids were racing in potentially. And this weekend, only a limited amount of Roman marshals allowed onto the circuit. But here are the riders making their way onto the circuit. It's going to be on the front row, Lucas Brown and Chris Wells. Will they duke it out? Will Reese Peacock be involved once again, or will someone find a way to run away with it? There's only one way to find out, and we're going to have to wait and stay tuned.
So really excited to commentate over this one. I think it's going to be a really close one. We've got some fantastic riders in here. Lucas Brown, you can see that on pole position as they are about to launch off the line for their Sidecar lap. Chris Wells in behind there on the second row. I wonder how he's going to be feeling heading in towards this third race of the weekend, and the final one for heading into round 4. Reese Peacock will be lining up in third place. But let's bring you the grid now. Lucas Brown there in pole position. Alongside him, Chris Wells, who was our last time race winner for race 2. Reese Peacock, it will be in third as Liam Wood will line up in fourth, ahead of Cameron Sewell and Sean Whittaker. Darren Anderson will be lining up in centre, ahead of Zach Toren, with Josh Bisonetti ahead of Keaton Payne. That will be rounding out your top 10. James Radcliffe will be in P11, ahead of Bailey Lawrence on the 6th row of the grid, with Matthew Lindsay in 13th, with Joshua French in 14th. Bradley Ferreira will be in 15th, ahead of Shannon King and Ben Ridgewell. Then comes Bradley's brother, Jason Ferreira, in P8, with Robert Baldock and Aston Dean will be rounding out the 10th row of the grid. Charlie Eagling will be rounding out the 21 bikes that will be lining up on the grid for the Pit Bike 140 class.
What's going to happen? Everyone's waiting for this race. Plenty of people will be surrounding this circuit on the bankings, at the side of the barriers, leaning over it with anticipation. I'm sure everyone at home will be on the edge of their sofas. Lucas points to the lights. The revs will rise. The lights go on, and the lights go off, and we go racing here at Red Lodge for race 3, and it's Chris Wells who leads the way from Lucas Brown and Reese Peacock. Chris Wells leads the way from the first lap, from the first corner. Great start there from him. What kind of impact can Lucas Brown do? Bill Lawrence are having a good start herself, and everyone a very, very clean start, as there is Jason Ferreira having the battle further down the field, but now powering out through to the straight run. It's still Chris Wells who leads the way from Lucas Brown, Reese Peacock, and then Liam Wood in 4th position. There is Cameron, so he got pole position and podiums last time out at Leeds. Still a pretty good ride here from him. He's on the AMR machine this time out. He's been given the bike to lend for the rest of the weekend, but Chris Wells leads the way. What's the gap going to be? Everyone waits and looked at the screens to see what the gap is. Half a second it was at the line. It's definitely less than half a second now, though. Straight away, Reese Peacock, Chris Wells and Lucas Brown trying to put down the hammer at the front.
Oh, absolutely. It's a really crucial start there from Chris Wells. He's done absolutely everything that he needed to do, but he's still got a job on his hands with 11 laps to go. Chris Wells will try and hold it there and try and back up Lucas Brown, but Reese Peacock currently with the fastest lap with a 49.6, heading in towards the hairpin and in towards the S as we go, just flicking the bike in, trying to get your body leaned in. That's the main crucial bit. Got to get it as much lean as. Here comes Lucas Brown trying to have a look at Chris Wells and just off put that 62. They thunder their way towards the timing line. You can hear the growls of the engines heading their way through turns 1 and into 2 of Senna.
Yep, powering it out through now, flicking it round to the right hand side of the tyre before back to the left, then back to the right. It's a real tricky section for these guys. Chris Wells, bright white helmet, he'll have a smile under his face. He loves a bit of handlebar racing, handlebar bashing racing I should say, as Lucas Brown, the 07 machine, trying to find any way past, trying to take a wider approach and carry a tiny bit more momentum through it and be able to get the drive onto the Simpsons straight. But Chris Wells, he loves his motorbike racing. He's been very, very successful at it in recent years. We've seen him at Leeds having that battle with Taylor Lawrence, but Chris Wells managing to get the better of Taylor Lawrence as well on a couple of occasions. But it seems that Reid Peacock, he doesn't have the pace initially in this early race to be able to keep up with the two guys at the front.
No, but he's still just hanging on in there. He's still in the picture, so don't just throw him out just yet. But look at that, there goes Lucas Brown with that fastest lap of the 47.4. But of course, Chris Wells was about 500ths of a second just slower than that. So there's such equal times between the two riders here. They make their way in towards the S's and then flicking their bodies round and trying to get it turned in. Down the Simpson straight they go. Lucas Brown likes to have a look at the inside there, and but trying not to he wants to poke his nose in, but trying to distract Chris Wells, but it's not working just yet. So I think he just needs to back off, put a little bit of pressure there, figure out where Chris Wells is strong, and try and adapt to what Wells is doing. They head their way now in towards the snaking section, and around 180 degrees there, trying to see if there's anything he can do in the hairpin. They'll come up the hill and then back down the little hill in towards the Warren, and just setting up the move here will be absolutely crucial, with Lucas Brown sitting in the slipstream to make their way now, having a look at the outside here. I think he's chosen that outside line to try and get a switchbacker, but again, still going to sit in behind. So maybe he's just saving a little bit of tyres that we saw in an earlier race. The tyres went off for one of our number 4 riders, but there you go, Lucas Brown just trying his best at the moment, but he won't be able to make that move just yet.
I think the main issue at the moment with track conditions being so high, with the sun still somewhat being out, is trying not to let your tyres overheat. Some of these guys might even put some new rubber in for this race, so I don't think everyone's tyres will go off, but certainly keeping the temperature down is going to be an issue. But there is Zach Tureen having a battle on the 89 machine, defending his best from the 56 of Darren Anderson. But the fastest lap of the race goes to Chris Wells at 47.395. But all eyes right now are on this battle. Here's Zach Tureen having a little look behind him, having a little look at Darren Anderson to see what he can do, to see if he can defend from him, because out of the two guys last time around, it was Darren Anderson who was 5,000ths of a second quicker, so absolutely nothing between these two last time around. 7 laps to go in this race though. Once these two guys cross line, they'll make it 6 for themselves. The 89, the 56, Darren Anderson down the inside, he goes into turn 1, into the French curve, and he makes it work into centre now. And now so far, Zach Tureen, no answer back.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic move there from Darren Anderson. And I was going to say, they're so close on pace. This is something I find incredible about some of these riders, that there's such similar pace within them. Just spotted on our timing screens, Reid Peacock going fastest with a 47.1. So maybe he has actually saved something in that locker of his to try and get past. And I'm pretty sure we're watching Chris Wells there just defending from Lucas Brown there. So Brown still all over the back of Wells. We head on towards 5 laps remaining of this race, with Chris Wells still leading the way, but again, back markers getting in the way here, and I think that is Reid Peacock just in behind and just squeezing through one of our riders. Oh, and then we see an off there.
Anderson.
Oh, Darren Anderson, he's throwing his helmet in absolute frustration. He is fuming with himself. He takes his gloves off. He's not happy. There's a little bit of a smile, but I'm sure he'll be absolutely fuming with himself. We just follow now Chris Wells and Lucas Brown as they come round the Simpsons straight and on towards the final chicane. I think Lucas Brown has now stopped with trying to look on the inside now, and I think he will now focus on what he can do with the 4 laps remaining he has in hand.
Yep, now trying to get past some more back markers. Chris Wells and Lucas Brown through as well. Reese Peacock trying to find his way through the free riders, the free front guys, trying to carve their way through the back markers, and they're doing a great job of it so far. They're very, very experienced at doing this. It happens majority of the rounds. But Chris Wells, 62 machine, the 62 pit by 140, leads the way still. Lucas Brown, he's had plenty of time to examine, plenty of time to learn where he can make this move, where it is best to make this move, and where he can try and take this race. When he has a little look behind him, sees Reese Peacock is still sitting there waiting to pick up the pieces. So Reese Peacock at the moment, he's having a great ride so far. He has a great history of motorbike racing, has great love for motorcycle racing. He's a mechanic this year for a rider in the British Talent Cup, so he knows plenty about changing a set of wheels anyway and anything that he's done to his motorcycles. But his pit bike 140 machine's very, very reliable. He's now trying to get past more back markers. Chris Wells got his front end cut off there, but he's backed out of it, didn't make any silent move, and is just waiting to get past the 149 machine and Shannon King. So Chris Wells, through he goes, almost onto the grass on the inside there. Lucas Brown as well, setting up Shannon King as it, wow, it looks like Reese Peacock. He's been held up massively here. Reese Peacock, third position. He's dropped back massively. He's still not found the way through, as there is the 119 machine having a fall as well. So that is Robert Baldock falling off his pit bike 140 machine. But now it's a two-way horse battle at the front with just 2 laps to go. Lucas Brown, he's going to make a move.
Oh, this is going to get so close within the final few laps here. Lucas Brown having everything to lose here as he makes his way now, having a look on the inside of Chris Wells. Wells defending nicely there to head down the dip and in toward the Warden, and carrying that speed throughout the Warden, and heading now in towards the next section of the corner. You now pick up Reese Peacock, who's you can see how much he's fallen back there, but switching back to our leader, and Chris Wells just keeping that gap in front there with Lucas Brown just still in behind there, but they'll head their way into the final corner to start the final lap of the race.
Final lap time, the final lap of the weekend for the pit bike 140 machines. Chris Wells, Lucas Brown dueling it out. Who is it going to be? It's going to be a battle to the line. It's going to be a battle to the last corner, I can tell you that much. But Lucas Brown, he's looking this way, that way. He's looking down the inside now. He looks to his left and he realises he might have to back out of it. He's trying to get a better drive though onto the straight run, and he's done it. They're side by side. They're looking, they're having a joke, they're having a laugh. But Chris Wells, he leads the way into this long left-hander. A bit of smoke coming out the back of Lucas Brown machine there. Lost the front momentarily. Lucas Brown, he saved it. It was a very, very small moment. But Chris Wells has a look behind him, sees that he can take his normal line. He doesn't need to be put under too much pressure. But coming out of the final corner, it's going to be a drag race to the line. Chris Wells, he's victorious once again. He's Superman in style. He wins by 1/10 of a second over Lucas Brown. They'll be buzzing with that one. Reese Peacock comes home in third, 3 seconds behind after getting held up. There is Zach Treen on the 89 machine, kicking the legs in still, happy with that one. But Chris Wells, he's enjoyed that one. He's celebrating with everyone in the paddock.
Oh, that's an absolute beautiful pictures there. We're seeing Chris Wells and another rider celebrating together. A fantastic battle between these two. Chris Wells and Lucas Brown really going at it. You saw the different lines that were being taken through the first section, and I was absolutely loving it. Punch to the air from Chris Wells, and he's absolutely delighted with himself. Another win in the pit bike 140 class, and if I was Chris Wells at the moment, I would be very happy with myself.
Yep, a great result, and that is the result there. Chris Wells winning by 1/10 of a second, with Lucas Brown in second place. Reese Peacock came home in third, with Liam Wood finishing in fourth place. That team rounds out our top 5, with Sean Whittaker, Josh Bazonte in 6th and 7th, with Keaton Payne, Cameron Sewell, and the likes of James Ratcliffe rounding out our top 10. So a superb ride there from our pit bike 140 machines, and great racing from them all weekend. It's the final race of the weekend. It's the final time that we'll see the big one. It's the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship Race 3. A lot of build-up has went on towards this race. The riders some of the riders are in the pit lane, in the holding area, and are looking focused at the moment. We've had some great racing so far in this class. A lot of drama. There was a big crash in the race one at the end of Saturday's action. There was some water or some coolant that dropped out one of the machines, causing the likes of Luke Fitchett, Wilson Delks to crash out the race. Archie O'Brien also another one of the victims to that fall. Harry Payne falling as well. So a lot of drama, a lot of action. But within all that drama, there's been some awesome racing with some great talents.
Oh, it's been absolutely amazing watching the stars tomorrow making their way out onto the grid and doing battle around the Red Lodge circuit. And it's been honestly an absolute experience to see these guys in action and seeing what the future holds for such young riders. These guys are still so young and they want to get on the international stage as much as possible, hoping to make it to Spain or making their way onto the international stage. But I'm sure we'll be seeing them very, very soon on the big stages.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. And so far this weekend, it's been Archie O'Brien who has been starting on pole position after setting a 45.509 in qualifying. Luke Fitchett is alongside him on the front row of the grid. Blake Wilson will start the race from third, with Mark Holt alongside him in the second row of our grid, with Wilson Delks trying to make a comeback. Will he start his race? Let's find out. In fifth place, with Bill Harris alongside him after setting a 47.219. Harry Payne will begin the race from 7th position, with Ollie Sims and Austin Johnson rounding out our front row. So it's time for the final race of the weekend.
Oh, it's going to be absolutely all guns blazing, and I'm so looking forward to the final race. It's been an absolute pleasure to be commentating over all the action. Myself and Lewis have really enjoyed ourselves, but yeah, we move on to the final race of the evening. And what a way to finish it off.
What a way to finish it off. The revs will build very soon. The tension has already begun. You can see Archie O'Brien warming up his bike to say he's definitely making sure it's ready to race. He's revving it flat out. They are going to put it all on the line. It is the big one, and now the lights are on. The lights are off and we go racing. It's Archie O'Brien who struggles at the start once again. Luke Fitchett takes the race lead. Mark Holt hanging it out to dry on the outside through turn one, while Blake Wilson slips up the inside of Archie O'Brien, slipping him down to 4th position. Harry Payne having a good start as well in 5th place at the moment, but at the front, Luke Fitchett, the number 7, begins to lead the way in this race. Mark Holt, what can he do? He's been so dominant in the 50 class this weekend. Can he get this race win in the 70? We're going to have to wait and find out. The 58 machine, a wider line, and it looks like he's held up mid-corner there from Luke Fitchett. What's the run going to be like on the Simpson Straight? Will he try and make a move into the final corner, or will he wait until turn 1, the French curve? Let's find out. It's going to be a run to the line. Who's going to get the better drive? Who's going to have more speed on the start-finish straight? Archie O'Brien still in that 4th place as now we head into Senna.
Oh, some brilliant start there from Luke Fitchett. He's managed to get the launch that he needed, and on the way through the snaking section, he'll be joined by Marco Holt. Holt is just in behind there, with Blake Wilson just following up. Archie O'Brien there is starting to fall out back a bit, but I'm sure with the batting going on at the front of the field, which you've been seeing all weekend long, I'm sure he'll be getting in the battle. It's just very, very soon. Marco Holt trying the outside there, but he's just going to go and switch it back, and now just try and get the run here. He'll be analysing what Fitchett does, what is he not good at, and what will be his advantages, and he'll be looking at that and trying to suss it all out as we make our way through the race.
Yep, 10 laps remain in the race at the moment though, so look, Fitchett, plenty of time to hold back maybe something special for the final couple of laps. Blake Wilson, the fastest lap of the race, a 45.127. He's sitting there in 3rd place, slightly behind these two riders at the moment. So Luke Fitchett, the number 7 machine, still leading the way from Mark Holt. Mark Holt though, he's looking very, very aggressive. We've seen that a couple of times in race 2. He just tries to show his front nose there on the entry to the long left-hander. He backs out of it though every single time. It's quite a tricky place. You almost need Luke Fitchett to set up for any hope of a move through there. But now onto the start-finish straight now to make it 9 laps to go this weekend of FAB-Racing. It's been a great round 3 so far, and let's end it on the high with this superb battle forming for the race lead. 3 bikes in one group.
Oh, it's been absolutely fantastic watching Marco Holt now setting the fastest lap. But guess what? The top 3 have all done a 45.0. This is the pace they're dealing with. Every single etch matters. So if one makes a mistake, then they're all then he's gonna go, oh, there's a massive accident. There's 2 bikes involved there. They need to pick those up immediately. And there's the 27, I believe.
Yeah, that's Austin Johnson and Finlay Paulhill crashing out of the race there. Finlay Paulhill taking a bit longer to get remounted on that motorcycle, on that 199 machine. But there's Marco Holt. He's trying a different line every single corner compared to the man in front of him, and that is how that's your only chance around the circuit, to try and make some time and to try and get a better drive onto the next corner, because it seems to be in this infield section corner after corner after corner, and it's real one side of the tyre to the other, so it's almost impossible to make a move without your rival making the mistake.
Yeah, we've been hearing that the riders saying you don't have a time to take a breath on this circuit. You don't have time to take a break. You're into the next corner and into the next. Your only breaks really is the straight run, which you've just been down, but it's still Luke Fitchett out on the top here ahead of Marco Holt, but in towards the next sequence of corners, which is the final corner. They'll power their way down towards turn number 1, and Marco Holt straight on the brakes here, trying to get anything. And once again, we've seen the different lines off-putting riders, and this is the way to be overtaken. And I just wonder if Fitchett is going to fall foul of that under the pressure of Marco Holt.
Fitchett setting his personal best lap of the race of 44.971 last time around, and now we await to see what can happen. The fastest lap of the race still held by the second place man Marco Holt. He looks faster through this section of the circuit, but Fitchett, he's so good at defending. He knows exactly where to put the bike. He knows exactly how not to let Marco Holt pass. This is not the first time these guys have went toe-to-toe during a race, so they know how each other race. They know that they are pretty respectful. But Marco Holt, I just seen his eyes there. He looks so determined. He looks like there's only one thing on his mind, and that is a clear track in front of him. So that the only way to do that is get past the number 7, which is easier said than done.
But Blake Wilson, I've just seen on our timing screens, 44.9. He's the first one to dip into the 44th. So maybe Blake Wilson is just saving something to then go on a late attack with 6 laps to go of this race. Fitchett just having a look here and trying to fend off from Marco Holt. He's keeping a clear head for now, but that can very easily be lost in the last few laps. There goes Holt having a look on the inside, but they'll turn onto the outside. So you're just going to back off for now. They power through and zip past our cameras towards turn number 1 on French Curve. Having a look around the outside of Senna, and Marco Holt trying that. He's been cut off there. So just having a look and see what was the outcome of that one. And it's that Marco Holt has had the door shut on him.
Shut on him indeed, and no way through still with 5 laps remaining in this race. Marco Holt, he's looking this way, he's looking that way, but no way through on Fitchett so far. It's the final race of the weekend. He's going to want to win it. He's going to want to find something special, invent something creative, something which we haven't seen all weekend. Can we see an incredible pass? I think we will. I think this is going to turn into a titanic battle as we head into the closing stages of the race now. 4 laps remaining. Another personal best though from Luke Fitchett. Is Holt potentially getting held up and frustrated at the moment?
Oh, some fantastic lines there being taken by Holt. He's just trying to make his way past, but he's going to take his time, I think, with the in the all-white bike. Fitchett is still currently out in the lead of the race at the moment, but still time left in for Holt to try and get past. Again, having a look at that outside line and then flick their way into the next corner, exiting the S's, and down the Simpson Straight we go for the next corner of the Paddock curve. Fish is still leading the race, and it's going to get so close. We move on to 3 laps remaining of this race.
3 laps remaining in this race, and Luke Fitchett, Mark Holt still going wheel to wheel at the moment. Luke Fitchett, one of the cleanest racers in the paddock. He knows exactly how to defend, and he knows how to get what he wants, and right now that is a race win. But Mark Holt as well, he's so cool, calm and collected, and he doesn't make any silly passes. But the 58 of Mark Holt, he's looking this way, he's looking that way, he's looking round the outside at the moment, sets up the bike, shifts it down 1 gear, and then powers it through the S's and powers it towards the Simpson Straight, tries to get the drive onto it. He's trying to push everything out of that 70cc machine, but what's it going to be with just a couple of laps to go?
Oh, it's been absolutely fantastic. It's really heating up here, but time is running out for Holt. I'm pretty sure there's going to be something, some intense moments in here. He's going to he might start to doubt himself, even Holt, as he makes his way now into 180. He's probably going to try and be a little bit more aggressive, try something bit erratic, but it's all about staying calm, and I think that was a mistake there. Sticking in the switching is Holt, but no way through here. He's going to try the outside line, and can Holt go around the outside? He's going to switch it now and try and get the best run down Simpson Straight, but I don't think he's going to do it on this lap. It doesn't seem possible, but then out side by side, but Fitchett defending that inside line. He knows exactly what he's doing, making some great defensive manoeuvres.
Yeah, great defensive manoeuvres. The final lap of the weekend for FAB-Racing round 3. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Fitchett? Is it going to be Marco Holt? Now Finlay Paulhill is coming into play, but now he gets out of the way. Sensible there from Finlay Paulhill. It's a last lap battle. He does not want to be involved. He does not want to be at blame for anything that goes on here. Marco Holt trying to build speed, trying to build the confidence in this final lap. Is it going to be winner or Bennett? Let's find out. Half a lap remaining. Down the Simpson Straight they will go. They'll power out through the S's. It's Fitchett versus Holt. We've said it once, we'll say it again. Who will it be? Marco Holt trying to drag race to the line, trying to power out through. Luke Fitchett takes the race, winning the final race of the weekend for the LS2 Helmets MiniGP 70 British Championship. What a battle that was there. It was a classic battle between the two. We've seen it once, we'll see it again. Marco Holt, of the little look at the right hand side of his motorcycle, 44.833 on the final lap there from Marco Holt, the fastest lap of the race. Blake Wilson 2 seconds behind the two. Fist shake, a handshake, whatever that was between the two of them, but they're both pretty happy with that. They'll both be saying that was a great race, and they would have both enjoyed that no matter what position they came in. I'm sure Holt would have preferred to win the race, but he still would have loved that, to have a good battle with his mate.
Oh, absolutely. That was absolute entertainment on the limits how we get here at FAB-Racing. You'll be seeing this every single time, so it's so worth tuning in to every single round of this season. And I'm going to hope that a lot of new people that have joined today will be joining next time out.
Yep, next time out. But these guys, a great race there from our premier class here at FAB, the LS2 Helmets MiniGP 70 British Championship. It was Luke Fitchett who won by 1/10 of a second from Marco Holt in second place. And Marco Holt, fastest lap of the race. And Blake Wilson came home and rounded out our podium on the number 8 machine, with Archie O'Brien having a consistent ride in 4th place. He stayed in 4th place for the whole race, and Bill Harris came home in the top 5. A good ride there from him, constantly improving on the MiniGP 70, trying to improve in the footsteps of his older brother Ronnie Harris. But Ollie Sims came home in 6th position. A busy weekend from him, also racing in the LC40 Elite class, with Harry Payne in 7th, and Finlay Paulhill after that incident earlier on with Austin Johnson in 8th place. But what an amazing race, and what an amazing round we've had here for round 3. Slightly less hectic for the riders after a double header at Lyd last time out, but a great weekend of racing. The weather has been on our side for the second day of running.
But yeah, absolutely fantastic weekend. I've enjoyed every second of it. It's been absolutely fabulous exploring the world of Fab Racing, and I've honestly enjoyed myself so much covering round 3 here at Red Dodge, covering all the action. And wow, what an amazing set of classes we have seen, and I'm sure I'll be tuning in no matter where I go.
Yep, it's been a great weekend. It's been great for everyone. It's been a pleasure alongside you this weekend. Adam Reid, myself, Lewis Ray, with Adam Reid in the comment trucks all weekend. It's been a pleasure, mate.
It's been a pleasure too. Thank you so much for taking me on this journey and showing me the world of bikes.
Yep, it's been great. It's been great racing all weekend. It's been great weather, and I'm sure if after watching today's action, you'll want to tune in for round 4 at Ella Park in just a couple of weeks' time. We'll be staying in this area of the country, but it's been a great weekend. Thanks to all the marshals, all the medics, and all the officials for a great weekend. But until next time, it's goodbye.